Liang only returned just before the new year. He brought back a lot of corn and soybeans, and many of them were processed into edible grains or soybean oil, including rice, rice grains, and potatoes. When the train cars arrived, they went straight into the warehouse. Lan Hanlu didn't bother to load the goods herself. She planned to take back the shelves and containers first. Li Yang's first priority after returning was to pick up his daughter. When he saw her crying loudly with her legs in his arms, she cried for a while and then suddenly called out, "Dad." Her voice was hoarse and faint, but it made Li Yang tear up. He grabbed her shoulders and asked, "Sweetheart, you can talk now. Can you hear me?" His voice was choked and slow because he was used to her slow speech when she was afraid to look at lip movements. The girl nodded, then opened her mouth to speak, very slowly and with effort. "Yes, I can. But I need you to speak loudly." Her words were a bit unclear and not enunciated well, but Li Yang understood her clearly. He couldn't help but hold her tightly, tears falling onto her clothes. The teacher came over to comfort them and also mentioned that Lan Hanlu would come to check on the girl regularly, not just for treatment. She told Li Yang about this. Li Yang can spend the new year peacefully at home, but Lan Hanlu has a busy holiday. After the new year, she plans to take some time off and go out. She needs to organize her patients, so she was very busy throughout January, barely having time to breathe. Finally, everything was arranged, and it was already April. Her hospital had a holiday break, but she didn't delay at all. She booked a plane ticket online, informed her mentor, packed her things, and left. She was afraid she might miss her chance if she delayed any longer. Since she left quickly, she didn't pay attention to anything else. As soon as she got off the plane, she noticed the weather was bad, but she thought it was still early. She took a taxi directly to the storage and shelving area. After getting in the taxi, she took her laptop out of her backpack and started working on it immediately. The driver was a bit confused but didn't ask questions, since the woman was pretty and didn't want to chat. When they arrived, Lan Hanlu pressed enter, saw her code running, closed her laptop, and got out of the car. After the taxi drove away, she went to the storage area, looked around, then reopened her laptop to check. Everything seemed fine. According to her plan, she would first sort the items in the space into different containers. Some containers had shelves, others didn't. This way, the stored items would be organized by type. Once everything in the space was placed into the containers, she would move all the containers into her space. Then she took a taxi to a hotel. During the ride, she did a little more work on her computer. After arriving, she ordered some food, washed up, and rested. Lying on the bed after eating, she looked at the space grid in her mind, carefully checking how much was left empty. Most of the items she stored included jewelry, furs and fabrics, traditional Chinese and Western medicines and herbs, clothing, jewelry, and 3 containers filled with secret recipes, craft techniques, song lyrics, novels, and industry secrets. Some of these were on paper, others digital, all collected just in case. She also had some weapons, both hot and cold, and some food and drinks. Her collection of essentials, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation was quite complete, but it still wasn't enough. Now that she had space, she planned to keep collecting more. I originally planned to stay for a day or 2 and then go back since my family still has some supplies waiting to be stored. But I didn't expect that from that day on, there would be continuous heavy rain and thunderstorms. The plane couldn't take off, so Lan Hanlu decided to take the train instead. She planned to visit her old orphanage first. She had already ordered some donation supplies online for the orphanage. When she got off the train, someone held up a sign to pick her up. It was Li Yang, who knew she was coming to find a friend. "Hello, I am Lan Hanlu." The man quickly put down the sign and extended his hand. "Hello, Dr. Lan. My name is Zhang Chuang. Yangzi called me and told me to make sure you are well taken care of. Brotherly Yang is so thoughtful. But really, thank you so much. With this heavy rain, I would have had a tough time otherwise. Oh, Dr. Lan, you're too polite. Come on. Yangzi arranged a hotel for you." I was a bit hesitant, but I'll ask anyway. Do you want to go to the orphanage first or rest at the hotel? Lan Hanlu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at the heavy rain outside. Let's go to the hotel first. I'll visit the orphanage tomorrow. But I need a truck to deliver the supplies I bought. Do you have any rental information? What size truck do you need? Would a box truck work? If yes, I can find one now. If not, I'll ask my friends, and it won't take long. Zhang Chuang looked a bit unsteady, but was reliable in handling things. Brother Zhang, I'd appreciate it if you could help. A box truck is fine. The supplies are at Baixing Wholesale in Dongcheng. I'll send you the order details in a moment. Lan Hanlu took out her phone to check the previous order information.
Got it.
I'll drive over tomorrow to pick up the supplies and then come back to pick you up. Does that work for you, Dr. Lan? Brother Zhang, you just need to pick up the supplies. I'll take a taxi to the orphanage tomorrow. Our city is safe, and I grew up here, so there's nothing to worry about. It's better this way, or else someone else would have to come to pick me up. All right. If you go ahead first, find someone named Gao Yun there. She's my wife. She's been working there for 5 years and knows the place well. At the hotel, Lan Hanlu didn't invite him upstairs, but took out a gift box from her bag and handed it to him. Brother Zhang, this is some makeup for my sister-in-law. Please don't refuse. I'd feel embarrassed if I caused you trouble. Originally, Zhang Chuang, who was planning to avoid responsibility, was stopped by his words. He chuckled twice and took the cosmetics.
Thank you, Dr. Lan.
Please remember my number. If you need anything, just call me. The next day, Lan Hanlu arrived at the orphanage before Zhang Chuang. She greeted the security guard and was led to the office by Gao Yun. Sister-in-law, I've caused you both quite a bit of trouble this time. What trouble? You're just being polite. I wouldn't even dare to use such expensive skincare products, she said with a smile. The director will be here soon, she added, bringing over a cup of warm water. Just as she set down the cup, she heard a noise at the door. Turning around, she saw the director returning. Lan Hanlu quickly stood up and took a few steps forward, grabbing the director's hand.
Director, I'm Lan Hanlu.
Do you remember me? Director Lee pushed up his glasses and looked her over carefully. Oh, it's that little girl. You've grown into such a beautiful young lady. This comment made her feel overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing her eyes well up, the director quickly patted her shoulder. We're all grown-ups now, so no need to cry over small things. A car just arrived outside, driven by Xiao Gao's husband. It's the supplies you donated. Lan Hanlu choked up and couldn't speak. She nodded quickly. As the head of the orphanage, she relied on her conscience. The government provided quite a bit of funding for the orphanage, but most of the children there had some issues and were abandoned. The medical expenses each year were overwhelming. However, the director never gave up on any sick child. He worked hard to raise funds to treat them. Now, at 60, he had gray hair and a hunched figure. When she entered, Han Hai Lu immediately noticed that the director's legs didn't seem in good shape. All right, Xiao Gao, go help with the registration of the supplies. I'll chat with our little girl here, he said with a smile, teasing Lan Hanlu. They talked for a while, and then Lan Hanlu got straight to the point. Ever since I got into college, I've been donating money to the orphanage every year. Later, because my studies became too busy, I asked Gu Xingji to help transfer the donations. Last year, Gu Xingji had an affair, and only after we broke up did I find out that the money I had him transfer over the years was all given by him in his own name to an orphanage. The director, upon hearing this, pushed up his glasses and frowned deeply. Lulu, do you have proof of this? Lan Hanlu nodded and showed him all their previous chat records and her transfer records. The director took them carefully, looked at them closely, and finally sighed, setting the documents down. Well, I believe you. The data you provided matches the money that Guy transferred each year. Although the orphanage receives many donations annually, I remember the fixed donation schedule of that young man. However, I can't find the records of his donations now. Recently, an employee accidentally destroyed some documents. But don't worry, I can check with the bank. But Lulu, he hesitated, wanting to say something but not daring to, mainly because he had a very good impression of Gu Xingji. Even with all the evidence in front of him, he found it hard to believe. He even hoped that Gu Xingji would be imprisoned or face some punishment because of this. Just as he was about to speak, seeing the girl across from him with red eyes, he felt it wouldn't be fair to another child to do so. He was conflicted and ultimately said nothing, only sighing. Lan Hanlu sniffed and said, I understand your old-fashioned thinking. As long as he doesn't use this matter to do anything bad, I won't report him. But if he does, I won't tolerate it. The director pushed a cup of water toward her. Poor child, you've been wronged. I will call that young man later. If there ever comes a day when I can testify for you, I will. Lan Hanlu nodded, took a sip from the cup on the table, and said, Director, I work at the hospital now. I want to arrange a health check and free treatment for the children at our orphanage. It might be a bit troublesome, but it will save a lot of medical expenses, and the children can get better and more timely treatment. Her words surprised the director, and he immediately stood up. Really, Lulu? Is that true? Taking children to see the doctor has always been a concern of his. If this could be resolved, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The old director then asked him in detail about the situation, until Gao Yun returned, soaked from the rain. Oh no, the rain is getting heavier. It's been days, and the city is experiencing flooding. She was drying her hair with a towel while complaining. How bad is it? Lan Hanlu quickly poured her a cup of hot water. The water is almost up to my calves, but the weather still isn't clear. I'm afraid. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Lan Hanlu had a meal here, then Zhang Chuang took her back to the hotel. On the way, many cars broke down in the water because they were unfamiliar with the area. Lan Hanlu looked out the window with worry. The next morning, the rain outside had lessened, but it was still not sunny. The news on her phone was about the flood. After breakfast, she packed up and went downstairs to catch a taxi to the hospital. It took nearly an hour to get a car. When they arrived at the hospital, she saw a group of soldiers clearing debris from the road in the distance. One soldier was helping to move a large fallen tree in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a young soldier slipped, as if he had stepped on something. A branch had pierced into his thigh. Lan Hanlu quickly called out to the driver. Driver, move over there. A soldier has a branch stuck in his thigh. The driver saw it too. Hearing her, he quickly steered the car over. Lan Hanlu got out with her bag. She saw blood pouring out from the soldier's leg. Despite the light rain, she hurried over. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I can help stop the bleeding first, or he might be in danger. Another soldier said, I've called the team leader. He's on his way here. We're also waiting for the ambulance. Seeing their injured comrade bleeding, they all looked at Lan Hanlu. She took out silver needles from her bag. Two soldiers took off their shirts to cover the injured man and shield him from the rain. The taxi driver also came over with an umbrella, holding it over them. Lan Hanlu disinfected the needle with alcohol wipes and carefully inserted it into the acupuncture points. Gradually, the bleeding lessened. At that moment, an SUV stopped nearby. Someone got out of the car. A young soldier ran over and saluted. Captain Xiong is injured. How serious is it? Her voice was deep and tired, but very familiar. When Lan Hanlu looked up, through the drizzle and mist, she saw a familiar face. As the little soldier explained, the man also looked at her. He was clearly surprised to see her, first pausing in confusion, then curling his lips into a slight smile. He strode over quickly and squatted down. Why are you here? How is Xiong? Wan Muqing, what a coincidence. The little soldier's bleeding has stopped for now. Once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, a small surgery will fix him. He'll recover well and won't miss his training. As he spoke, the ambulance arrived. The little soldier was carried inside, and Lan Hanlu also got on the ambulance. On the ambulance, the doctor cut open his pants and started disinfecting. Lan Hanlu explained what she knew about the situation nearby. Wan Muqing looked back at the others. Keep working. Be careful while you work. If anything happens at the hospital, call me. Then he drove to follow the ambulance. Because there was a doctor who knew traditional Chinese medicine, Lan Hanlu didn't go into the operating room. When the little soldier was pushed into emergency surgery, Wan Muqing and Lan Hanlu finally relaxed and sat down. Lan Hanlu looked around the hospital. Maybe because of the heavy rain, there were many people, all busy and rushing around. The ambulance siren sounded again, and a stretcher was pushed into the hospital. People who weren't in a hurry gathered around, curious. The crowd gathered near the emergency room, making a lot of noise. At that moment, a fancy-dressed woman lay on a hospital bed, crying. "Husband, you have to hold on.
Don't leave the kids to me.
We still want to have a good life together." The man in bed impatiently snapped, "Shut up. I'll die sooner or later from your broken mouth. Just go away." The weak woman and the irritable man were having a typical argument. But when Lan Hanlu heard their voices, she immediately stood up and turned to look. Her movements were especially big. This caught Wan Muqing's attention. He first looked at Lan Hanlu's serious expression, then followed her gaze to the stretcher being pushed in. The stretcher slowly approached them and eventually disappeared into a room. Lan Hanlu saw the door close, and she hurried forward 2 steps. Wan Muqing watched Lan Hanlu's expression. Seeing the woman crying at the door of the ward, he couldn't understand why Lan Hanlu looked like that. Was it shock? Resentment? Her emotions were complicated, mixed, and she looked expressionless. He watched Lan Hanlu standing at the door for 5 minutes without changing her posture. He slowly approached her, but remained silent. Then, he gently reached out and embraced her in his arms. Noticing that her body was still stiff, Wan Muqing softly stroked her back. He leaned close to her ear and gently said, "Lulu, you can talk to me if you have anything on your mind. I have some friends here who might be able to help." When she was embraced, Lan Hanlu gradually regained awareness. Clearer memories from her past life flashed through her mind, how she was thrown onto the roadside and the conversation between 2 people. "All right, just leave it here. She's gone abroad to live her life. Just leave this child to me." Then a man's voice responded, "Shut up. I'll die at your hands sooner or later. Just go." Although she couldn't see clearly back then and didn't know what they looked like, their voices, tone, and similar words kept replaying in her mind. Snuggled in Muqing's arms, she adjusted herself and asked, "Please help me find out who these 2 people are. The more details, the better." "Okay, I'll make a call right now and promise to find out as quickly as possible," Wan Muqing said. After saying that, he took Lan Hanlu to sit on a chair. He then turned and left the corridor to make a call. After making several calls, he bought a bottle of milk from the vending machine and returned. Sitting beside her, he unscrewed the milk and handed it to Lan Hanlu. "I've called a friend of mine and a family member. Don't worry, it will be sorted out soon." He thought that Lan Hanlu probably knew these 2 people before, but whether they had any conflict still depended on the investigation results. The surgery for the young soldier went smoothly. Once he was out of danger, someone stayed to care for him. Lan Hanlu gathered her strength and discussed the orphanage matters with the hospital. The director was very willing to cooperate with her. Showing her medical skills here could boost the hospital's reputation and help train more talent. Plus, free treatment for orphanage children would benefit the hospital's reputation and the country's future funding approval. When she got into Wan Muqing's car, her exhaustion finally hit her. She leaned back against the seat and looked out the window in silence. She didn't want to say anything. Wan Muqing did not disturb her, only occasionally glancing with gentle concern. He always thought Lan Hanlu was strong and independent, but when she showed a little vulnerability, he wished he could take her place. He wanted to pamper her so she could be carefree, relaxed, and focus more of her attention on him. Thinking about how people who often smoke tend to do so when stressed, he couldn't help but lick his lips and loosen 2 buttons of his shirt. He slightly lowered his head to look at his hands on the steering wheel. He used a bit of force, causing the veins on his hands to stand out slightly. Compared to the other man earlier, he believed his appearance, build, and background were just as good, but his hands seemed rougher. It was understandable. Years of holding guns and training had created calluses that peeled away layer by layer, only to be covered again. Unlike the boy who had just entered university, his hands lacked a delicate, fair quality. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth a little. This woman was flirtatious, always attracted by beauty, and spoke more softly to attractive people. He then reached out and touched his face, which had some tiny scars from old injuries he hadn't paid much attention to. He heard that Sheng's young master had a scar-removing ointment, and he considered asking for some. He could sense the subtle, fleeting glances from Wan Muqing. Lan Hanlu could feel it, but after a moment, she wondered what was going on. Sometimes he looked at the steering wheel, sometimes he was touching his face. Could it be that handsome people tend to be a little narcissistic? But she couldn't blame him. Yuan Dashao was indeed good-looking, with a refined yet masculine appearance. His bronze skin didn't diminish his attractiveness, it added a touch of charm. His thoughts drifted away, and the earlier gloom disappeared. His stomach started to growl. "Wan Muqing, let's find a place to eat."
"I'm really hungry," she said.
Hearing her request, Wan Muqing happily agreed. He turned the steering wheel and headed toward a restaurant. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, she received a call from Wan Muqing. With her permission, he came to her hotel room. Without saying much, he brought over a thick stack of documents. Lan Hanlu took a deep breath and opened the files. The couple's names were Zhao Anping and Liu Shuiyan. They had a son and a daughter and now ran a moving company. Zhao Anping was injured in a car accident when he rolled over. Moving forward, Liu Shuiyan has a cousin named Liu Qingqing, who accidentally got pregnant 30 years ago. After giving birth, she went abroad. She entrusted her child to Liu Shuiyan to care for. Because of caring for this child, Liu Shuiyan neglected her own child, who tragically died 7 days after birth. When Liu Qingqing established herself abroad and returned to take her daughter back, she still remembered her cousin. She funded her cousin's company and took good care of her. When Wan Muqing arrived, he also looked at these documents. The files included photos of these people, so he had some guesses. After all, Lan Hanlu and Liu Qingqing look very similar in their features. If the biological daughter in the documents resembles her by 2 or 3 points, then Lan Hanlu probably resembles her by 5 or 6 points. Lan Hanlu put down the file, took a deep breath, then turned to Wan Muqing. "Who is that man?" she asked. She wasn't trying to find her biological parents. She is already 29 years old. Considering her experiences, she can enjoy family, love, and friendship as long as they are there. If not, it doesn't matter. But she mainly wants to find out to prevent future problems, so that no one suddenly appears claiming she should recognize him as her father or mother. Wan Muqing heard this and rubbed his face harshly with his hand. "What's wrong? Is it something you can't say? Or something hard to say?" Lan Hanlu frowned slightly at his reaction. Wan Muqing then took out another file and placed it in front of her. Lan Hanlu hesitated as she picked it up. If this file wasn't impactful, Wan Muqing wouldn't be so conflicted. She opened the file, which recorded some details about Liu Qingqing. Liu Qingqing got into university, but couldn't afford to attend because her high school was funded by donations from the villagers. She planned to go out to work first to save enough tuition. She worked all day in a factory and went out at night to buy some daily necessities. Because she was pretty, she was stopped by 2 troublemakers. Luckily, a boss saved her. They fell in love, and surprisingly, she became pregnant. However, this boss was married with children. His wife was also in an arranged marriage, but they treated each other with respect and lived fairly well. His appearance disrupted their peaceful life. Their marriage proved their family's strength and mutual interests. I heard that 2 people are getting a divorce, so the family naturally wants them to go back. When they return, they get into a car accident. Both of them die. After the families handle their affairs, they find Liu Qingqing, who has just given birth. The other side offers her some money to take the baby away. Liu Qingqing, being young, is heartbroken to hear that her loved one has passed away. How can she let the loved one's child leave her? She strongly refuses. Since the other person is a girl and an illegitimate child, they don't push further. Liu Qingqing doesn't want to stay here and be sad, so she decides to go abroad. But the baby is too young, so she asks her cousin to help take care of the child for a few years. That's the story. The real truth is actually known to Lan Hanlu, but her father surprisingly calls Sheng Yuchuan. If she remembers correctly, Sheng Lindong's father is Sheng Yuchuan. As Lan Hanlu looks at this, she suddenly starts to laugh. The world really played a big joke on her. She throws the document back onto the coffee table. "Can you help me contact Ms. Liu Qingqing?" Wan Muqing looks at her serious expression and nods. Lan Hanlu explains further, "Those 2 people abandoned me. I can't just let them go. If Ms. Lu supports me, she will naturally take action against them. If he still protects these people, I will take matters into my own hands to seek justice. Wan Muqing feels a bit distressed for her. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. I will help you. With me here, no one will treat you unfairly. He's quick to seize any opportunity, but since he has a good relationship with the Sheng family, he hesitates and asks, should we notify the Sheng family? Lan Hanlu looks at him in surprise.
Why should we notify them?
If they want to find that child, with their resources, they would have found him long ago. Over the years, they've ignored that child, treating him like a stranger and not contacting him at all. Her words aren't full of resentment. Besides the couple who abandoned her, she doesn't hold grudges against anyone. Even her biological mother doesn't acknowledge her, and she's already grown up. What mother is she still looking for? It might be better to be a stranger from now on. But don't come begging me, since we don't have much of a relationship. Oh, she said many times. She's just naturally cold and indifferent. Wan Muqing wants to say something but hesitates and finally gives up. After all, he has no standing to take sides. He stood up and said, I will contact Ms. Lu. Once she understood the situation, it was just a small matter at Lanhan Road, and it was over. She had already started to get busy. First, she gave a health check to the children at the orphanage. Both serious and minor patients were arranged for treatment. The hospital specially assigned her 2 assistants, and she was very generous when they asked questions. The busier she was, the faster time seemed to pass. When she received a call from Ms. Lu, 10 days had already gone by. During this time, she also had her blood drawn once. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lan Hanlu had a premonition and waved to her assistant before answering directly. Hello, this is Lan Hanlu. After she introduced herself, there was a long silence from the other side. She was busy herself and not very patient. Seeing that the other side still didn't speak after a while, she said directly, if you have something to say it quickly. If not, I'll hang up. I'm busy here. The other side was brought back to reality by her words. I am Lu Qingqing. Okay, what's the matter? Her question was met with silence again. Just as she was getting impatient and about to hang up, Ms. Lu spoke again. I've already found out what happened. And then there was a click of a lighter, and after a moment, she heard, I will handle the couple. I will give you an explanation. After a long pause, she asked directly, is that all? There was probably a puff of smoke, and a faint breath came through the phone. Anna. This time, Lan Hanlu didn't rush to ask her, but waited quietly. The person on the other end took a deep breath. Anna doesn't know anything. I've been grateful for her company all these years. Beep. Lan Hanlu hung up the phone directly and blocked the number. She completely erased this person from her mind. She could understand Ms. Lu's feelings. That fake daughter might have been her emotional support all these years. She raised her from a small child to an adult. Not to mention a person, even a dog would be hard to give up. But what does all this have to do with her? She never expected to receive her mother's love. So, who does she love? And what does it matter to her? After the children at the orphanage were properly treated, Lan Hanlu was ready to go back. The remaining routine treatments could be handled at the hospital. She greeted familiar people, including Wan Muqing, then took a car to the airport. She was about to return to Beijing and felt much better about her life after the trip. When she came out of the airport, Liang was waiting in his car. He drove her to the warehouse and then left, as requested by Lan Hanlu. Liang didn't show any surprise or ask questions. He simply turned and left. Lan Hanlu sorted the items Liang brought back into categories and placed them into containers, then stored them in the storage compartments. She then ordered a ride through an app and went straight home. After taking a shower and tidying up, she brought some gifts and drove to her master's small courtyard. When she arrived and was taking things out of the car, the gate opened. Lulu's back. Come quickly. Perfect timing. I just made some pork rib soup, Aunt Sun's cheerful voice called out. Uncle Sun hurried out to take the items from her hands. The anxiety and impatience she had been feeling suddenly disappeared. Lan Hanlu's smile grew brighter. It's better to arrive early than late. I'm starving, so I want to try the pork rib soup first. What is Master doing? What am I doing? I've been waiting for you. Hurry up and come in. What are you chatting outside for? Her master was eager and came over, standing at the door and speaking directly. Master, I brought you something good this time, she said, stepping inside and linking her arm with his. What is it? Young girls should buy more clothes and jewelry. I saw a video talking about a bag called Ma that looks pretty good. If you like it, buy it. Don't always save money for me, old man.
I don't need much anyway, he said.
A warm feeling spread in Lan Hanlu's heart. I found 2 excellent medicinal herbs. They are top quality regardless of age or effect. Would you like to have some? You're quite the little girl, always with no serious business, her old master teased, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lan Hanlu giggled and continued teasing him. After feeling her mood, she returned to her usual work. It always takes a couple of days to settle in after coming back. She was busy for a while until she finished work and drove back to her community. At the entrance, there were 6 luxury cars parked. It was a high-end neighborhood, but so many Rolls-Royces parked outside still looked quite eye-catching. Lan Hanlu drove to the neighborhood entrance without being stopped, since she was a resident and went in and out daily. But just as she was about to enter, someone from the Rolls-Royce came out. They stopped her car directly. Lan Hanlu took off her sunglasses, opened a bottle of water, and took a couple of sips. She ignored the people outside knocking on her window, asking her to get out, saying her boss wanted to see her bodyguard. From the rear-view mirror, she saw a car in the middle being pulled open by a bodyguard. A woman in high heels and a white dress slowly stepped out, followed by another woman coming out of the car. The woman in the dress, holding a sunshade provided by her bodyguard, came to her car and said, "Lulu, let's talk." At this moment, the security guards from the villa also arrived. "Miss Lan, do you need any help?" Lan Hanlu smiled at the security captain. "Captain Sun, thank you. I can handle this myself." She then took out 2 cigarettes from the side passenger seat and offered them. "These are from my master. Sorry to trouble you. Captain Zhang, please share them with everyone." The security captain looked at the special cigarettes and felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head. "Thank you on behalf of the brothers." After the security team left the security booth, Lan Hanlu confirmed that the cigarettes were indeed from her master. She planned to give some to Liang. She looked up at the woman and said, "Since Ms. Liu insists, then lead the way." They were taken to a tea room nearby, not far from the neighborhood. Lan Hanlu got out of the car and followed a group of people to the tea room. The bodyguard assistants stayed at the door. Only she and Ms. Liu entered. They sat silently. After a moment, the tea artist came in with the tea set. The supposed mother and daughter didn't speak, just watched the tea artist perform in silence. When the first cup of tea reached her lips, Lu Qingqing spoke first. "Lulu, I know that no matter what, my mistake has caused you irreparable harm. After that phone call, I reflected and realized I was being too presumptuous." Lu Qingqing was a very beautiful woman. Perhaps her years of effort had paid off, and she was successful in her career, making her quite strong and independent. Her serious face contrasted with her gentle appearance. She was dressed in a champagne-colored suit, looking neat and tidy. "I'm not here to ask for your forgiveness. Since I was born until now, I haven't really done anything for you. You stayed in my belly for 10 months, but your father also paid for my nutrition. I accepted that money, but I didn't do anything for you."
"So?"
She took a sip of tea. "I just came to see you. You look healthy and have grown up well. You are successful in your career. Although there have been some small ups and downs in love, you haven't been hurt too much." Tears slid down her cheeks. Lan Hanlu took out 2 tissues from the box, folded them slightly, and pressed them on the table, pushing them forward. She gently pressed a tissue to her eye corner, then took out a jewelry box from her bag and placed it on the table, pushing it toward her. "This is something your father gave me back then. He asked me to keep it for the child in my belly. I don't know why I haven't given it to her all these years. It's like I forgot about it. But when I heard your news, I thought of this. Well, it's late now, I'll be leaving." Until she completely disappeared from sight, Lan Hanlu was slowly sipping her tea. Outside the window, a streak of orange sunlight shone on her hand. She slowly picked up the jewelry box and opened it. Under the soft light, a piece of jade amulet quietly emitted a gentle glow. Its texture was fine and smooth, like pure white fat jade, flawless. The surface was smooth like a mirror, as if it could reflect the depths of a person's heart. Lan Hanlu looked at it, then closed the box again, and left. The last time she was found by the old man, she was just a few days old. Surviving was mostly luck. She had always been a soul in an adult body. Except for when she was young and helpless, she wasn't too unhappy later. Her previous life also had a system in this one. With a storage space, she could hide things. Having someone to trust and communicate with made her feel less lonely. She wasn't very rich, but she wasn't poor either. So, her life wasn't hard. Just like Lu Qingqing said, apart from their blood connection, they owed each other nothing. They were both independent and proud. That was enough. The next day, she continued working and seeing patients. When her turn came to call a number, a very fashionable woman dressed in high-end clothes entered. She sat down and looked directly at Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu briefly recalled the previous illness and, without raising her head, said to the person, "Place your wrist on the pulse pillow." After waiting for a while and noticing no hand on the pulse pillow with her peripheral vision, she stopped writing and looked up at the person opposite her. They seemed to be about her age, but with delicate makeup and proper clothes. Their eyes were clear, giving the impression of being spoiled and raised with care. Behind her stood a foreign man. "Big sister," she said, clutching her bag and a tissue that was turning white. Lan Hanlu put down her pen and waved to the young nurse. "Nurse Sun, how many more patients are there behind us?" "Dr. Lan, besides this lady, there are no more patients behind." The nurse checked on the computer. "All right, I'll go out first for lunch. I'll come back after. When you finish the medical records, go eat too. If anything comes up, just call me." Lan Hanlu took off her white coat, opened the cabinet, took out her bag, and put her phone inside. "Let's go somewhere to talk. It's not convenient here with so many people." The woman stood up hurriedly. "Oh, okay." She was stopped by a man and followed Lan Hanlu out. They found a nearby restaurant, not very fancy, but with private rooms. Lan Hanlu scanned the menu and ordered a few dishes, then pushed her phone toward the other person. "You pick 2 dishes you like. I'm fine with anything," she said. Seeing that she didn't order, Hanlu chose a few more dishes herself. While waiting for the food, Lan Hanlu rinsed her cup and chopsticks with hot water and said, "Just tell me if there's something you want to say. You know I'm working, and I really don't have time for back and forth." The woman's eyes turned red after her single sentence. She was comforted by the man beside her and then wiped her eyes with a tissue before looking at Lan Hanlu. "Sorry, I apologize for what I did to my biological parents. Sorry for taking away your mother's love for so many years." She started choking up again. The foreign man continued to comfort her. "Did you come here just to apologize? Did you already know the truth?" No, I didn't." The woman hurriedly raised her tearful face and waved her hands. "Your biological parents are so greedy. How could they not tell you the truth to blackmail you?" This was a genuine question, not sarcasm. However, the other person's face suddenly turned red. They fidgeted with a handkerchief and stammered, "Mommy said they might be afraid I am too naive. They told me first and then I sold them." Lan Hanlu looked at him. She was almost 30 years old but still looked like she was 18 or 19. She really could do such things. "Oh, so you're here to beg your biological parents." The person across from her widened their eyes.
No.
"Mommy said they will face legal punishment." "I think that's fair." By the end, her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. She lowered her head, but her ears and other skin were very red. Seeing her like this, Lan Hanlu felt mixed emotions. Her biological mother had protected this girl very well. In such a chaotic place abroad, she was still so innocent. As for herself in the past life, never mind. Just then, a waiter knocked on the door. Food was served one after another. Lan Hanlu, exhausted from working all morning, didn't bother to be polite. She picked up her bowl and started eating. The woman inside also picked up her bowl. She exchanged a look with the foreign man and silently ate. Both of them used chopsticks very properly. Their table manners were very good, graceful, and elegant. After finishing the meal, Lan Hanlu stood up directly. "If you feel guilty, don't appear in front of me anymore. Every time you show up, it feels like you're showing off and it hurts me." Then she turned and left. After a while, the woman suddenly leaned into the man's arms and started crying softly. Lan Hanlu didn't care about that. As long as she knew the couple had been punished, she felt relieved. Life had to go on. For people who didn't matter, she didn't need to invest too much energy. Li Yong saw that his daughter was well taken care of and felt at ease. He even helped Lan Hanlu gather supplies and, on her instructions, applied for a passport. Nothing much happened until the new year. Only occasionally did Ruan Muqing contact her. Since he moved into national security, their communication had become a bit more frequent. But Lan Hanlu never gave him a clear answer. She didn't know if the Sheng family knew about her situation. When the factory was built, they still met as before. With the factory's production, the bank account kept growing. After all, the pills had already entered the international market. Sheng Lindong managed everything very well, keeping the market constantly busy and never slowing down. This included repeatedly launching new medicines, which has now made domestic purchasing a popular profession. After 2 years, Lan Hanlu is 31 years old. This year, she is spending the new year with her master, whose age is increasing. Both her apprentices and the Qiao family are very concerned about her master's health. Now, she and some senior brothers' families are taking turns to care for him. However, during the new year, she is the only one without a family coming to celebrate with him, so they don't have to be apart. This year, the first visitors are not from the Qiao family but from the Ruan family. Grandpa Ruan, his eldest son and daughter-in-law, and the eldest grandson, Ruan Muqing, arrived first. They have been visiting more often these past 2 years, so the two families are quite familiar with each other. Although Lan Hanlu was surprised, she didn't mind. But then, what they said next was unexpected. The Ruan family came to propose marriage. Ruan's mother took Lan Hanlu's hand and gently patted it to comfort her.
"Lulu, you've met Auntie twice.
You know that coming to propose marriage now isn't to pressure you. Let me share my thoughts. I've talked with Oching about your situation. I am also a woman and understand your feelings to some extent. But I don't know what other families or boys are thinking or doing. Oching and you have known each other for a long time, and he is very stubborn. He is absolutely loyal to his feelings for you. If there are problems in your marriage in the future, I, as a mother, can guarantee. Your small family owns a share of everything, including his stocks. After marriage, you will live in the house assigned by his workplace. My husband and I are often busy, so as long as you don't ask for help, we won't interfere or cause trouble for you." After speaking, Ruan's mother nudged her husband with her elbow. Ruan's father quickly put down his teacup. "You're right, Auntie. I have no objections," he said. Lan Hanlu felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. She looked at her master, Qiao Lao, who cleared his throat. "Lulu, I also hope you can start a family. I want you to have a place to belong in the future. I hope you find someone to warm your heart and keep you company. I want you as a girl, not to live so exhausted." Muqing's parents have been watching over him since he was young. From family background to character, everything is reliable. To be honest, when you got married and moved in, you found that their family was not as I described. While my master is still alive, I can still support you. Of course, if you don't want to marry, that's okay too. My master can support you, so feel free to do what you want. Old Master Qiao waved his hand generously. Seeing his master like that, Lan Hanlu felt a bit touched. At this moment, Ruan Muqing quickly expressed himself. "Lulu, I know that in both appearance, personality, and family background, I am not the best among those pursuing you. But I will definitely respect you the most. Please rest assured, I will not let you lose." Hearing his confession, Lan Hanlu lowered her eyes and thought deeply. If she married this person, could she bear the consequences of an unhappy marriage or family? Yes, she could. In this life, she is not as easily controlled by societal rules as in her first life. Also, her master probably hopes she'll get married. Since he nodded and agreed that day, Aunt Sun, uncle's son, and their Wan family started preparing. This matter caused a big stir in the upper circles. After all, the Wan family is top tier. Because of her medical skills and the pharmaceutical factory, Lan Hanlu became very popular. The wedding was so lively, it was hard to describe. Old Master Qiao even divided his assets. The top 3 apprentices each received some antiques as souvenirs. The younger members of the Qiao family also got some antiques, jewelry, and cash. Close friends were given property and shops. He kept the courtyard house he lived in for himself, saying, "It's no use to you. None of you are studying medicine. This small courtyard is for learning medicine and doing good deeds." Many people disagreed with this division, but since it was the old man's property, he had the final say. If you had opinions, you had to keep them to yourself. The old man's requirement for Lan Hanlu was that son aunt and son uncle could enjoy their old age peacefully. Since he didn't give these things, Lan Hanlu planned the same. Also, Ms. Lu Qingqing wanted to give him a manor and shares in a company. Lan Hanlu couldn't accept these. However, Sheng Lindong gave her a big gift, a 5% stake in the pharmaceutical company. The transfer document was hidden in a jewelry box. This made Lan Hanlu suspect he might know something. She called him, but before she could ask, he spoke first. "Please do not send back the message. Our company relies on you now, and giving you these shares is to prevent you from becoming a housewife. Hurry up, work hard, study the products more, because the company's profits are your profits." Since the day she got married, Lan Hanlu has been preparing to have children. She couldn't refuse to have kids after marrying Wan Muqing. The Wan family has Wan Muqing and his cousin in the military, but his cousin is in a non-combat role. 2 months later, she confirmed she was pregnant, and after discovering she was expecting triplets, Lan Hanlu immediately stopped working and returned to her father-in-law's courtyard. The courtyard is quite large, with many people taking care of her, including a few retired soldiers, her father-in-law's bodyguards, and staff to look after her daily needs. It's in the same alley as old Qiao's courtyard. Since Wan Muqing is sometimes busy and can't always be with her, and her in-laws are also busy, living here keeps her close to her master and away from those who want to prescribe multiple pregnancies. Yes, that's how it is. When she found out she was expecting multiples, many people started asking her about it, directly or indirectly. Lan Hanlu does have multiples, but can this kind of information be made public? Her family has top traditional Chinese medicine experts, so taking care of her during pregnancy is natural. The triplets were born early. Her master came to help, and the 2 elderly Wan were also very insistent on being involved. The only one missing was the father of the children. The triplets chose a good day, National Day. Wan Muqing was so busy that he only managed to call her in his spare time. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law were also busy and couldn't come back. Ruan's father felt a bit embarrassed and thought he was a bit inferior in front of old Qiao. He thought about giving the courtyard he owned to Lan Hanlu after the children were born. But even then, old Qiao scolded him. After giving birth, she returned directly to old Qiao's courtyard. Actually, the courtyard was transferred to her name. Before the children turned 3, Lan Hanlu stayed at home seeing patients. After they started kindergarten, she officially went back to work. People always feel that time is hard to endure, big or small things. But when you grow old and have white hair, you realize that life passes so quickly. As Wan Muqing took on more responsibilities, she also gained protection. Liang managed a trading company, and the supplies they collected were almost enough. The children were ready to take over, so she completely let go of her work and occasionally went traveling with friends and sisters. She was living quite freely. After 2 years of this life, Wan Muqing quickly decided to hand over his work and started following her. Whenever he followed behind, more people gathered around him. Lan Hanlu didn't like him much, but he refused to go back. He was very jealous. He also felt that Lan Hanlu liked young, handsome men. If he wasn't waiting for a successor, he would have followed her long ago. Now that he was following, why was he still being chased away? He also said that the photos he took weren't as good as those taken by the young man. He couldn't see any difference. So, the couple was talking on the phone, one in the living room, one in the bedroom, one calling their daughter and the other calling their son. They were complaining about each other's unreliable behavior. "Daughter, do you think your mom dislikes me because I'm old? She definitely went shopping today, and she even said we have an age gap. Son, can you get your dad to go back? Aren't you busy? Ask him to help you with some work. He's so annoying, always trying to control everything. When I look at him perform, he looks so gloomy." A confident young woman advised, "Dad, don't overthink. Among people your age, in terms of looks and figure, no one can compare to you. People who criticize you are just jealous. Jealous that you look young, jealous that you have a wife as beautiful as Mom. Besides, the better my mom takes care of herself and looks younger, the more it proves you've taken good care of her, right? It shows how much you love her." Meanwhile, a slightly gloomy male voice responded, "Mom, just let Dad follow you. No matter how annoying he is, he still has to listen to your arrangements. And besides, your dad doesn't feel comfortable when you go out alone. The first 2 years when he didn't follow you, he couldn't stop talking about it. Maybe you and Dad should go back to Beijing for a couple of days. When we have time, the three of us can find a moment to go shopping together." Before the words finished, the call was hung up. This happiness was completely gone. Just as the soul gained awareness, screams filled his ears. Although he knew he was going to be transported to this world, the disgust in his heart didn't lessen. After enduring the discomfort, he opened his eyes and looked around the dormitory. Lan Honglu couldn't help but think to herself. She wasn't sure if it was the original main system or the consciousness of each world, but every time she returned, her opportunities were not very good. Now, the world has entered a state of chaos. The last time she traveled here was 3 years ago. The family structure is quite complicated. There are 4 people in the family: her mother, herself, her stepfather, and a boy who is 2 years older than her. It is a blended family. Her parents are working on a construction site, and her mother also takes care of the children and runs a night stall in the evening. They rent a small house, and with 2 children in school, life is very tight. They try to save some money each year for college tuition or future medical expenses. She came here after going to deliver food to her stepfather at the construction site. She saw him get hit and killed by a falling steel pipe. She fainted immediately. When she woke up again, she found herself in this new world. Her stepfather had died, and the construction company paid some compensation, but not much because he wasn't wearing a safety helmet as required. This incident also affected her older brother, who didn't do well on the college entrance exam and only got into a local university. Her mother split the money they received, giving half to her brother to save, and used the rest to rent a small shop to open a supermarket. The shop was only about 28 square meters. Her mother put up a sunshade outside to display refrigerators and fruits, and inside there were some groceries. In her previous life, Lan Hanlu was distant from her older brother, even though he was kind and caring. Because of Gu Xingji, she kept a cold distance from him, despite his good intentions. The next year, she managed to get into a university in Beijing. Having lived there for many years, she felt familiar with the place. She believed that with her abilities, she could earn enough money quickly to bring her mother over. She planned for her mother and brother to come over for the new year and to discuss her mother staying there. But suddenly, a zombie virus outbreak happened. Her mother, overworked and in poor health, turned into a zombie. She had a fever, but also awakened a mental-type supernatural power. Her older brother, named Pei Ziyu, was a responsible man. He had always taken good care of her and even helped with chores. When life was tough, he would pick up trash to sell for money to buy school supplies. When the apocalypse arrived, he also awakened a metal-type supernatural power. When he woke up and confirmed his ability, the first thing he did was call home. No one answered. He felt something was wrong. Then he called his sister. She answered, saying she had a fever, and her classmates in the dormitory were not there. He comforted his younger sister, telling her to take medicine first and then quickly go home. Seeing that his stepmother had turned into a zombie, he didn't hesitate. He simply picked up a car on the road, gathered some supplies, and headed to the capital city. At that time, the country was not completely in chaos, but many soldiers had already become zombies or were sick with fevers. The zombie virus spread very quickly to people without special abilities. By the time the government announced various measures, about 60 to 70% of the population had turned into zombies. Some of these were infected by the virus, while others were bitten or scratched by newly created zombies. Things happened very suddenly. Although the government was trying to coordinate rescue efforts, they first had to clean up internally. Once the military forces in different areas completed their inspections, the virus outbreak was unstoppable. Many people hid, afraid of becoming zombies themselves. But Pei Ziyu didn't hide. He didn't even think twice. He immediately looked for his sister. She was the sister he had raised since childhood. Although they had grown apart a bit in the past 2 years, he understood that teenage girls are sensitive and didn't pursue it further. He knew that if the outbreak was serious and his sister was left alone in the city, what kind of danger she would face. Normally, it would take about 5 or 6 hours to drive to the city, but this time, Pei Ziyu drove for 4 days before reaching it. Then, he spent another 2 days getting to the school. In his previous life, Lan Hanlu had been unconscious for 2 days before waking up. After that, she experienced intermittent dizziness and headaches. She survived on instant noodles, snacks, and small bread in the dorm until Pei Ziyu came to find her. Once he found her, Pei Ziyu planned to take her north, where there was a military base on the plains. At that time, Pei Ziyu was already injured. He had special abilities, his metal element powers were strong, and his physique was better than that of ordinary people. So he kept fighting to protect himself. He kept telling her to leave the city quickly and head north to the military base. At that time, because he had awakened his mental powers, his physical strength hadn't improved much. He had to rely on his brother's desperate protection to escape safely several times. But just when she thought they were safe, Pei Ziyu felt he was about to collapse. He then revealed the truth to Lan Hanlu, told her what to watch out for next, and gave her many warnings. After that, he ran back into the city alone. Lan Hanlu was completely stunned. During this disaster, the person she relied on as family turned into a zombie. She couldn't accept it and wanted to go back to find him. If a passing military team hadn't saved her in time, she might have been eaten. She followed these soldiers as they moved from place to place. As her mental strength improved, it became more useful. She decided to join the army and started doing missions with them. After a meteorite fell and the pandemic broke out worldwide, the first to show symptoms were the strongest and the weakest people. The strongest gained special abilities, while the weak turned into zombies. Lan Hanlu was among the second group to show symptoms, a day or 2 later than Pei Ziyu. The outbreak was sudden, with a wide infection range, and emergency plans were limited. The first places to fall were big cities, mainly because of dense populations and poor defenses. A year later, when they passed through Beijing, she saw Pei Ziyu as a zombie. He didn't attack her immediately, but watched her for a long time. Then, he took the heart from a corpse, bit into the rotten part with his mouth, and handed the remaining heart to her. Seeing her brother, who was dirty and broken, Lan Hanlu felt a sharp pain in her heart. Their family sold fruit, but it was often rotten. Her brother would cut off the spoiled parts and cut the rest into small pieces on a plate. He still remembered his sister. In the end, Lan Hanlu was pulled onto a vehicle by her teammates and escaped. She watched Pei Ziyu, mixed among a group of zombies, chasing after the car. When their convoy was attacked by zombies, Pei Ziyu tried to get close to her, but ultimately disappeared in the explosion of the vehicle's bombs. Lan Hanlu knew Pei Ziyu had some awareness. It wasn't just because of her. Even as a zombie, he might not have died so quickly. After Pei Ziyu was struck by lightning and died, Lan Hanlu completely lost the will to live. If it weren't for some stored items in her storage box, she would have already wanted to die. Seeing the scene, she was ready to say goodbye to the world. She didn't know how many days had passed since the full outbreak of the apocalypse, but it couldn't be more than 3 days. She took out her phone, which still had some battery, after a long time. She realized she had been unconscious for a day and a night. She quickly tried to call Pei Ziyu. The phone signal was almost gone, and I couldn't make any calls. It would have been better if I had come back a few days earlier, even just 3 or 4 days earlier. She struggled to get up, feeling weak. First, she took out a large box from the space, then found some pills and swallowed them. Maybe because she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 or 3 days, her body was very weak, and swallowing the pills hurt. She then took a cabinet and took out a bottle of milk, drinking half of it first. She leaned against the bed for a while, finally feeling a bit stronger. She took out some snacks, ate 2 pieces, and drank the remaining milk. She needed to recover her strength quickly, or she might not survive outside. She put away 2 cabinets, then took out another cabinet and put on a combat suit. She went to the bathroom, but the water was already shut off. Using water from the space, she cleaned herself, then changed into the combat suit. She braided her hair into pigtails, put on a helmet, and wore a raincoat over her clothes. She took out a machete, stored her things back in the space, then put on a sports watch on her wrist. She also found a backpack filled with food and water and carried it on her back. She looked down from the window and saw a few wandering zombies, not too many. She slowly opened the door of her room and threw an empty water bottle outside. Only 2 rooms had loud banging sounds. The others seemed empty, with no one inside. She took the key to the electric scooter from the drawer, unlocked the door, and left. She needed to meet her brother quickly to prevent him from getting hurt or turning into a zombie. She went downstairs, found her electric scooter, and turned it on. The noise was usually not loud, but now it was very sharp. The basic zombies only relied on smell and hearing, so the noise naturally attracted their attention. Some zombies had already started to approach slowly. However, zombies at this stage were very slow. Lon Hanlu looked at the electric scooter and twisted the throttle, then sped off. Someone upstairs might have noticed her movement. They were waving sheets and towels, shouting loudly, "Hey, can you take me with you? Send me home and I'll give you 1 million. At this time, as long as someone was willing to help and was careful, killing zombies wasn't too hard. If 4 or 5 people formed a cautious team, they could leave the school as long as they avoided getting hurt. With the internet so developed, even those who didn't read novels watched movies, and those who didn't watch movies listened to people talk. They knew a little about zombies, but few dared to go out and take risks. Swatting away the snarling zombies behind her, Lon Hanlu followed the route her brother mentioned last time. Her space contained many customized cars. She could drive if she wanted, but she was worried about getting stuck in traffic. Electric bikes are more agile, but her current bike only had enough battery for 2 more rides. It wouldn't last long, but luckily, she was prepared in her space. Once she arrived in this world, she felt a sense of urgency. She didn't want to waste any time. When her bike reached the school gate, she couldn't go any further. There were many zombies gathered at the entrance. Some were even eating corpses. She thought she could adapt well, but she still felt a strong sense of disgust. The instinct to chase after flesh is natural when one loses their sense of blood and meat. Losing the crystal core in the brain is a shortcut for fleshly cultivation, but it doesn't include humans. She stopped her small electric bike and thought about leaving it behind. She didn't want to abandon it completely, so she pushed it aside and left the key on it, just in case someone could use it. Other school gates might have fewer zombies, but Lon Hanlu didn't dare to gamble. What if she missed her brother? She drew her machete and moved closer to the gate. She took out an alarm clock from her bag, set it, and threw it forcefully. The loud, shrill sound attracted the zombies, causing them to rush toward it. Seeing the zombies run out of range, Lon Hanlu ran toward the gate with her knife. Suddenly, she heard someone shouting behind her, "Hey, wait a moment, fellow student." She was almost furious. Some of the zombies attracted by the noise had already turned back toward her. Her body was not very strong, and her mental power was awakened, but her physical strength was limited. The sudden surge of mental energy made her feel weak. She ignored the shout and tried to escape the gate as quickly as possible. The others behind her quickened their pace, some even cursing, hoping to attract the zombies away from her. A zombie attracted by their anger was cut down by Lon Hanlu with her knife. As the zombie's head rolled away, it collapsed to the ground. Zombies are like that. Low-level ones are weak, but they don't feel pain and their healing ability is limited. Later, as zombies grow stronger, their healing improves and their senses gradually return. Their obsession in life turns into their current personality. greed and resentment are formed in an instant. This is one reason why Paizu still remembers her after all this time and wants to protect her. Getting bitten or scratched by a low-level zombie could be deadly. It might also awaken special abilities, but the chance of awakening is very small. The risk increases significantly if the zombie is more than 3 levels higher than you. In that case, the chance of death is high, and awakening abilities is almost impossible. In truth, eliminating zombies is an inevitable trend. Before she died, humans in the country of Xia had already started to fight back against the city zombies. However, the main enemies of humans haven't decreased. Instead, mutated animals and plants now see humans as food. Since the end of the world, the balance of power between humans and nature has shifted. The door is open, and some zombies have been separated from the group. It's easier to go out now as long as she avoids getting hurt. Her goal isn't to kill zombies, but to leave. Near the door, there are some private cars. Some are empty, and others have zombies inside. She initially wanted to find a car with keys to drive away, but she looked ahead. The road is full of cars parked haphazardly. This city has many people and vehicles, which easily causes traffic jams. She ran as fast as she could, swinging her weapon desperately. Her chest felt tight and pulled painfully. After running a certain distance and ensuring no zombies were about to attack, she found a pile of debris to hide behind. She took out an electric skateboard and stepped on it, then sped out of the city. She wasn't collecting supplies or helping others. She was just following the route she remembered, heading outside the city. According to her guesses, her brother probably hadn't entered the city yet or had just arrived. But she didn't dare to take any chances. If they missed each other, it could be a lifetime regret. Especially since she still carried the injured knife on her head. Since her last evacuation was along this route, her journey was relatively smooth. Occasionally, she encountered traffic jams or zombie groups. She tried to avoid direct conflict with them. During such times, crowds are often more dangerous than zombies. Several times, her position was exposed by items thrown by survivors. Those people first shouted for help. When they saw no response, they used these items to attract zombies, believing that everyone should die together if they had to. Although she was angry and capable of fighting back, now is not the time. She tried to pass each intersection and block quietly and quickly. Her space was also full of things, so she had to find ways to make noise to attract some zombies away. The remaining zombies she couldn't shake off, she would eliminate directly. Fortunately, her mental powers helped her succeed smoothly. In her previous life, her soul strength was weak, and although her mental abilities were stronger than others when awakened, they were still limited at level 1. Now, her current power level is probably around level 2 peak. Her mental strength can be projected outward, with a range of about 10 meters. Although human eyesight can see beyond 10 meters, mental power is more useful when separated by buildings. But that's okay. As her mental strength grows, it will double in power. When she looked at the time, it was just past 1 p.m., but now it was already after 6 p.m. Since the sky was always gray and gloomy, she didn't pay much attention. As soon as she stopped, she was trembling all over. She looked around and found a small shop. It sold some jewelry and accessories. Usually, such shops had many customers, but at this time, few people came because there was nothing useful inside. She looked at the wandering zombies inside and used her mental power to check. There were about 6 zombies inside. Lan Hanlu took a deep breath, holding her knife, and headed toward the shop. She quietly opened the glass door. Then she made some noise from a distance. 3 zombies came out, and she waited until they wandered farther away. She then entered with her knife and killed the remaining 3 zombies. The shelves provided good cover, making it easy. Afterward, she lowered the rolling shutter door, took out her flashlight, and carefully checked inside again. Sure enough, there was still a zombie in the back break room. Lan Hanlu aimed her flashlight at the door of the break room. Using her mental power, she checked inside and saw 2 zombies. Once she confirmed their positions, she clenched her Meow dagger tightly and kicked open the door. A somewhat dirty zombie lunged out very quickly. Lan Hanlu was startled. She hadn't expected it to evolve so fast. She quickly dodged to the side, gripping her dagger with both hands, and slashed, cutting off one of the zombie's arms. But then another zombie lunged at her. This zombie was a bit clumsier. Lan Hanlu withdrew her dagger, slashed its head with the force, and took 2 steps back. She carefully used her mental power to scan inside again, feeling relieved. She then used her flashlight to look around the room. The bathroom was empty, but the storage room contained a completely gnawed corpse. Lan Hanlu carefully examined the storage room with a flashlight. She found nothing useful and directly pulled down the roller shutters at the door and window. She fixed the flashlight in a secure spot, took off her safety helmet and raincoat, and took a deep breath. It was summer, and staying cool in this outfit was a small miracle. Using the space, Lan Hanlu pushed all the shelves aside to clear a larger area. She then took out a camper van which just fit into the space. Outside the camper, she took off her clothes, then entered inside. She headed straight to the bathroom to take a shower, mainly to wash her hair. Earlier, in the dorm, she hadn't washed her hair in a rush. Plus, after a day of fighting, the smell of sweat mixed with blood made her feel sick. After buying the camper, she set it up. It was stocked with enough supplies for living, both for emergencies and to make good use of the space. She finished her shower, wrapped herself in a towel, and sat at the small dining table inside. She took out some food from the storage space, took a sip of water, and started eating. Her hand holding the water bottle was trembling, partly from exhaustion and partly because she was very hungry. Usually, she would have 3 dishes with a bowl of rice. This time, she ate 2 servings because she was really tired. Also, her powers consumed a lot of energy, so she needed to replenish her strength. After eating, she leaned back in the chair to rest for a while. Then she quickly went to the storage area of the camper to find clothes to wear. Not only her clothes but also clothes suitable for Paiziu. She was proud when changing clothes, knowing she had thought everything through. Unlike in her previous life, she was now prepared for any sudden situations. She worried about how inconvenient that would be in an emergency. After tidying up, she packed up the camper. She only temporarily lowered the roller shutters and didn't lock them. She wanted to be cautious so no one would find her. Since it was summer and not very cold, she simply dragged a shelf onto the ground, laid a board on top, and lay down. Covering herself with a piece of clothing, she was ready to rest. But she didn't sleep immediately. Instead, she sat cross-legged, trying to activate her internal energy, following the soul-nourishing technique she had learned. It was difficult. Different energies needed to follow a specific path, and she had to guide and clear their flow. After running this process for about 2 hours, she continued for over 2 hours. As night fell, the outside howling did not weaken. Instead, it grew more intense, accompanied by the sound of things falling, constantly testing people's nerves. Lan Hama wanted to take a quick walk around. Suddenly, she heard a series of hurried, rhythmic footsteps. These weren't zombies, they were humans, and not just one person. Lan Hanlu quickly stood up, put on her clothes, and picked up a small machete nearby. She listened carefully to the sounds outside. Quick, run. They're catching up, a man panted, clearly exhausted from running. Yeah, wait for me. I can't run anymore. A sharp female voice cried out, making Lan Hanlu frown. Shut up. Do you want to attract more zombies? Another girl scolded her in a low voice. Suddenly, the rolling door was bumped. My leg. I can't run anymore. Don't leave me behind, the woman who had just shouted loudly called out again. Awe, help her. We need to move fast. If we're blocked from both sides, it'll be bad. Another boy remembered. Boss, I don't have the strength. If she's so reckless, let her stay here. Clearly this was Awe. Don't leave me. We're classmates. How can you do this? The girl struggled as the rolling door kept making noise. This door can be pulled open. We can hide inside. No need to run anymore. The woman realized the door wasn't locked. Lan Hanlu frowned and sighed, taking out her backpack again. She sat on the makeshift bed she had set up, holding her knife across her chest. The rolling door suddenly was pulled open with a loud screech. Several people stumbled inside, then quickly closed the door again. They dragged a fallen shelf to block the entrance tightly. Then, exhausted, they sat on the ground, panting heavily. The woman who had just entered shouted again. "Shut up! Are you not willing to die with us?" She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed forward with the other. At this moment, more people entered and looked in that direction. The room was very dark, really dark. But after adapting to the darkness, people's eyes could faintly see some shapes. They saw a person sitting in a human shape. A few others quickly backed away, and one person took out their phone to shine a light on the scene. The girl across from them had shoulder-length hair braided and hanging behind her. The phone's light was dim, but under it, the woman facing them looked very beautiful. Her skin was smooth and shiny, lips red, and her clothes clean and neat. She didn't look like a zombie. However, the knife in her hand reflected the phone's light, shining brightly. "Hello, we're students from University L. My name is Zhou Qing," the man said as he stood up, one foot slightly forward and his body turned a bit sideways. Lan Hanlu raised an eyebrow at this. The man seemed skilled, probably trained in traditional martial arts. The best part was he was her schoolmate. Of course, with his handsome face and skills, he was quite a well-known figure at school. "Hello, I am Lan Hanlu. We just hid here 2 hours ago." The boy scratched his head when he heard this. The others also relaxed, glad they weren't zombies. If they were human, there was at least a chance to talk. They all took out their phones and turned on the lights for illumination. "Sorry, we didn't know you had been hiding here all along. We are being chased, so we had no choice," the man said hoarsely, clearly thirsty. "You can go to the bar and see if there's any food or drinks." "I haven't looked through it," Lan Hanlu reminded them. The others looked at Zhou Qing and nodded, then headed toward the bar. After a while, they found some snacks and drinks, shared one with Zhou Qing, and politely offered one to Lan Hanlu, but she declined. They ate quickly. Suddenly, a young man slapped his thigh and pointed at Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu, you're the one who won the title of Campus Beauty, right when you entered university." I knew it sounded familiar. "But you've been low-key these past 2 years." Lan Hanlu only focused on studying. After all, it was her future capital. Plus, programming was quite demanding. If she didn't have a great memory, she might not keep up. Yeah, I was wondering why you looked familiar," the young man said. From his voice, Lan Hanlu recognized him as Wei. "By the way, I haven't introduced them yet. This chubby guy is Zhou Hong, my cousin. Over there is Lu Wei. The girl with short hair is Qiao, and the girl with long hair is Li Shui." Lan Hanlu nodded, indicating she knew the long-haired girl was the one who had climbed in earlier. She looked clearly frightened and exhausted, her mood low, silently nibbling on a small bread. "Miss, where are you headed? Are you out shopping and got stuck outside?" Zhou Qing tried to make friends. Lan Hanlu moved the knife she carried in front of her chest to behind her. "I'm leaving the city. I just came out of school today, but the traffic was heavy and there are zombies, so I only just got here. We also plan to leave the city. Li Shui lives in a villa area. We want to go there first, then head out." Zhou Hong, who was talkative, quickly introduced himself once he saw her intentions. "Miss, do you want to go with us? It's safer to look out for each other," he said, and the others looked at her hopefully. All of them had been accepted into well-known schools, so they weren't fools. Seeing a girl who managed to reach here safely, holding a shiny knife, they thought that traveling together would be helpful and wouldn't slow them down. But Lan Hanlu didn't want to go with them. She preferred to act freely and quickly. She felt a sense of urgency, especially since she had awakened a stronger mental power than in her previous life. This feeling made her anxious, so she forced a smile. "It might be inconvenient, since our routes aren't exactly the same." The chubby guy was eager to say more when Zhou Qing grabbed his arm, sensing Lan Hanlu's reluctance. He saw she didn't want to push her, so he didn't insist. If they annoyed her, it wouldn't be worth it. "All right, but it's already so late. We can't go out now, so we'll have to stay here for the night." Lan Hanlu was pleased with their understanding and nodded. "Feel free. If you need some daily supplies, you can check the storage room, but there's a corpse there," The woman only turned to look at Lan Hanlu now, receiving a friendly smile in return. She nodded without asking anyone for help and walked to the door of the storage room, taking a deep breath. She slowly pushed open the door, revealing a mutilated body that made her tremble all over. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands. She stood at the door for more than 10 minutes, then slowly crouched down against it. After another 10 minutes, she stood up with the help of the door and entered the storage room. Lan Hanlu was very pleased with her performance. At this moment, if she wasn't strong, death would be certain. Inside the storage room, the woman found suitable clothes and shoes. When she came out, she used the faint light from her only phone to cut her hair even shorter. Her waist-length hair suddenly shortened to shoulder length. If it were cut even shorter, she wouldn't be able to tie it up, and it might block her view unless cut very short. But her original hair was too long, easy to get scratched or caught by zombies. She went behind the counter to change her clothes. With her short hair, she looked much more neat. After she returned, others also entered the storage room. Zhao Wei took one look at the body and ran out too. They searched for a long time, but only found some women's clothes. However, they also found 2 scented candles, which was very good. After all, once the phone's battery ran out, there would be no more power. Without lighting, the dark environment felt unsafe. When Lan Hanlu's watch vibrated, she immediately opened her eyes. She hadn't slept well all night because there were outsiders. She held her knife and leaned against the wall, barely managing to cope. Her watch was set with an alarm. When it rang, she carried her backpack, took her knife, and went to the bathroom. She quickly finished washing up, packed her things, and moved to the back window of the shop. She heard faint footsteps behind her. She put down her hand to open the window and looked back at the approaching person. Because the window behind wasn't a rolling shutter but a security grill, the morning sunlight shone in softly, allowing her to see Zhou Qing walking over. "You're leaving? Really not going with us?" Lan Hanlu, backlit, was bathed in a halo of light. "Yes, there are zombies already active ahead. It's safer to go from the back. As for going together, there's no need." She took out her electric skateboard and said, "I'm used to moving on my own, so I can't take care of others." Then she ignored the other person's thoughts, opened the window, and kicked the security bars a few times. After a night of rest, her strength had improved a lot. At the same time, her mind and body were working together, showing signs of becoming stronger. The security bars under her feet bent and dented inward. Seeing that it was possible, she kicked the bars again, and they cracked open. The noise attracted some zombies. Blue Hanlu didn't care about them and kept kicking harder, until the bars completely broke, enough for her to crawl out. Some zombies were almost at her, so she drew her knife and cut their heads off as she escaped. She didn't run away. If she left now, the others would be trapped here. She wanted to eliminate as many zombies as possible. Zhou Qing watched from the window, seeing her skillfully and quickly cut the zombies' heads. After killing all 7 zombies surrounding her, she turned and left on her skateboard without looking back. Zhou Qing sighed deeply. Blue Hanlu later arrived at a residential area. She wandered around for a while before finding a way out. When she got out, she realized she had come to another street corner. She sighed and hurried to the previous intersection, just to avoid crossing paths with Pei Ziyu. She skateboarded forward. It didn't take long before she started encountering zombies again, along with some humans. Today was already the 4th day. If supplies were low, people probably had no food left. This was no longer a matter of courage or fear. More humans attracted more zombies. Although she tried to stay quiet, over 4 hours had passed in the morning, and Blue Hanlu still hadn't reached her planned destination. Now she was trapped on a street, with zombies gathering on both sides. The number was terrifying. Blue Hanlu leaned against the wall with others. She looked at the shops on both sides and quickly slipped into a shoe store, heading to the back, hoping to find a back door or window. When she reached the back door, she saw 2 men there. One was trying to pry the door open, and the other held a machete, standing guard. Seeing Hanlu approach, he immediately showed a fierce expression. "Stop." "What are you coming here for?" he asked, trying to sound tough but lowering his voice to avoid attracting zombies. Blue Hanlu flicked her knife and said, "Excuse me, please move aside." The man looked a bit stunned, nudging his elbow and still knocking on the door of his companion. His companion looked back at Blue Hanlu, then lowered his head and kept fiddling. But he kept talking, saying, "Wait a moment, don't open the door. It might attract zombies." Blue Hanlu didn't argue with them. Instead, she turned to the side and stayed alert. After a moment, the door suddenly opened with a click. The person who unlocked it pulled his companion and slipped out through a small gap. When Blue Hanlu followed, they had already run far ahead. She ran after them, not because she wanted to, but because they were heading to her destination. She kept a moderate distance, sometimes glancing back at them at first, but later they ignored her completely. The person who unlocked the door carried a fire axe, swinging it fiercely at zombies. The other held a machete and helped finish off the zombies. They worked well together. Blue Hanlu stayed behind, and the three of them ran for over an hour until they reached an empty street. The street was called empty, but it was just without shops. Cars and debris were scattered everywhere, making it impossible to drive. Blue Hanlu took her skateboard from her bag and stepped on it, sliding forward quickly. She needed to meet Pei-ziyu before morning. She guessed that Pei-ziyu was injured either the day after tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. She wore her helmet and hurried, riding until her skateboard ran out of power. Then she put it away and entered a nail salon. She avoided supermarkets and clothing stores because they had many people and zombies, making cleanup too difficult. The nail salon was small, but inside there were about 7 or 8 zombies. After clearing them out, she quickly closed the door, took off her helmet, and drank half a bottle of water. She took off her gloves, grabbed a steamed bun, and ate 4 quickly. Then she took out a bottle of milk, took 2 sips, and rested for a while, feeling alive again. She didn't want to bother passing people or zombies. After resting, she saw it was already past 1 p.m., so she hurriedly armed herself again. She took out another skateboard from her space. Walking on the skateboard, she got back on track and started looking for Pei-ziyu. Unfortunately, until after 5 o'clock, when she reached the planned location, she still couldn't find him. She chose a quiet place to stay this time. She didn't even feel like setting up the camper. After a quick wash-up and eating a few things, she rested for a while. At around 4 in the morning, her wrist vibrated and woke her up. She quickly got up, washed, ate 2 buns, and continued forward on her skateboard. After walking for over 2 hours through alleys, she reached a main road. There was a lot of traffic, which also attracted many zombies, but everyone was fighting back with weapons. She saw many people using different abilities, some controlling water, others using fire, and the most powerful, lightning. She wondered why she hadn't seen many zombies during these 2 hours. It turned out they all gathered here. She entered a shop and climbed to the 2nd floor to watch with binoculars. It wasn't that she didn't want to find people, but once she left the city completely, she didn't know exactly how Pei-ziyu would come over. From the upstairs, she could see the uneven society. People say guns are banned, but she saw more than one person fighting zombies with guns. However, the sound of gunfire carried far, attracting more zombies quickly. Soon, traffic congestion from earlier was about to happen again. At this moment, a man holding a police gun fired a shot into the air. "Listen to my command. Anyone who disobeys, I'll shoot. No pushing or cutting in line. All adults, take your weapons and help block the zombies." As he stood on the roof directing, the convoy didn't get crowded, but moved forward slowly. If a vehicle broke down or ran out of fuel, he immediately ordered it pushed aside. This helped prevent zombies from coming in from nearby intersections. Lan Han, wearing her helmet, had already taken it off and was carefully observing with her binoculars. Suddenly, she noticed several people running into the city against the flow of traffic. Because they had no cars, they could only run on foot, sticking close to the sidewalk. When they encountered damaged vehicles, they had to detour. Lan Han adjusted her binoculars and immediately recognized Pei-ziyu, mainly because he was wearing the same sports outfit as in her previous life when she first met him. She was about to go find him when suddenly a few zombies rushed out from a nearby shop. A man next to her saw this and pushed Pei Ziyu away. Pei Ziyu was grabbed by a zombie, and just as it was about to bite him, the man in his hand struck something and hit the zombie's forehead. However, Pei Ziyu was holding his arm, which seemed to be injured. Although zombies are low-level, their claws and teeth are very sharp and carry viruses. Lan Hanlu was almost furious. She jumped down from the second-floor window. Holding a knife, she stepped onto a slow-moving car on the road, then leapt across to the other side. In the frightened eyes of the man pushing Pei Ziyu, she quickly finished him off with a strike. Her fierce action caused the others in the group to scream, "She's killing people! She's killing people!" Lan Hanlu ignored what others said. She grabbed Pei Ziyu's arm and tore open his sleeve. Both wounds were scratched by zombie claws. She desperately pressed on the wounds, trying to squeeze out the zombies' poison like snake venom. But from her experience in the apocalypse, she knew this was almost impossible. Although she didn't pay attention to the noise around her, the loud sounds grew louder.
Bang!
Another gunshot. Everyone shut up. "If anyone screams again, I'll shoot them," a voice commanded, turning his gun toward Lan Hanlu. Pei Ziyu saw this and immediately pulled Lan Hanlu behind him, standing in front to block her. Then he pointed to the person lying on the ground.
He pushed me toward the zombie.
"My sister is here to avenge me." Although he was 1.89 meters tall, much taller than Lan Hanlu, the man with the gun was standing on a car, so his expression was clearly visible. His face was cold, very cold, with a deathly silence. His gaze made people feel hopeless and then afraid, as if anyone who provoked him would be dragged into. "Everyone else keep going. Do what you need to do. No more shouting," the man said, casually gesturing with his gun. The others all took a few steps back, staying far from Lan Hanlu and Pei Ziyu. Pei Ziyu turned around, placing his hands on Lan Hanlu's shoulders. "Lulu, how are you? Are you hurt? Why did you run out alone? Didn't I tell you to stay inside the school and wait for me?" His questions came one after another, showing he didn't care about his own injuries. Lu Hanlu gradually recovered from the cold, hopeless feeling. Tears slipped down her face. "Brother, you're hurt, do you know that?" Pei Ziyu seemed to realize it just then. He looked back at his arm, which had a shallow scratch from a zombie. But after walking outside for so many days, he knew what being scratched by a zombie meant. He forced a smile, but it was a sad one. "Lulu, I am a psychic. I can hold on for 2 more days. During these days, I will help you gather supplies and then send you out of the city." He ignored the teammates who were also heading into the city and grabbed Blue Hanlu to leave. The reason they went into the city together was because some wanted to go home and others wanted to find their family. They just wanted to stay together for warmth. Blue Hanlu held his hand tightly and pulled him against the flow of people heading into the city. "Lulu, where are you taking me? We should gather supplies and leave the city quickly." Although he was speaking, he followed her strength, walking inside. He kept thinking he could always get his sister out before the zombies took over. Since Lulu had something to bring, he followed her. As he thought about their next plan, they crossed the traffic and turned onto a small side street. The busy traffic was gone, but occasionally zombies appeared. Blue Hanlu first bandaged his wound. Pei Ziyu focused on fighting alongside her. He wanted to lead the attack, but Lulu disagreed. They reached a quiet street. Lulu released an electric scooter. Pei Ziyu was surprised, but he saw her serious face and didn't ask questions. Because more people and zombies gathered in that area, Lulu avoided the approaching zombies and dragged Pei Ziyu toward a distant villa area. The villa area had fewer residents, and most villas had basements. She wouldn't leave Pei Ziyu behind. She wanted to find a good place to take care of him. She had a space with many supplies stored inside. As long as she wasn't caught by zombies, she could survive. In her previous life, some people guessed that zombies might develop awareness at a higher level. That was why humans, once they gained a foothold, started to fight back and attack the zombies in the city. After all, there is a difference between conscious zombies and unconscious zombies. It's like 2 different species. They no longer fear injury or pain. With consciousness, do humans still want to live? Along the way, Pei Ziyu held a knife, while Lan Hanlu rode an electric bike, rushing forward wildly. It was already completely dark, and although there seemed to be no other dangers in the city besides the outbreak, who could really be sure? Sometimes zombies would suddenly lunge out and be deadly. Using the bright lights from the electric bike, the two worked together and finally reached the villa area around 8 or 9 p.m. This villa area is famous nationwide. The people inside are usually powerful and were among the first to escape the city. But now, some villas still have sounds coming from them. One reason is that there might be zombies inside, and another is that some people might have taken over the villas. Lan Hanlu turned off the bike's lights and circled around the villas with movement, heading inside. In the apocalypse, darkness is truly complete. No moonlight at all. Unable to see clearly, Lan Hanlu took out 2 night vision devices. With the night vision gear, their situation improved a lot. They continued riding the electric bike forward. Just as the bike was about to run out of power, they finally saw a quiet, secluded villa. "Brother, what do you think of this place?" Hearing his question, Paisu looked up and examined the villa. Modern-style villas often have large glass walls. They chose this villa mainly because it didn't have overly exaggerated glass walls. Although the windows are large, the foundation of the villa is raised high, at least 1.5 meters above the ground. This is just the entrance area, which is like a 3-story gatehouse. To enter the main building, you need to climb a tall staircase, about 2 or 3 meters high. That's good because if the 2 steps are blocked, zombies will have a hard time climbing up. Also, the outer wall of the villa is designed with a water-themed barrier. However, since only half of the driveway is enclosed and 1/4 of it is backed by a small hill, it's not fully protected. The remaining part is a flat, well-maintained driveway for cars. But overall, it's not a professional post-apocalyptic fortress, just a regular villa. Lan Hanlu directly broke the lock and pushed open the iron gate. She then took out a chain lock from her space and secured the gate again. Before reaching the villa, her electric scooter ran out of power. Lan Hanlu got off and stored the scooter in her space. She and Paisu went inside the villa. The main door was locked, and she was about to force it open when Paisu stopped her. "I can unlock it. I know how to open locks," he said, seeing her surprised look. He explained, "You know how messy our neighborhood is, so I learned a bit about lockpicking when I was young." Lan Hanlu looked back at the electronic lock after hearing him. Paisu, holding his forehead, explained, "It's just a hobby. But don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal or bad." Enough of that. "Do you have a computer and a power bank?" he asked. He asked because he saw her take the electric scooter, suspecting she had awakened a space ability. He wasn't disappointed. Lan Hanlu took out her old power bank and computer. The computer was a gift from him when she was promoted to a higher grade. She connected the power bank to the smart lock and found it still had power. Since it was only a few days after the end of the world, the lock should still be charged. She put the power bank away and used her computer with a data cable to unlock the smart lock. She could have unlocked it herself, but she was a bit annoyed because of Paisu's injury. After more than 7 minutes, the lock opened. The two of them went inside and locked the door behind them. Lan Hanlu turned on an emergency light and placed it on the coffee table. "Brother, sit down. I'll check your wound," she said as she took some items out of her space. "It's nothing. No need to check. We should look around the villa to see if there are any zombies hiding, then find a safe room to sleep. Tomorrow we can go out to gather supplies. I checked the map and some reports. Once we get the supplies, we'll leave the city. You should head north," she said. As she spoke, she turned and saw Lan Hanlu standing across from her at the coffee table, staring directly at him with tears in her eyes. He wanted to smile to make her less worried, but his lips trembled and he couldn't do it. So, he silently sat on the sofa. Lu Hanlu came over and used scissors to cut open his sleeve. The area around the wound had already turned black, showing no signs of healing. The surrounding flesh looked dead, and when pressed, it felt hard and stiff. Tears fell onto her clothes. Although she had made plans in her heart, she still felt resistant to taking over this task. A warm, dry hand gently rested on her head. "Lulu, don't worry. If I turn into a zombie, you must kill me. Then, quickly follow the route I planned for you. Don't trust anyone outside." You look pretty, so you need to learn to hide your strength. Wear a mask sometimes and keep yourself a little dirty. Girls often get into trouble outside. When something happens, be decisive. Better to make a mistake and act than to let it go. And also, he choked up and looked up, trying to swallow the tears in his eyes. After I awaken my powers, I will go home, but... He gently stroked Blue Hanlu's back. I think you probably guessed it. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep asking me. Mom's health was too poor, so she turned into a zombie. Now, my brother can't protect you for long. You must be strong. After I die, set a fire and burn me, brother. Blue Hanlu called out, her eyes red as she looked up at him. When he looked back, she said seriously, brother, I won't abandon you. If you turn into a zombie, I will take care of you. Blue Hanlu saw his pupils shrink slightly. Lulu, you're already an adult. You can't be so reckless. Raising a zombie, what are you thinking? Brother, Mom is gone. If you leave too, I'll be all alone. What's the point of still being alive? Paiziu saw her serious expression and wanted to persuade her, but suddenly, his words caught in his throat. Lulu, I have no way back now, but you still have a better life. Don't let me hold you back. If you do, I won't be able to rest in peace. Blue Hanlu was serious, but Paiziu was also sincere. She was really afraid he would disappear forever, so she lowered her head, pretending to be reluctant. Brother, Lulu, although we're not biological siblings, I was raised by Mom. To me, you're like a sister. How could I bear to be a burden on you? Listen to your brother, so he won't have any regrets, okay? Blue Hanlu hugged his waist, burying her face in his chest, crying softly. In her past life, Paiziu had already noticed her emotions. Perhaps he disappeared in front of her with such feelings, carrying this kind of mood. All right, I promise you. I will personally deal with you and definitely won't let you wander outside like those zombies to eat people, she said, lifting her head to show him her serious eyes. Paiziu smiled slightly. Good. Lulu, don't hold back when the time comes. As a supernatural, turning into a zombie will only make me stronger. He didn't continue, but both understood what he meant. By the way, I haven't asked yet. Have you awakened your space ability? He asked, pretending to be curious to break the tense atmosphere. Lan Hanlu sat on the sofa, took out a box of tissues, and wiped her tears and runny nose. Actually, not really. I received my space ability last year. It's like a game backpack. Each slot can only hold 99 of the same item. She paused. I have 5 such slots. They're not very big, but later I found out I could put all my items into boxes made of the same material and size, then store those boxes in the slots. That way, I could carry more. She looked up at his expression. Paiziu was pleasantly surprised. Lulu, that's great. Starting tomorrow, we can go out to gather supplies. With your backpack, you can store more things, and it'll be easier for you. His eyes were full of hope for her future life, without any greed. Lan Hanlu felt reassured and became even more determined to take care of him. Brother, let's check if there are any zombies in the villa first. I want to stay here peacefully for a couple of days. It's not far from the city, so leaving should be easier. Okay. Let's start from the first floor. This villa isn't small, and there are many rooms. Looks like we'll be working hard today, Paiziu said, glancing around the villa. That's true. Let's eat first. I packed breakfast from a very famous snack stand in Jing City. I'll get it for you to try. He took out a storage box, retrieved the breakfast, and put the box away. After dinner, he gave Paiziu some medicine, thinking it might be useful. The two began checking the villa again. There were no people or zombies inside. They carried some gathered supplies into the living room and worked until nearly 1 o'clock before finally resting. The next day, Paiziu started to have a slight fever. Lan Hanlu gave him medicine, but it clearly had no effect. His low fever continued, and his entire arm felt stiff. However, he was very determined to go out and search for supplies today. Lan Hanlu didn't want to go because she didn't want Paiziu to tire himself out. Also, she had enough supplies from her previous life, as she had stored plenty. Plus, she only had 2 empty compartments left. This was also a painful sacrifice from her past life. Brother, I don't need it anymore. My space has enough supplies. You don't have much money. How can you use it? Besides, what time is it now? The end of the world has come, and it's going to take a long time to end this situation. Not to mention, you need to stock up on food and water. In the future, these things will be rare. Whether you use them yourself or trade them, you won't lose out, he said as he packed his backpack. Lan Hanlu couldn't reveal all her storage space, nor could she force him to stay. That would make him uneasy. So, the two of them quickly prepared, fully armed. Armed guards with small bows, a knife in hand, a safety helmet, and a full set of tactical clothing. Although it was hot, it was safer. They rode out on an electric scooter. "Brother, where are we going?" She didn't mind where they went, so she followed Paiziu's plan. First, go to the supermarket or grain and oil shop to stock up on food. Then find a clothing store to prepare some winter clothes. Paiziu's plan was very reasonable, showing he was farsighted. Lan Hanlu knew that the weather would be very unstable soon. Extreme cold and heat, earthquakes, tsunamis, and various disasters would follow one after another. It was as if the earth was undergoing a reset. Humans, as parasites, were being killed off by the earth's own immune system. Why do I say that? Because of such a powerful virus, most humans had turned into zombies. But plants and animals hadn't turned into zombies. They experienced the virus or gained enhanced physical strength or abilities. Later, as humans used large-scale weapons more and more, they attracted mutated beasts and plants. Areas where weapons had been used caused plants and animals to mutate in strange ways. These mutated plants and animals looked more like zombies, chasing after human flesh. As the two rode their electric bikes out, a helicopter suddenly flew overhead with loud noise. These days, they saw many such helicopters, all coming to pick up important government officials, scientists, medical staff, and others. However, Lan Hanlu knew this wouldn't last long. Once a magnetic field disturbance began, and after plants and animals mutated, helicopters would no longer dominate the sky. Not only that, but all electronic devices would stop working. That would be true chaos. They didn't rush to the supermarket to grab supplies. Instead, they went to a small household goods store. Paiziu helped Lan Hanlu pack away some storage boxes and useful small tools, knowing she had 2 spaces to store things. He carefully considered what to gather next. Even though they were hungry, the two only ate some bread. Paiziu didn't tell Lan Hanlu that he seemed to have lost his sense of taste. Chewing the bread felt like chewing bland dough, and he didn't even feel full. He became more eager to gather supplies. They arrived at a small grain and oil shop. There were some people taking items, but few. Since these things needed to be cooked, most people wanted ready-to-eat food to satisfy their hunger. Seeing the two, everyone instinctively kept their distance, grabbing what they needed and quickly running away with their backpacks. They took out the storage boxes, cleaned them, and then opened the rice bags, pouring the contents inside to make the best use of space. They removed packaging from rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to take only the essentials. However, some items like noodles were missing. When they had almost finished, a few more people entered the shop, holding iron bars or axes. When they saw Lan Hanlu, they paused. She was at the door, organizing supplies. Paiziu went inside to see if there was anything else to take, wandering around the store. "Hey girl, why are you searching for supplies alone? Want to join us? I promise you'll live a happy, carefree life." In fact, Lan Hanlu was wearing a safety helmet and a tactical jacket, afraid of being scratched by zombies. The men could only tell she was a woman based on her shape and height. But the chaos of society had amplified people's maliciousness. The 4 of them not only spoke but also surrounded her. Everyone is a survivor. In this end-of-the-world situation, is it necessary to let desire delay our survival plans? Lan Hanlu couldn't understand what these people were thinking. "Ha ha ha, you seem educated. I like girls with culture and manners. Don't bother me with those big principles. It's the end of the world, and I still can't live freely? So what? We're all going to die, anyway. Why not enjoy life before that?" He reached out to grab Lan Hanlu's arm, but just as his hand was about to touch her, she quickly drew a dagger and slashed at him. He reacted very fast, pulling his hand back quickly, clearly wary of her. But Lan Hanlu was quick too. She cut a deep on his wrist. She didn't manage to cut off his whole hand, which was her mistake. Still, she realized that although this man seemed reckless in speech, he was quite clever. The man was very angry. At this moment, getting hurt meant something serious. Everyone knew that. Plus, this woman was ruthless. If he didn't treat his wound soon, his hand might be ruined. If he delayed any longer, his life could be in danger. Second and fourth, kill him and gather supplies. Let's get out of here quickly. He was reluctant to let this person go. Following his orders, two men charged at Lan Hanlu, one with a fire axe, the other with an iron rod. Lan Hanlu retracted her dagger into her space and drew her Miao sword. She first blocked the fire axe. The man was very strong. Lan Hanlu was knocked to her knees, but she moved her sword forward along the axe. The blade aimed at him, forcing him to let go of the axe. Lan Hanlu instantly swung her sword across, slicing into his waist. At this moment, the man with the iron rod also came over. Lan Hanlu had no choice but to roll away. The other man with the iron rod also attacked. Lan Hanlu's body hadn't been trained for combat, and she couldn't fight 6 opponents at once. Just as the stick was about to hit her, a flying iron ball struck the attacker on the head. He immediately collapsed, with one eye sunken. Inside the weighing scale used in a grain shop, there was a weight embedded. Pei Ziyu ran over and helped Lan Hanlu up. "Are you hurt? Are you okay?" Pei Ziyu was very nervous. He had found a small storage room and was checking the grain inside. When the noise outside grew louder, he quickly ran outside, grabbing the weight as he went. "Those 2 scoundrels actually killed old 3, Lan Hanlu said, looking at the man lying on the ground. The man was thin and pale, unsure if he was dead or just unconscious. Seeing another man run out, the leader immediately signaled to the others, planning to retreat. Lan Hanlu quickly told Pei Ziyu, "Brother, let's finish this once and for all." Pei Ziyu grabbed his small sword and charged forward, with Lan Hanlu following closely behind. The remaining 3 men, already trying to escape, saw the 2 coming fiercely and started running faster. Lan Hanlu aimed a small dart at the man in front, shooting it with a swift sound, hitting him in the back. The man fell to the ground. Pei Ziyu caught up with another man and didn't hold back, swinging his sword down. The man was skilled and managed to block the attack with his hand. However, his stomach was cut by Lan Hanlu, causing him pain.
He was soon at a disadvantage.
Death was inevitable, but the leader, whose hand was injured, was the first to fall. Lan Hanlu chased after the fleeing man, running far ahead. After she struck him down with a sword, Pei Ziyu arrived, first hugging her tightly. He kept comforting her. "Don't be afraid, it's over now. Lulu is the strongest. Seeing you like this makes me feel more at ease." Lan Hanlu wasn't really afraid. She just wore a helmet, and they didn't know. They thought she was just a college girl who had fought in a fight. It was normal to be scared. Because of this, they hurriedly packed some supplies and rode away on an electric bike, even changing the battery along the way. When they got home, they took off their coats and threw them into a bag by the door, then went to wash up in the bathroom, which was out of water and power now. Her space storage had plenty of water, but Pei Ziyu didn't know that. He was very frugal with everything, and Lan Hanlu supported him. The next day, they went to collect clothes. Since it was summer, they looked for off-season stock. Pei Ziyu had been collecting clothes for Lan Hanlu, but she refused, and he also collected many clothes she could wear. Pei Ziyu watched her pack diligently, and with a bitter smile, he stretched out his left hand, which was already bruised and stiff. He knew everything was beyond saving, but he still wanted to hold on a little longer. He wanted to spend a few more days with Lan Hanlu, because he truly didn't want to leave her. Lan Hanlu is beautiful, with a good figure, and when she has ability, that is her strength. When she doesn't, she becomes someone else's property. The 2 of them tried to avoid places with human activity. As the end of the world became irreversible, people's worst sides were fully exposed. Seeing others moving around and ignoring them was a sign of good people. Many people committed theft and harassment, but some made noise to attract zombies, following the principle of dying without regret. In this way, over the next few days, Pei Ziyu packed all the food, water, clothes, and daily necessities into Lan Hanlu's space grid, then brought them back to store in the basement of the villa. The next day, he wanted to prepare everything carefully. Even if after 4 or 5 days, half of his body felt stiff, and the scent of blood on Lan Hanlu made his blood boil, he couldn't help but want to bite her a few times. But he still went out to gather supplies. When he returned, he made many ready-to-eat foods for Lan Hanlu, packed clothes into vacuum-sealed sets, and checked all the weapons. Every time he was so busy, Lan Hanlu bit her lip and held back tears in her eyes. She didn't know if the future would turn out as she imagined. But she thought that things couldn't get worse than the last time, so she didn't have to worry too much. The villa's basement has 2 parts. One is a garage, and the other is a storage room similar to a wine cellar, which holds some famous wines from different countries. All the items they collected that couldn't fit into the space grid were stored here. Pei Ziyu even set aside a space, decorated like a bedroom. At Lan Hanlu's request, he separated another space for her to use for exercise. Lan Hanlu said she would do whatever she asked. Neither of them mentioned Pei Ziyu's face and neck covered in bruises, but every night before he entered the room, he would ask Lan Hanlu to close his door with a heavy cabinet to make him feel safe. Lan Hanlu also followed his request, mainly to help him feel at ease. Using the algorithm from the future, the end of the world has been 15 days ago, but from the day Lan Hanlu fainted, it has only been 12 days. After all, she was part of the second group to awaken. Yesterday, there was magnetic field chaos. Today, all communication devices are out of order, including electronic locks. 2 people saw a helicopter wobbling in the sky as if drunk, eventually falling somewhere unknown, but the loud noise could still be heard clearly from afar. This morning, Lan Hanlu found that Pei Ziyu had a high fever, and she had no way to help. She used a prepared rope to tie Pei Ziyu to the bed. She sat quietly on a small stool by the bed, watching him slowly lose consciousness, then start to convulse, with dark purple patches spreading across his body. He began to struggle violently, pulling at the ropes, banging his head against the bed. At this moment, Lan Hanlu remained calm. Until Pei Ziyu opened his eyes, his pupils had disappeared, turning gray-white. He opened his mouth and roared in Lan Hanlu's direction, his teeth sharp and drooling sticky saliva. His fingers grew tough, dark, and resilient nails. At this point, tears finally burst from Lan Hanlu's eyes, as the person she cared about most in the world was taken from her. The zombie Pei Ziyu was even stronger, causing the bed to tremble slightly, and the ropes seemed to be unable to hold him. Lan Hanlu put on protective gear and gloves. She first took out the chain she had prepared earlier, wrapping it around his wrists until the entire zombie was like a dumpling. But she didn't tie him to the bed. Instead, she cut the ropes binding him on the bed, and Pei Ziyu rolled over and bit toward Lan Hanlu. Seeing him drooling like a caterpillar, Lan Hanlu reached out and patted his head. "Look at how disobedient you are when you're human, and now that you're a zombie, I have to take care of you, but you still don't listen." Then she pulled the chain, making him stand up. Once standing, he had more room to move. Pei Ziyu stretched his neck and stepped forward, trying to bite her. Zombies need to consume more energy and blood to evolve faster. Many people infected with the zombie virus quickly develop a desire to feed on blood. They don't control themselves, so they quickly turn into new zombies. Pei Ziyu tried to control his desire for a long time, and with his special abilities, he managed to hold on for a while. Now that he is fully turned into a zombie, his desire to eat is even stronger because of his previous restraint. Lan Hanlu led him on a chain to the front, while he followed behind. She led him to the basement, a room that was cleared out to be a workout space. She first tied him to the side, then returned to the living room. All the items in the living room were moved aside. A container was brought out, and inside it a metal cage was taken out and moved to the basement, placed in that room. However, Pei Ziyu refused to cooperate and wouldn't go inside, instead chasing after Lan Hanlu. There was nothing to do but go out again and put away the container from earlier. Another container was brought out, and a large box of raw beef was taken from inside. Then, She quickly packed up the container again. It was too hot, and she worried it might spoil. She took out 2 pieces of raw beef, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds, and packed up the container. Carrying the beef, she went down to the basement. The strong smell of blood made Pei-Ziyu even more excited. The chains he was struggling against clanged loudly. Lan Hanlu used large tongs to hold the beef. She handed the meat through the open door of the cage. Pei-Ziyu went straight inside through the open door and started biting into the beef with the tongs. Lan Hanlu clipped the tongs onto the cage, turned around, and locked the cage door. She also took off the chains from Pei-Ziyu, freeing his hands. He grabbed the beef and started eating. The freshly slaughtered beef, mixed with blood dripping to the ground, looked very disgusting. But Lan Hanlu kept calm and continued feeding him. The zombie didn't seem to care about being full or hungry. It ate about 10 pounds of beef. Pei-Ziyu still reached through the cage to try to grab Lan Hanlu, as if he wanted to pull her closer to bite her. She then took out another 5-pound piece of beef. He kept eating, but after finishing this piece, she stopped feeding him. What if he overate and got sick? Zombies could go days without eating and still survive. So, she decided to let him be hungry for now. She had fed him too much today. Because of the magnetic field disruption, rescue efforts were struggling. More vehicles and people were leaving the city, which also attracted many zombies. Lan Hanlu went out every day to observe. She studied the map and planned. If this villa near the suburbs of Beijing didn't work out, she intended to move somewhere else. Fortunately, this villa was in the innermost part of the villa complex. No one was living there now, but a few other villas outside had already been occupied. Some people planned to stay here for a while others just came to rest. But Lan Hanlu believed this villa wouldn't stay quiet for long. The main goal was to keep Pei-Ziyu hidden. She looked up at the orange sky and then returned to the villa, heading straight to the basement. The basement was now completely different. All supplies had been stored in a special space, but it was filled with blood and dirt, and the smell was very bad. Lan Hanlu used chains to lock Pei-Ziyu and dragged him to the bathroom. She tore off his clothes and sprayed water on him. Pei-Ziyu was chained and kept trying to bite Lan Hanlu, showing clear signs of unwillingness. Stop moving. Be good. You smell terrible, you know? Zombies can forget about being human. If you don't behave, I'll starve you for 2 days. Do you believe me? She didn't spoil Pei-Ziyu, and now he didn't spoil her either. He struggled fiercely, causing chaos during the bath. Even with all the trouble, she managed to wash him. The next problem was how to dress him. Seeing him chained and still trying to attack her. No, he was a zombie now. She was really at her wit's end. Lan Hanlu pulled her hair out in frustration, finally deciding to be tough. She tied his hands to the iron bars and carefully put a t-shirt on him from top to bottom. She was very careful, but almost got bitten. Pei-Ziyu, just wait. When you wake up, you'll see, she said. She finally managed to put on a pair of big shorts, looking like she had just been pulled out of water. She quickly took a shower herself, then took out some food. She sat in front of Pei-Ziyu, who was locked in a cage, and ate heartily. How is it? Do you want some? Pei-Ziyu, I tell you, from now on you're mine. You have to please me. Be careful, or I'll starve you. She was entertaining herself. Otherwise, she might fall into depression. A few days later, at night, Lan Hanlu tied Pei-Ziyu up tightly again. This time, she even stuffed something into his mouth and threw him into the trunk of the car. Since the last magnetic field disturbance, Pei-Ziyu hadn't shown any signs of awakening, but he was less troublesome. They packed up everything usable from the villa and drove away, choosing a safe route. When they encountered blocked roads, she used her space to move around. Everyone else was running out of the city, but she was heading inside. At night, the car's engines roared loudly, and their headlights attracted many zombies. Lan Hanlu accelerated directly toward them, her face expressionless. The night was very dark, as if covered by a black curtain. She used her mental power while driving, feeling very tired. She finally reached the designated place before dawn. It was a small courtyard, mainly because the walls were high and the gates narrow. The alley was also very tight, just enough for two cars to pass side by side. Lan Hanlu drove over and circled the two alleys, using her mental power to scan. She confirmed that there were no living people in the two houses opposite. She chose a house without zombies. First, she dragged Pei Ziyu out and set him aside. Her body had become stronger with her growing abilities. Although he still felt heavy and lifeless, at least she could move him now. Then, taking advantage of the darkness, she went to the opposite side where 3 zombies were inside. She killed them all, then tore down some curtains and threw them outside. She also checked the surrounding area. Her mental scan was limited, but she roughly confirmed that the previous residents were high officials, so there were no people and few zombies here. She gathered a few broken cars nearby and placed them at the alley entrance to block it, creating a fake accident scene to prevent others from entering. After returning, she set up a large iron cage in the corner of the courtyard. Pei Ziyu was still struggling inside. She explored the rooms of the house. The house was well-planned and beautifully decorated. Things were tidy, showing that the owners were important people who had been taken away first, so there was no panic. However, after a long time of not living there, it had gathered some dust. She decided not to stay overnight and brought a camper into the courtyard. She also took some iron sheets from her space and sealed all the windows of the back room with double layers of metal. The windows were glass, not special glass, so zombies could easily break in. She was quite satisfied with this house. She didn't want to change it, so she needed to protect it. Fortunately, she had prepared all the tools she needed. After finishing, she returned to the courtyard. She took off her clothes outside and went directly into the RV to wash up. First, she took out some food to fill her stomach, then she used the beef to feed the creature. In recent nights, she had kept it outside. She couldn't remember exactly which day, but it was around this time that a heavy rain was expected. After the rain, the zombies fully evolved. The plants and animals that had disappeared reappeared, but in their evolved forms. Originally, Pei Ziyu was a bit irritable, but when he smelled the blood of the beef, he immediately calmed down and stood there blankly, as if waiting to be fed. "Wow, you're getting smarter," she said, slowly approaching him with the beef. She watched as he wrinkled his nose, sniffed, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the beef to eat. "It looks like you've gained some intelligence. At least you're evolving faster than those zombies. After the rain, you'll evolve even better. When I go out to hunt zombies and gather crystal cores, I'll use them to help you evolve. Don't let me down." Pei Ziyu didn't care anymore. Whatever Lan Hanlu said, he just ate his own food. But at least, Lan Hanlu saw a little hope. Fang Hanlu sat inside the RV, watching the rain fall steadily outside. She looked up at Pei Ziyu, who was unknowingly changing as he stood in the rain. First, his dull gray eyes gradually darkened. An unknown power surged inside his body, finally gathering in his brain to form a crystal core. As the crystal core formed, the zombie regained some of its senses. First, his nose was filled with an irresistible, sweet smell. He followed the scent toward the RV, his eyes showing greed. Lan Hanlu, who was looking at him, rolled her eyes and thought, how high has that Pei Ziyu leveled up in his past life? Why does he seem even dumber now? Angrily, she pulled the curtains closed and went back to sleep. The cage was specially made, so he probably couldn't escape easily. But she forgot one thing. Before Pei Ziyu died, he had awakened a metal-type ability. If he had awakened a different element, he might not have escaped the special cage in a short time. However, the cage was made of metal, and metal in front of a metal ability user was just a toy. It was a large toy, so it might take some time and effort to break free. At this moment, Pei Ziyu's hands touched the cage, and instinctively, he used his core's power. The metal slowly melted in his hands. But it was only a little. He felt hungry and weak, and a frustrated howl escaped from his throat. Lan Hanlu, who was sleeping peacefully, was awakened by the sound. She quickly sat up from the bed, pulled back the camper's curtain, and saw that the rain had stopped outside. Pei Ziyu was howling with his head held high, still in his pajamas, wearing slippers and rushing out of the camper. She crossed her arms and pointed at him like a teapot, saying, "What are you howling for? Look at what time it is. I finally had a good sleep, and you woke me up. Luckily, I don't have a heart condition, or this might have been too much for me. I tell you, if you keep causing trouble, I will have to deal with you." He looked at her shouting for a while, then noticed the crowd and saw his own change. The zombie, which used to be like a blind person relying on smell and hearing to find her, now was staring at her with its eyes. It occasionally growled, and its voice was no longer hoarse, but deep and strong. Lan Hanlu quickly returned to the camper, washed up, changed into a special combat suit, and took out 2 pieces of beef. The zombie still habitually sniffed, but its eyes kept moving. When the beef approached, it still reached out to scratch and bite, but its nails had become longer, sharper, and darker. Lan Hanlu's eyes lit up. She took a sunshade cloth and clipped it onto the cage. After tidying herself up and grabbing her weapons, she put all the messy things in the room. She placed the ladder in the corner and climbed over the wall to go out. She wanted to hunt zombies and see if there were any cores. The most likely place to find cores was probably the house, but she couldn't ignore the other person's mind. So she decided to go out and look for more, killing some zombies to accumulate good karma for the end of the world. Lan Hanlu walked to the base of the wall and used her mental power to check on the person at home. He was quite obedient, but she didn't understand why he was so interested in the iron bars, always holding them in his hand. She stopped paying attention to him and instead rode her skateboard toward her destination, a nearby elderly community. When she arrived, she noticed that there were many zombies there, but for some reason, they hadn't scattered. The elderly activity center was very large, probably renovated in the past 2 years, and looked quite new. However, now it was full of zombies. Since the elderly activity center had few resources and many zombies, few people came here. As Lan Hanlu turned the corner, she saw wandering zombies. This time, Lan Hanlu didn't hide. She immediately raised her sword and charged forward. When she appeared, the zombies clearly noticed her, as fresh blood is their favorite food. During the fight, she realized that the rain had changed something. The zombies had become faster, more agile, and their body's defenses had increased. Before, she could easily cut off a zombie's head. Now, with her mental strength stabilized and her stamina boosted, she still felt a sluggish sensation when swinging her sword at the zombies. After killing 3 zombies blocking her way, she checked her sword to make sure it was okay. Then she walked up to a zombie and stabbed its head with her sword. She examined the 3 heads carefully, despite feeling sick, but unfortunately, there was nothing inside. She then stood at the corner and took out a small jumping ball that children play with. When thrown, it lights up and makes noise, which usually attracts attention, especially now. As the ball bounced and squeaked, several zombies at the entrance of the activity center, moving faster than usual, gathered toward her. She saw that 7 zombies were coming. That was too many. What if she got hurt? So she retreated and ran toward a nearby alley. Some zombies ran quickly and followed her, while others moved more slowly from a little farther away. This created some distance, giving her chances to attack them one by one. After killing the zombies, she checked for crystal cores. As expected, the first 2 zombies to arrive had crystal cores, 2 6-sided diamond-shaped cores about the size of a fingernail. She rinsed them with water and held them up to the light. They were transparent but very cloudy. She knew these cores couldn't be absorbed. Humans can only improve their abilities by absorbing crystal cores from mutated plants and animals. Zombie cores are easy for humans to absorb, but can cause zombification. Lan Hanlu still liked collecting cores. One reason was that they could be used as energy sources, and the other was that Peiziyu could absorb them. Currently, the chance of zombie heads producing crystal cores is still very low. Most people know they can't stay in the city, so they run outside. Inside the second ring, there are hardly any living people. Lan Hanlu treats it like playing a game. She spends the whole morning fighting monsters here. At noon, she finds a slightly cleaner shop to go inside and eat something. First, it's cleaner and safer. Second, she's worried someone might discover her space. She says she hasn't seen many people, but Who can guarantee that? With so many people, a few might be hiding. As she just enters a store and wipes her face clean, ready to eat, her mental sense suddenly detects something strange. It's a coffee shop. The glass walls let her see everything inside, except for the counter and a small door at the back. Lan Hanlu plans to sit at the counter to deal with a zombie. Since she can't see any zombies with her eyes, she feels safe. But just as she lowers her head to eat, her mental sense scans the back and notices something unusual. The coffee shop has a high ceiling, and the small door probably leads to a storage or a resting room. Above it, there's a loft. On the loft, 2 girls are lying there. They seem about 16 or 17 years old, both looking very young. They wear matching clothes in different colors and have low ponytails. Lan Hanlu walks closer to the counter, aiming to get near the loft. Her mental sense extends that way. She confirms they are 2 girls, not zombies. She keeps eating her meat bun calmly. It's good that after a day of fighting zombies, she can still eat without showing any emotion. When she finishes resting and plans to leave, she notices the 2 girls are still lying on the loft, not even turning over. She finally sighs and loudly says, the magnetic field chaos has completely disrupted communication. Everyone is running outside. The zombies have evolved because of the rain, and soon the city will be overrun by zombies. Then she puts on her gloves, grips her knife, and performs a quick knife flourish as she leaves. The 2 girls hear her singing to herself. One of them bites her lip and asks, "Sister, what should we do? If the zombies get stronger, won't we be unable to hide?" The other girl, who looks very similar to her, glances at her and says, "Yes, that's right. We all have special abilities now. The zombies will definitely get stronger. We need to find a safe place outside the city." When she stepped outside, Lan Hanlu looked over the bodies she had previously fought and found that a few crawling insects were on one of the zombies. These insects were about the size of an adult's palm. They were biting into the corpse. Lan Hanlu felt a bit sad inside. First there were insects, then animals and humans. Living space was shrinking to the limit. She swung her sword and killed the insects, then used the tip of her blade to crush them, but they still didn't have crystal cores. Insect crystal cores are rare, small in size and quality, but there are many of them. In the future, she could collect crystal cores to improve her special abilities. Although she thought about it simply because of their large numbers, insects often attacked humans and animals. Large-scale insect outbreaks caused many deaths and injuries. After a day of fighting zombies, she encountered 4 living people. First, there was a pair of sisters. Although she saw them, she didn't get a chance to meet them face to face. Then there were 2 men alone. One was upstairs across from the Elderly Activity Center, and he had specially written a banner on a white bedsheet, but she ignored it. The other man carried a backpack and approached Lan Hanlu directly. He wanted to team up with her to leave the city. When he heard that Lan Hanlu didn't plan to leave, he considered staying inside the city. Lan Hanlu saw him carrying a backpack and holding a watermelon knife, with a kitchen knife attached to the backpack. The watermelon knife was stained with blood and some white fluid. He wasn't someone who had fought through all those battles, so how could he be so naive? After some analysis, she managed to persuade him to leave. She quickly turned around and headed home, worried that someone might be following her, so she moved carefully all the way. She took a long detour, rode her skateboard back, and set up a ladder against the wall. Just as she climbed over and pulled the ladder back, she noticed something was different in the yard. She sat on the wall and looked around for a while before jumping down. Then, she walked over to the cage with a look of surprise. One of the iron bars was melted and broken. It was only missing about the length of a palm. Looking at the person on the other side, who was clawing and trying to reach out, Lan Hanlu patted her forehead. Pei Ziyu was a metal elemental ability user. After last night's purification and days of feeding, he should have awakened again. Metal elemental abilities involve controlling metal, and at higher levels, they can strengthen the user's body to become as tough as metal. In the morning, she noticed he was holding onto the metal bars, but she thought he was just curious. She couldn't help but hold her waist and sigh loudly. What should she do now? A metal cage couldn't contain the wooden one, and it was pointless. If she fed him too much, he might even fight back. She casually grabbed a bamboo stick and hit his hand. "You're quite persistent. Do you want me to give you extra food?" She packed up the RV and released a container. Blue Hanlu opened the container and looked inside for a while. She took out some restraints used in mental hospitals. These were strong, but not made of metal. Using his outstretched hand to scratch, she made the restraints into a quick-release buckle and put it on his wrist, hanging both wrists in the air. She thought she had no other choice but to do this first. His abilities had just awakened, so he couldn't control metal from a distance. Maybe after evolution, things would be different. This time, she didn't feed him beef. Instead, she used a zombie crystal core she had just made, pinched with something, and directly fed it into his mouth. At first, Peiziu bit the object holding the crystal core. Blue Hanlu used the small bamboo stick to poke him several times until he finally let go. But clearly, he liked the crystal core. After eating it, he immediately calmed down, standing there blankly as if turned off. Blue Hanlu waited more than 10 minutes until he seemed to turn back on. His roar grew louder, but there were no other changes. She then gave him another crystal core. Seeing him enter standby mode, Blue Hanlu knew he was absorbing energy from it. She quickly packed up the container, brought out the RV, went inside to wash up, and after finishing, sat at the dining table to enjoy a good meal. Through the window, she saw Peiziu wake up and not cause much trouble. Blue Hanlu hurried to finish her meal, then carried a basin of water and a cloth to clean all the rooms. The first room she cleaned was a storage room next to the kitchen. It only had a small window. She decided to leave it for Peiziu. When she went out, she locked him inside. There were quite a few things in the storage room. She moved everything out without leaving anything behind. Although there was space, the scattered items were easier to carry by hand. She used wood to seal the small window from inside and outside, then mopped and swept the floor clean. The door was also made of wood, so she reinforced it a bit. Fortunately, not many people were in the city. Even now, no neighbors came to complain about the noise. The only one who would blink now was the one who would shout at her. After tidying up the room, Lan Hanlu fed Peiziu 2 pieces of beef, then let him wash himself inside the cage. She pushed the cage into that room. Luckily, the door was double open, so the cage barely fit inside, and the restraints were not removed. After closing the door, she went to clean the master bedroom. The previous owner's living conditions were quite good, but she left in a hurry, leaving many jewelry and clothes behind. From the belongings, it was clear that she was an older woman, and there was no male owner. Lan Hanlu took out a storage box and sorted the original owner's items into it. She then took her own supplies from the RV and rearranged the bedroom. She also took out the crystal cores she had gained today, 5 in total. She fed 2 to Peiziu, leaving 3, which she placed in an empty jewelry box on the dressing table. Although the zombie's abilities were improving, there were still too few crystal cores formed. There were very few plants and animals. After killing many insects, she didn't get a single crystal core. Small animals might appear after some time. In the city, such creatures are rare. They are enemies of zombies, as zombies feed on high-energy flesh. However, insects and mice are common in the city, so she must be cautious of them in the future. The next day, she woke up again to Peiziu's roar and banging sounds. Lan Hanlu calmly finished her chores and had breakfast before going to see him. Through the door, she saw that, due to the restraints, he still couldn't break free from the cage. At this point, Lan Hanlu felt a bit more at ease. She took the crystal cores and beef, opened the door, and went inside. Roar, roar, roar. What are you roaring at? Don't you dislike sunlight? Is there anything in this room you're unhappy with? If you're unhappy, stay here, she said while busy feeding him beef and crystal cores. I'll tell you, if you don't behave, I'll cut off your crystal core. Use your strength to purify properly, and don't cause trouble. She was no longer shouting all the time. Although she could only find peace for a moment, it was progress, wasn't it? I'm going out to find more crystal cores for you. You better behave and watch the house well, or else. Lan Hanlu pointed at him with her finger, hesitating for a moment, unsure of what might happen if she continued. Finally, she turned around and left, closing the door behind her and propped a cabinet against the door in the yard. Today, she needs to move to a new place. She knows there are still some living people in the city. She is afraid of hunting in the same spot all the time and being ambushed by others. She is very strong and has collected some advanced weapons. But fighting is tiring, so she tries to be careful to avoid trouble. She changes direction easily. Zombies now spread out from places like hospitals and schools where people used to gather. Some zombies wander out on their own, others follow survivors. They are not rotting in this hot weather. Some zombies are still alive because they haven't been dead long enough to rot. They won't die easily even if they don't eat for days. They just don't evolve. To kill them, you need to cut off their arms or legs, but only a head or heart removal will definitely kill them. Bodies that zombies have bitten can turn into zombies quickly if they wake up fast. If they wake up slowly, they die after being bitten in the head or heart. Even if the heart is removed, the body doesn't die immediately. To avoid counterattack, it's best to cut off the head. While skating forward, suddenly a zombie lunges at her. Blue Hanlu's physical strength is good. She jumps off her skateboard, pulls out a knife from her back, and swings it without hesitation. As the zombie's head rolls away, Blue Hanlu doesn't relax her muscles. Instead, she slowly leans against a nearby wall and taps it gently with the knife handle, making noise to attract other zombies inside. Soon, another zombie appears. Blue Hanlu frowns slightly. This zombie is improving quickly, its speed has increased, and it fears the sun less. A few days ago, zombies wandering outside during the day were few because they avoided sunny places. They only came out slowly if attracted by sounds or blood. But since yesterday, zombies have started moving in the sun. When she fights them, their speed has increased a lot. Last time, she was protected by some soldiers and didn't realize how dangerous zombies could be. Later, when she started working with the soldiers, the zombies had become very strong, and many could even use special abilities. She has a mental type ability, mainly for exploration, searching, and fighting mental zombies. She has learned many combat skills just to protect herself in danger. However, it was okay because I knew I might still travel through different worlds, so I studied a lot of things diligently. After killing the zombie and cutting off its head, I took out a crystal core. It seems that more crystal cores are forming. Today, I spent my time fighting, collecting crystal cores, and resting. Since today wasn't a scheduled monster hunting day, I also gathered some food. If I didn't collect it now, in a couple of days when the insect army passes by, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, I suddenly realized I should find a way to get some supplies from the traditional medicine shop. The insects won't leave those items alone. Some insects even eat wood. The supplies I store here can be kept safely. If I leave them somewhere else, they might spoil and attract insects or mice. I hope that in a year or two, survivors will come to collect these supplies. By then, there probably won't be much left. I passed by a clothing store and went inside to gather and pack all the undamaged clothes. Sure enough, when I entered the changing room at the back of the store, I saw that the fruits, biscuits, and other snacks inside were already crawling with insects. This was likely where employees changed clothes. Some snacks had been opened, and now many insects, some as big as a thumb, had gathered around. Since I was wearing protective clothing, I didn't hesitate. I picked up the sealed packages, shook off the insects, and put them into bags to take away. Soon, I cleared out one shop, packed everything, and sat down to eat and drink some water. Then I grabbed my knife and went to find more crystal cores. Today, I learned from experience that as long as my mental power was enough, I kept my abilities on. When I saw people from afar, I avoided them. It was tiring and sometimes gave me headaches, but my mental strength did increase a little. When I returned home, I was very careful. Nothing unusual happened this time, especially since Pei was still locked in his room. Maybe he heard me coming back or smelled my scent. As soon as I jumped into the yard, I heard Pei shouting, "Can you stop shouting? If someone comes to investigate, they might kill you by accident." At first, I just thought he was complaining, but then I realized the danger. My heart shrank, and I decided that from now on, I would leave the door open when I went out, giving him a chance to resist. It's impossible not to go out. After all, his evolution depends on eating crystal cores faster. Plus, now I can find usable crystal cores for myself. Following yesterday's routine, I fed Paiziyu with a crystal core and meat. Lan Hanlu finished washing up and started tidying up. Today, I can pack away the camper. It's better not to let others see it. After tidying the room, I moved the furniture and belongings to the yard. I sorted my supplies into different rooms based on their types. Once everything was packed, I stood in the yard, looking at this small courtyard. The old things are of good quality. The blue bricks and gray tiles look sturdy. I decided to clean the kitchen tomorrow and store more cooked food. I've eaten quite a bit these past 2 days, so I'll probably cook less in the future, but I'll try to prepare more at once when I do. I turn around to check on Paiziyu. I placed a basin in one corner of the cage, filled with some beef, and cut the restraints on Paiziyu's hands. He probably thought Paiziyu would go for the beef, since zombies are usually attracted to blood. Although Paiziyu has already eaten 2 pieces of beef, based on my observation, those 2 pieces aren't enough for his energy needs. But he didn't go for it. Instead, Paiziyu sniffed lightly and then fixed his gaze on Lan Hanlu. She raised an eyebrow. Wow, he can see now, because his hands have been tied these past 2 days, and the cage is still missing a small section. So, I wasn't worried he would suddenly rush out. But Paiziyu didn't come out. He just tilted his head from side to side, looking at Lan Hanlu as if question marks were popping out of his mind. Gradually, I stopped complaining and started to wonder. Could his consciousness be awakening? I unconsciously took a step closer to the cage. Suddenly, in a flash, the dazed Paiziyu lunged forward. His hands went through the cage bars, reaching for me. I was so scared I backed away quickly. Without thinking, I grabbed a bamboo stick from the corner and tapped his arm twice. Are you trying to hurt me or eat me? You ungrateful thing. You've used your brains on me, feeding you, giving you drinks, and now you're playing tricks on me. I hit him hard. Even zombies leave marks, but he doesn't feel pain now. He doesn't care at all, and heals quickly. As long as he has enough energy from food, he'll recover in no time. But after just hitting twice, she couldn't bear to hit again. She threw down the small bamboo stick and suddenly realized her face was cold and wet. She reached out and wiped away her tears. Why was she crying? First, it was because of the shock just now. Second, it was like caring for a rebellious child. She worked hard for him, but he still blamed her. He didn't want a wealthy life and seemed to wish she would sell her organs for money. If you don't understand, another way to say it is, she had helped a man from nothing to something, risking her life to save him. Now he didn't want her to have children and wanted to sell her to his boss, to find someone new. That was probably how she felt. Lan Hanlu locked the door carefully and used a cabinet to block it. She didn't notice that when she was angry, Paiziyu had become quiet. After he left, he stood still inside his cage, not moving at all. She washed up again and went straight back to her room. She tried to calm her negative feelings and then started practicing her skills. After more than 2 hours, her body sweat a little sticky, and her special power reached level 3. She tested it, and the distance she could project reached 20 meters. She went back to the clean bathroom to wash up. The bathroom and storage room, where Paiziyu was, were on either side of the kitchen. Before entering the bathroom, Lan Hanlu listened carefully to the sounds nearby. She didn't use her mental power to scan out of stubbornness. There was a faint noise, but she couldn't tell what was happening, so she paid no more attention. After washing up, it was almost noon. Feeling the surge of energy inside her, and not feeling very sleepy, she took out the cleaned crystal core. Today wasn't a fixed monster hunting time, and the zombies had become more agile. She killed fewer zombies than yesterday, but gained more crystal cores, 7 in total. After giving 4 to Paiziyu, she had 3 left from yesterday, making 6 in total. She finally felt a little sleepy and lay down to sleep. During the night, zombies wandered around the small yard, constantly howling. The next morning, she used her mental power to scan Paiziyu. 2 more iron pillars had a piece melted away, an improvement. She moved the cabinet aside and went inside. She took out a basin, put some beef and 2 crystal cores in it, and placed it in another corner. When Pei Ziyu came over to eat, Lan Hanlu took out another basin. She directly left the room, closed the door tightly, blocked it with some cabinets, and then climbed over the wall. Now she didn't need a ladder. With a little effort, she could easily get over the wall. She changed direction and continued to fight zombies and gather supplies. Like moving house, she felt that if she didn't take these things away, they would be ruined by the mutated insects. Now, the chance of zombies dropping crystal cores is 3:1. The more agile zombies usually have crystal cores. Today, she encountered a small team. From afar, she saw a group of men with short hair protecting a middle-aged couple in the center. The more humans gather, the more zombies are attracted. Because the road was full of scattered cars, they kept walking on foot. Everyone carried a backpack, and some held knives or guns. The short-haired men protecting others looked pretty good. The couple in the middle looked tired and dirty. The woman hid in the man's arms to avoid screaming. But moving forward this slowly was too slow. Lan Hanlu didn't want to interfere with these people, but she knew 2 of the men. One was her future team leader, very powerful with lightning abilities. However, he hadn't used his powers yet, which was understandable since his ability level was probably low. Lan Hanlu didn't step in but quietly followed them, watching as they purposefully avoided streets. She realized they planned to leave through the route he had retreated from earlier. At their pace, they probably couldn't get out in 2 days if they only walked. Forget it, she decided to them until nightfall and then go back herself. Since she was protecting them, she needed to stay hidden and avoid direct conflict with zombies. By noon, when they rested, Lan Hanlu found a crystal stone. But there was no rush. She planned to leave after 4 p.m. It would take some time to go back, and traveling in the dark was too dangerous. Suddenly, at a street corner, a large group of zombies gathered.
A few people discussed for a while.
2 stayed behind to protect the couple, while the other 4 slowly moved closer. As they approached, sounds of fighting came from ahead. Using abilities and weapons, they fought with swords and knives. 2 scouts became anxious and asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Little Tiger and his group were surrounded by zombies. The man who hadn't spoken before raised his hand to stop him. "Don't worry, find a place first to see why these zombies are here." Hearing this, the speaker turned around, climbed up to the 2nd floor by hand, broke the glass with his elbow, and slipped inside. After a moment, he came back out. "The team is with many ordinary people." There was no need for more words. The leader was attracted by these people. "Then get ready to fight. If there's a chance, we must leave quickly." He gathered his energy. He turned around and walked out of the alley, swinging his weapon at the zombie horde. Several zombies nearby fell immediately. With an opening, 2 people grabbed their knives and started fighting. But inside, people kept screaming, their sharp voices attracting more zombies. The team leader finally reached the car, angry and shouting, "Shut up. If anyone keeps yelling, I'll shoot them." He took out his gun. They didn't want to use guns because the noise would attract more zombies from afar and also attract strange beasts. This was based on many experiments at their base. But in critical moments, they could only do their best. Start the car and turn around to pick up the others. "But, leader, if we turn that way, the road is much narrower than the main road. It's easy to get blocked by the piled-up bodies." The leader looked determined. "So, you 3 drive. No matter what, don't stop the car. Keep moving forward. If anyone causes trouble, throw them out." "Can you do that?" The 3 responded instinctively. "Yes, we can. We will complete the mission." They hurriedly finished off the zombies and got into the car. As the car started, they took advantage of the brief moment before the zombies closed in. They spun the steering wheel and crashed forward. Seeing this, Lan Hanlu climbed onto a tall building and watched from behind a window. They turned the corner and used their energy to clear a path. The others got into the car. But in just a short time, the car was surrounded again. The lead car didn't hesitate. It pressed the accelerator and crashed through. Still, the speed couldn't be increased enough. Some capable zombies had already jumped onto the roof. Because of the noise from the crash and the car, more zombies came. Those who could run fast were mostly the stronger ones. If these zombies manage to climb onto the vehicles, the people inside will likely face almost certain death. Lan Hunlu slowly inserts her knife into her back. She is in a company conference room. The office is large, with a big meeting table inside. There aren't many other useful objects. Lan Hunlu releases a container, which crushes the table beneath it. Once everything is stable, she opens the container and steps inside. After a while, she comes out carrying a rocket launcher. The container is closed and then retracted back into space. Lan Hunlu looks down from the building. Besides the front vehicle, the other two cars behind it are also being climbed on by zombies. Seeing the swarm of zombies like ants behind, Lan Hunlu doesn't wait any longer. She aims the rocket launcher downward, and as the vehicle moves, she flicks her finger. A loud boom sounds. The people in the car are very sensitive to this noise and look up. Get down. The rocket launcher hits the ground and explodes. The zombies behind are killed by the blast, buried by the debris, or blocked by walls. The people in the car turn around and see the scene. They realize it's not an enemy and look in the direction of the rocket's launch. Their vision is far beyond normal, thanks to their abilities. They clearly see a woman standing at a window 5 or 6 stories high. She looks like a woman, but she is dressed in very heavy combat gear. The woman makes a salute gesture with her hand. Goodbye, my former comrades. Then she raises another rocket launcher. This time, she fires at a small alley where zombies are gathering. Although some strong zombies can still crawl out from the buried alley, the pressure on them is greatly reduced. The team leader among the group looks toward the window again, but can no longer see the woman. He orders his team, don't stop. Continue moving forward as planned. He is also wondering who this person is. She must be part of their team, but which squad she belongs to is unclear. However, considering her skills, surviving should not be difficult. They believe they will meet again. Lan Hunlu feels proud after setting up her weapon, thinking she's amazing, even though her heart aches. She has collected very few weapons, especially powerful ones like this. Although she doesn't dare use such weapons later, right now they are truly life-saving. After using up 2 rocket launchers, she quickly headed home, as there was a beast waiting for her. The zombies outside were so strong now, and she had been feeding them, so she probably wasn't weak either. If she didn't go back, who knew what other trouble might happen? She skated swiftly through the alley. When she encountered zombies blocking her way, she ran if she could, and fought if she couldn't. When she got home, she threw the zombie crystal cores she hadn't washed yet into a basin. Although the day was a bit unproductive, she managed to collect 7 crystal cores. Ignoring the growling sound she heard, she told herself, "Can you stop yelling? I'll be done soon." She took a bowl used for eating by Pei Ziyu, added some beef and 2 crystal cores. This time, she didn't open the door because she noticed Pei Ziyu knocking on the door earlier. She took out a ladder she had used before to climb over the wall, placing it against the side wall where there was a small window. Lu Hanlu had sealed it earlier, so opening it again took some effort. After opening the window, she measured the basin with the meat to see if it would fit. Then she took a basket, tied a rope to it, and placed the basin inside. She slowly lowered the basket through the window. Before it reached the ground, someone pulled it away. The window was too small, and Blue Hanlu hadn't been watching from the window. When she suddenly pulled, she was caught off guard and fell against the wall. Then the ladder beneath her slipped, and she fell to the ground. After a moment of pain, she finally felt it.
Ah!
Pei Ziyu, I really owe you one. Fortunately, her physical strength had improved a lot. Although she couldn't avoid the pain entirely, she wasn't seriously hurt. She used her mental power to scan inside. Pei Ziyu was already eating. Angrily, she pounded the wall with her hand. Why didn't she think of using her mental power to observe earlier? She got up, moved the ladder aside, and leaned against the wall, slowly making her way out. She went to the bathroom to wash up, mainly to check for cuts. Luckily, her clothes were thick, so she wasn't injured, though she had some bruises. Once the pain subsided, she ate something. Hearing the constant sounds from Pei Ziyu's room, she paid no attention. She organized the supplies she had collected today, carefully planning and placing everything in the appropriate rooms. Then she lay on the bed to practice her skills. After a round of training, her pain eased significantly, and her mind felt more alert. Curious, Blue Hunlu climbed the ladder and peeked through the small window to observe Pei Ziyu's room. Who knows? Just as she leaned in to look down, she met Pei Ziyu's deep black eyes, which startled her. "Are you waiting here just to scare me?" Hearing this, Pei Ziyu made a sound like, oh, and tried to jump up. The window was 2 meters above the ground, but he quickly climbed onto it. This time, Lan Hanlu was prepared. She stepped back. As the window was small, Pei Ziyu could only cling to it, but he reached out with his other hand. Lan Hanlu was just teasing him. She took small pieces of beef and placed them in his hand. Unexpectedly, he held the beef, retracted his hand, and put the meat into his mouth. Just as Lan Hanlu was surprised, he reached out again. She gave him another piece of beef. They fed each other like this, eating about 10 pounds of beef in several rounds. Finally, he took out a crystal core and handed it to him. He grabbed the crystal core and jumped down from the window. Lan Hanlu didn't lean forward, but observed with her mental power. She saw Pei Ziyu throw the crystal core into his mouth, chewing it like candy, then returning to the cage. He had melted 3 iron bars from the cage and climbed back inside, standing still. What was going on? Was his previous irritability because he lacked energy intake and felt hungry? Now that he was full and digesting energy, he was quiet. She used her mental power to look inside again. The other was still standing obediently in the cage. Even the zombies outside had developed some awareness, so there was no reason for her carefully fed pet to be unwell. Lan Hanlu thought for a moment and decided to try. She first went back to change into a top-grade combat suit, thinking that with a bulletproof vest, she could at least resist some attacks. She moved the cabinets at the door aside and set up a counter to block the gap in the cage. Pei Ziyu just looked at her quietly, without moving. It had been a long time, but he still remained motionless. Lan Hanlu, feeling a bit impatient, picked up a small bamboo stick from the floor. She poked him with the bamboo stick. He turned his head to look, but still didn't move. She adjusted the direction and continued poking. Pei Ziyu turned his head in the direction she pointed, but remained still. Lan Hanlu leaned on the railing, took out a crystal core, and used a military shovel to scoop it up, then held it out through the bars, keeping her hand outside. Pei Ziyu tilted his head to look at her, and then at the crystal core on the shovel. Slowly, he extended his dark, sharp-nailed hand, grabbed the crystal core, and put it into his mouth. There was no anger, no shouting, and no sudden attack on her. Lan Hanlu put away the counter blocking the cage, slowly stepped back, closed the door, and then used something to block the door again. Following the usual routine, she went to sleep. The next morning, she heard a roar as usual. She got up to prepare food for the other, but this time, she increased the amount quite a bit. Thinking for a moment, she moved the object standing at the door aside. When she saw the sturdy wooden door slowly open, Lan Hanlu and Pei Ziyu exchanged a look. Then Pei Ziyu quietly walked back into the cage. Pei Ziyu silently returned to the cage. Lan Hanlu felt a sudden tug in her heart, a strange, uncomfortable feeling she couldn't quite describe. She slowly stepped forward and placed a bowl of beef inside the cage. Throughout, she was on guard, worried Pei Ziyu might suddenly attack, but he didn't. Not only that, he saw Hanlu stand up completely and retreat to the door before walking to the bowl to eat. First, he ate 3 crystal cores, then the beef. He still ate with no manners, biting and gnawing. Blood dripped from his chin and hands into his body, but he didn't seem to care. Lan Hanlu closed the door after he finished, blocking it again. She stood quietly at the door, staring at it for a long time, lost in thought. She quickly went out to hunt. No matter what, things were turning in a better direction, so she had to prepare enough crystal cores for Pei Ziyu. She climbed over the courtyard wall and immediately a zombie ran toward her. She changed direction and ran away. She didn't plan to kill the surrounding zombies. Usually, she would just circle around them and then run away. But today, this one was particularly persistent and fast. Lan Hanlu stopped in a small alley and drew her knife from her back. Since you're so stubborn, I have no choice but to take the crystal cores. She stayed alert. After fighting with the zombie for several rounds, she finally cut off its head. She used the tip of her knife to open the head and pick out the crystal core. The size hadn't changed, but the color was clearer and brighter, less cloudy. Sometimes, when looking at it in the sunlight, a faint blue shimmer could be seen. You keep chasing me. If you just developed for a couple more days, you'd have powers. I can't use them, but they can serve as energy. She then threw it into a small pouch at her waist. As for whether Pei Ziyu can eat it, Lan Hanlu was unsure, so she decided not to give it to him. Instead, she carefully collected crystal cores that were colorless or shared the same attributes as him to feed him. When she came back to her senses, she realized he had already run far away. However, this was still a residential area. With such high walls and deep alleys, it was unlikely that there were any shops here. She stepped on her skateboard and took a long detour before leaving this area. She sped toward the place where the recent battle had occurred. Before reaching the exact spot, Lan Hanlu noticed something different. There were many insects on the ground, all crawling in that direction. The insects were of many types, and many of them looked like they were covering the ground like a carpet. They kept moving forward, and their bright colors made Lan Hanlu feel a strange chill. These mutated insects were much larger than normal, with vivid colors that made them look dangerous.
Lan Hanlu sighed.
This was the result of using heat weapons. Future mutated plants and animals would be even more so. Even if they weren't aggressive by nature, once heat weapons were used nearby, they would rush over to attack. This was the painful lesson learned from many lives lost, experience gained through bloodshed. Even zombie crystal cores, which humans couldn't use, proved this. Many experiments had shown that humans simply couldn't utilize them. However, these cores could be used as energy sources. Mutated animals could also be used. It seemed they had immune systems that could resist these effects. Later, humans and animals would sign contracts, and zombie crystal cores would become food to boost animal abilities. Lan Hanlu tightened her combat boots laces again, then began killing the large, fat insects. She wasn't interested in eating them, although many of these bugs were edible and tasted good. But she didn't lack such food herself. Her main goal was to see if there were any crystal cores, which would help her increase her mental strength faster. If her mental power increased by one more level, she could temporarily interfere with zombies, which would greatly help her in battles. To interfere with humans, she needed to be more sneaky and reach a higher level because human mental strength was not comparable to that of zombies. Humans had self-protection instincts. Ugh, these things were disgusting. When killed, they burst open with a splash of colorful goo. Not only her boots, but her pants were splattered with bright colors. But she had already taken a shower and changed clothes, and the smell of gunpowder had faded. These creatures wouldn't attack her actively anymore. Instead, the distant battlefield attracted them more, so it was easier for him to kill there. Small changes led to big ones. She obtained 3 tiny crystal cores. They were about 1/5 the size of zombie crystal cores. Although small, they were quite large for bugs. All day, she was tired physically and mentally. She felt numb. Even though she finished earlier than usual, she really didn't want to keep killing bugs today. On her way home, she turned around and entered shops to loot. Many shops had already been infested with bugs, and their food was almost eaten up. When she got home, she heard Pei Ziyu shouting as soon as she entered the yard. Lan Hanlu was not doing anything else but was at the door, talking to him.
Don't shout yet.
I'll prepare the food, and then I'll give it to you. After she finished speaking, she waited a moment. Sure enough, she didn't hear any good sounds. She used her mental power to scan and saw Pei Ziyu, quietly listening to her, then turning back into his cage. Lan Hanlu felt a sudden rush of emotion. She hadn't done anything, so she quickly took out a container and picked out 6 whole boxes of beef. She closed the storage box and put it into her space. Then she took out a bowl of meat, stored the box away, and from her waist pouch, she took out 3 crystal cores, wash them with water, and place them on the beef. Lan Hanlu checked with her mental power. Pei Ziyu was still obediently standing in his cage, just staring at the door. She moved the objects blocking the door aside and opened it. Pei Ziyu was very excited but made a hissing sound like a cat, not shouting. Lan Hanlu carefully approached and set down the bowl. Pei Ziyu looked at Lan Hanlu retreating to a safe distance, then pounced on the bowl and started happily eating. Lan Hanlu stood at the door, watching him eat. She wasn't sure if it was because she had watched so many times or what, but her eyes no longer felt disgusted, as if she had a filter. She even took an apple out of curiosity, biting into it while observing. After finishing the food, Pei Ziyu automatically took 2 steps back and stood deep inside the cage. At that moment, Lan Hanlu finally showed a smile. She turned around and left, closing the door directly this time. She didn't block it with anything. But when she returned to her room, she used objects to block the window and door from inside. It's better to be cautious. After all, it's like raising a strange little dog. Before you get used to it, it might reactively bite you. Sitting on the bed, she took out the crystal core of the insect she had obtained. The core had no color, so she could absorb it easily. Lan Hanlu sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to absorb the energy. She was experienced in absorbing crystal cores, so she only needed a moment to adapt and quickly got into the flow. The abundant energy flowed through her meridians along with her breathing, following her cultivation method. Even without the method, there would be 2 basic routes for the energy to circulate. This is similar to a person who knows how to fight throwing punches, and someone who doesn't know how to fight also throwing punches, though the skilled fighter's punches are more effective, while the unskilled person wastes effort and may not achieve the desired result. The 3 small crystal cores didn't significantly increase her power, as she was already at level 3 of her special ability, but they were much faster than practicing on her own, at least a month's worth of self-training. She decided not to leave the room, which was tightly sealed. Instead, she used her mental energy to sense what Pei Ziyu was doing. To her surprise, her mental sense found that Pei Ziyu was also at the door. She accidentally bumped into him directly, causing her mind to shake violently. Then a message came through. Angry, angry. Who was angry? Who sent the message? It seemed like she had an idea, and Lan Hanlu hurriedly tried to move the objects blocking the door. But she hesitated, unsure if she could do it, so she entered the room and stayed close to that area, using her mental energy to communicate. It was not difficult for her, since in her previous life, she had only reached this level of mental connection. What she didn't expect was that she could connect so easily with Pei Ziyu's mental energy. In her past life, she used mental links mainly to control others during battles. Neither humans nor zombies would willingly accept someone else's mental influence, so she was surprised and a little flustered at how easily she connected with Pei Ziyu's mind. Who was angry? She asked simply, repeating her question many times. Finally, she received a response from Pei Ziyu's mental energy. Sister is angry. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu covered her mouth with her hand, tears falling uncontrollably. Brother really remembers her. Angry, angry. Perhaps sensing her emotions, Pei Ziyu became a bit excited. His emotional fluctuations were strong, and sounds began to come from his room. Fearing he might get too excited and damage the door again, she quickly sent her consciousness over. No anger, be honest, and don't damage the room. She repeatedly sent her message several times before the other side calmed down, but he didn't go back into the cage. Lan Hanlu couldn't sleep and wanted to learn more about him. Pei Ziyu, why aren't you going back to sleep? She sent the message several times, probably because he had just woken up. Finally, she received a reply. I already slept. Lan Hanlu was a bit surprised. She had only asked out of curiosity and didn't expect such a clear answer. Also, she wondered if zombies needed sleep, as she didn't know that. He could only give simple responses, but even so, Lan Hanlu felt very excited. The loneliness and boredom she had felt before were gone. The next day, she woke up and still heard the roar, but she was no longer annoyed. She reached out with her mental power again. Hungry, hungry, hungry. As soon as her mental connection was made, she received a response. He had learned from yesterday and knew who was sending the mental signal. The hungry cries sounded more and more pitiful. Lan Hanlu couldn't help but smile. The sunlight reflected on her face, making her look even more striking, though no one was there to admire her. "Stop shouting, okay? I'll give you food soon." After some effort, she managed to calm him down. She then got up to wash up. When she checked, she saw that his door was still tightly closed and hadn't been knocked open. Lan Hanlu was satisfied. After washing up and not changing clothes, she prepared food for him. There were only 3 crystal cores left, so she couldn't slack off today. Peiziu, who had been lying at the door, saw Lan Hanlu open the door. He quickly returned to his cage and stood properly. His obedient look was a bit adorable. However, because of his messy eating earlier, he looked like a beggar now. Lan Hanlu placed the bowl back in its original spot. Peiziu looked at her first, then his mental energy rippled with a wave. "Eat." Lan Hanlu's eyes brightened a little. She was starting to control her appetite better. She waved her hands broadly. "Eat quickly." She was speaking aloud, not transmitting mentally. But Peiziu was smart. He understood her gestures or words and immediately pounced on the food, gobbling it up. It seemed he could understand her words. She watched him eat and then said, "I'm going out to hunt. Stay at home and behave. Don't damage anything, got it?" Despite saying it several times, the other person didn't respond. He used his mental power to communicate twice more, but still no reaction. Clearly, the food's attraction was stronger. Lan Hanlu didn't bother him after he left. She simply closed the door and went back to her room to change clothes. The temperature had dropped a bit over the past 2 days, so dressing warmly was bearable. A whole day of busy work made her feel distracted. She kept thinking about Peiziu at home. When she returned, it was about the same time as yesterday, a little earlier than the previous days. As she climbed over the wall, she saw Peiziu wandering in the yard. Her voice caught his attention. He turned to look at her, froze for a few seconds, then ran into his own room and shut the door. When Lan Hanlu frowned and opened the door, she found he was already back in his cage. "Haha, such a clever kid since childhood, but you sure have a lot of tricks. Did you come out yesterday too?" Whether she was sarcastic or direct, the other person stood there like a simple zombie, unmoved. What made her most angry was that when she tried to connect with his mental power, he refused. She couldn't hear his voice for a long time, and there was no mental connection. Peiziu slowly looked up, glanced at Lan Hanlu, then lowered his head as if nothing happened. Her frustration boiled over at his actions. Her guard against him dropped to almost nothing. She took 2 steps forward and patted him twice. "Are you using all your clever tricks on me? You're just trying to annoy me on purpose." When she felt the real touch from her pats, she suddenly remembered he was a zombie. But seeing him standing there, emotionless like a corpse, made her even more annoyed. She took a deep breath and turned to leave. Getting angry at such a thing was just crazy. Lan Hanlu thought Peiziu's intelligence now was probably like that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, and he seemed to have some potential as a mischievous kid. She took out a package of clothes and went straight into the bathroom to wash up. After finishing, she saw Peiziu poking his head into his room. When she turned to look at him, he quickly shrank back. Her mental power moved over, and she saw him hurriedly run back into his cage and stand still. All right. Lan Hanlu didn't pay attention to him. That day was not easy. She quickly took out some food to fill her stomach and restore her energy. She deliberately placed a small square table in the yard to eat slowly, facing Peiziu's room. Soon, she saw the dark room, sometimes a head peeking out. Lan Hanlu continued eating casually. Peiziu didn't show much reaction, so she couldn't tell what he was thinking. His sneaky behavior was really hard to watch. Feeling half full after eating half a bowl of rice, she placed the bowl on the table with a clear sound. Peiziu immediately turned around and ran back to his room. Lan Hanlu ignored him. After finishing her food, she prepared some supplies for him and sorted the collected items into different categories in the room. She wandered around the yard, using her mental power to scan the area and leave some anchor points. This could help prevent insects, mice, and ants from attacking. Of course, when a real insect or rodent outbreak happens, this method won't work. Only in cities invaded by zombies, large-scale disasters are less common because, in a way, these creatures are also food for zombies. Lan Hanlu took out a bowl of beef and cleaned crystal cores, placing them on the small table where she ate earlier. Zombies have a keen sense of smell. Pei Ziyu kept sticking his head out, sniffing the meat. "Come over and eat," she said. Pei Ziyu slowly came out, initially walking small steps, then running over to grab the bowl and start eating. While eating, he kept glancing at Lan Hanlu. She wore thick gloves like those used for training dogs, and she reached out to push his arm. Pei Ziyu looked at her, then lowered his head to eat again. She pushed him again, and he looked at her once more. Then, surprisingly, he circled around the table and turned his back to her. Seeing this, Lan Hanlu didn't bother him anymore. She went to do her own things. Just because he came back early didn't mean she was free. She needed to practice her swordsmanship and run her cultivation techniques. As they used up supplies, the container also emptied a bit. She could put more collected items inside the house. Previously, she rode a small electric scooter or skateboard, which drained several batteries. Now, she planned to set up solar panels to charge these batteries. She kept busy. Fortunately, her strength had increased a lot during this time, so she could handle it. Pei Ziyu finished eating, but didn't go back to his room. Following Lan Hanlu as she wanders east and west, sometimes zombies pass by outside and roar. After all, Lan Hanlu is a lively, flesh-eating person, which makes zombies eager to get her. However, Pei Ziyu is unhappy about this. He will shout back and scare the zombies away. Maybe because he is stronger, the zombies that shout at him tend to stay away. This time, Lan Hanlu uses her mental link to contact him. She quickly connects. He is good at reading faces, and after all this time, Lan Hanlu hasn't been mean to him. When connected, his friendly feelings come through. He seems to be saying, "Protect you, drive away." He probably means to protect Lan Hanlu and scare off the zombies outside.
"That's great," she says.
Just a simple compliment makes him feel excited, but his face stays stiff and he can't show a smile. "Do you want to go out with me tomorrow?" Lan Hanlu asks. The other side quickly responds, "Yes, go hunting." "Okay, I'll take you tomorrow. But you have to listen and behave, understand?" She emphasizes this because Pei Ziyu is stubborn and mischievous. She needs to make sure he understands so he won't cause trouble outside. It takes a while, but then he replies, "Listen, follow sister." Lan Hanlu glances at him, feeling that his quick reply isn't because he didn't understand or was slow, but because he's planning something sneaky. She then says harshly, "If you don't listen, I won't keep you. You won't have a sister anymore." This time, her words are more complicated than before, but he responds quickly, "Want sister, want sister. Humph, if you listen, you'll have a sister. If you don't, you won't," Lan Hanlu says, then turns to go into her room. Pei Ziyu follows her step by step. "Want sister, want sister." The mental waves keep repeating. Lan Hanlu enters her room, pushes Pei Ziyu back a little, and says, "Hurry back to your own room. If you listen, you'll have a sister." Then she closes the door. I still follow her mental link after it disconnects. She sees Pei Ziyu leaning against the door, watching for a while, then turns back to her room. Lan Hanlu sits cross-legged on the calm, a traditional bed, starting to practice. After she finishes a round of training, she plans to rest because she has to take someone with her tomorrow. Before sleeping, she unconsciously glances into the yard. Just now, the person who is obedient in the room is now wandering around outside. Suddenly, there's a noise, and they quickly look back toward Lan Hanlu's room. "Forget it, I won't care about him anymore." I used something to block the bedroom door, turned over, and went to sleep. I woke up when it was almost dawn. My mental energy was in the yard. I saw Pei Ziyu walking into the room, then closing the door and standing inside the cage, as if he had been standing there all night. Very good, very good. Lan Han saw him passing by that room and glared. Then she shouted, "Are you coming with me or not? If yes, come out quickly." Just after she finished speaking, the door was pushed open with a bang. Heavy footsteps approached from far away. Roar, roar, roar. "Stop pretending. If you don't want to sleep at night, Just walk around the yard. If you don't want to go out during the day, you can stay at home, Lan Han said without looking at her, and turned to go into the bathroom. She washed up in the bathroom. Pei Ziyu was outside, shouting loudly as if saying something, but I couldn't understand it through the mental link. It probably meant he was trying to communicate, and I understood the general idea. When she came out, she took the cleaned basin, put the beef into it, and placed 3 crystal cores on the nearby table. She went inside to eat. Although his eating habits didn't disgust her now, she still couldn't eat facing him. When she changed her clothes and came out, Pei Ziyu had finished eating and was waiting in the yard. He looked a bit excited. Lan Han directly connected with him mentally. Go out, the short, urgent words came from him. Go out, we're leaving soon. She rolled her eyes, tired of the situation. This time, because she was with him, Lan Han entered this small yard for the first time, passing through the shadow wall and closing the solid wooden gate tightly. She unlocked the latch, pushed the door open a small gap, and reached out to put the outside cars into the space before fully opening the door. Pei Ziyu watched her move curiously, then followed her into the alley. When they reached the alley entrance, she retracted 2 cars, leaving just enough space for 2 people to pass through. But as soon as the gap appeared, the zombies outside caught the scent and rushed over. Lan Han was about to draw her sword when a gust of wind swept past. Pei Ziyu shouted and rushed forward, slapping the zombie's head off. Lan Han saw clearly that as he slapped, his hand turned metallic. At the same time, her mental link received a message. Sister, I will kill you. Angry feelings surged wave after wave. She shouted, Pei Ziyu. No response from him, so she called again, Brother. He finally stopped and slowly turned around. Lan Han's face lit up with a bright smile, and she waved at him. Come over quickly. He's already been killed, so don't worry. Pei Ziyu hesitated but then walked over. His mind sent a message. He's bad. All bad. He meant the outside was dangerous. Yes, everything is bad, so brother is the best. Protect me. Lan Han smiled sweetly and tugged at his sleeve. Hearing this, Pei Ziyu felt a wave of excitement in his mind. Good brother, protect, he said softly, not daring to move his hands too much, knowing Lan Han might not like it. Seeing his reaction, Lan Han reached out carefully with her gloved hand and gently took his cold, dark, long-nailed hand, which was icy and blue-black. We're going to get the crystal core, then go hunting, she said. Pei Ziyu followed her lead, surprised to see their hands holding, and felt waves of emotion rising like tides in his mind. He liked this gesture. Although he thought his sister was fragile and didn't dare move much, he still liked it. Lan Han used the tip of her knife to pick out a zombie's crystal core, rinsed it with water, and handed it to Pei Ziyu. He took the core, wanted to put it in his mouth, but then hesitated, thinking of something, and pushed the core toward Lan Han. I don't want it. Brother, eat it. Lan Han waved her hand and said. But Pei Ziyu was stubborn and pushed the core back toward her. Finally, Lan Han sighed and said, I just ate, so I'm not hungry. Brother, eat it quickly and get stronger to protect me. Pei Ziyu couldn't resist the words brother and sister. Plus, his intelligence wasn't very high right now. After a few gentle words from Lan Han, he ate the core. Lan Han took him by the hand and led him away. Today, they didn't plan to use transportation. They just wandered around nearby. Whenever a zombie approached, Pei Ziyu would immediately act. In half a day, they had developed a good teamwork. One fighting zombies, the other gathering supplies. Pei Ziyu was quick to learn combat skills, and he had become more skilled at using his powers. He also learned to collect crystal cores. Whether fighting for cores or gathering them, he was not very particular. Pei Ziyu also wanted to help Lan Han pack things. But clearly, such detailed work wasn't suitable for him. However, the other person wasn't the type to feel disappointed. Once out, he completely let himself go. Seeing Lan Hanlu still bending down to tidy up, the room was empty. At least, nothing seemed to be there for him. He spun around twice, slowly approached the door, and then looked at Lan Hanlu without her noticing him. He turned and left. At the door, he stuck his head in to peek inside. Seeing that Lan Hanlu still hadn't noticed him, He happily jumped a couple of times and then ran away. Lan Hanlu indeed didn't notice him, mainly because he had been very well behaved all morning, making him forget about the mischievous nature of the other kid. Plus, the room was quite full of things. This was probably a live streaming room for selling products, with various items piled up everywhere. The fridge had been off for a while. Inside, some things had melted, but nothing was spoiled. She was tidying up and decided not to eat the leftovers, thinking she could exchange them later. Leaving them here would only attract bugs sooner or later. As she was finishing up, just before she was done, she heard distant shouting and crying. A man's loud voice. That thing is chasing us, and you're still here? Are you afraid it won't find us? Shut up. If you make more noise, you'll all stay behind. Another voice responded more seriously. Lan Hanlu closed her eyes and sighed. It's been almost a month since the apocalypse started. How could there still be people in the city? And these voices sounded so familiar. She waved to put away her organized items into her space, gripping her spear, and looked out the door. She saw familiar figures, no longer with a crew cut, but slightly longer hair, dressed in dark combat uniforms, with guns on their waists and cold weapons in their hands. Behind them, a large group of ordinary people followed, at least 20 or more. Lan Hanlu was a bit confused. What's going on? Humans haven't started fighting back in the city this early. She had interacted with these people before, knew their abilities, and understood how sensitive they were. So, she didn't want to face them directly. Thinking for a moment, she went back inside and then upstairs via the stairs, planning to see whether to continue upstairs or escape through the window. But as she quickly climbed to the second floor, she sensed something was wrong. She spun around in place, looked around. Where had the mischievous kid gone? During her packing just now, the other person was still wandering inside the house. How did they disappear so quickly? This time, Lan Hanlu was really worried. In her past life, Peiziu was killed by the explosives these people set up. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. First, she looked down from the first floor, then ran to the second floor window to look below. She checked the streets in front and behind the group, making sure Peiziu wasn't there. Lan Hanlu quickly took out her binoculars to widen her search. She kept looking and telling herself that not finding him was actually good news. At this moment, the group with a long string of zombie tails had entered. The rolling shutter was suddenly pulled down, plunging the house into darkness. But soon, there were sounds of knocking and hitting outside the shutter. What should we do? Will this door hold? I told you not to come along, but you insisted. What if we leave the city? Without powers, we're all just cannon fodder, a woman cried softly. Exactly, these people rely on our taxes to survive, but in critical moments, they can't protect us, an old woman scolded the rescue team. Old lady, your place is fine, isn't it? If you hadn't disobeyed the evacuation orders, would we be surrounded by zombies? Blame us if you want, but if you had the courage, you could fight your way out. Your life is your life, but our brothers' lives are different, a young comrade said angrily. Hearing this, the old woman broke down, crying on the ground. Oh, this is unfair. You're the ones shouting through loudspeakers to get us out of the city, and now you're shirking responsibility, using us as cannon fodder. The young comrade was furious. Who told you to be cannon fodder? If you had followed orders, would we be in this situation? We didn't let you go out, and you still can't see that the zombies are evolving and might attack you in a few days. He doesn't seem to be very cruel, but he speaks in a cold, hoarse voice that is quite intimidating. Everyone in the room automatically falls silent, and no one dares to act out anymore. Seeing that no one objects, he directly orders, Taozi, Qiangzi, you two go upstairs to check. Urjia and Lazy, check your private areas. Everyone else, check each other. Those with injuries, treat them. Those without injuries, rest and regain your strength. If there's food, eat a little now, because soon there might not be time. Yes, Captain, they reply. Hearing his orders, they forget their tiredness and scatter to check the area. Upstairs, Lan Hanlu also sees a large group of zombies gathering at the door. As they enter, the crowd at the entrance grows, but she carefully observes inside and does not see Pizziu. As time passes, she becomes more anxious. Many bad thoughts come to her mind. She can't wait any longer and decides to go look for him. She turns to go downstairs, but bumps into Taozi and Lazy, who are coming upstairs. They are dressed similarly, but Lan Hanlu's gear is more complete, especially the knife in her hand, which looks very high quality. Lan Hanlu holds the knife across her chest, showing she is on guard. Although they were teammates in the past, she doesn't know what the situation is now, so she must be cautious. Are you the person who helped us last time? Taozi immediately recognizes her. Lan Hanlu nods without speaking. Because she wears a mask and helmet, no one can see her anxious expression. We wanted to thank you. We didn't expect to meet you so easily. Our team leader is downstairs. He wants to say more, but Lazy quickly grabs his arm. Taozi, you take this benefactor downstairs first. He signals her with his eyes. Taozi, being young and a bit impulsive, isn't stupid. He quickly says, Miss, come downstairs quickly. Our team leader wants to thank you in person. He steps down 2 stairs, waiting for her. But Lan Hanlu doesn't have time to argue with them and goes straight downstairs. Just as her feet touch the last 2 steps, Taozi raises his voice. Captain, Captain, look who I brought. Stop shouting. Are you trying to attract more zombies? The captain frowns and scolds him in a deep voice. But as he finishes speaking, he sees Lan Hanlu turn the corner. Lan Hanlu nodded slightly, then turned around and walked toward the rolling door, listening to the noisy sounds outside. There must be many zombies. Now we can't go out. These zombies are much stronger. We can handle a few, but ordinary people can't escape. The team leader came behind her a few steps away and spoke. As Lan Hanlu turned around, he continued, there are security bars at the back, very thick ones. To quietly open them, only someone with a metal-type ability could do it. Under her mask, Lan Hanlu's mouth slowly curved into a smile. Find someone to help me open the back window so I can go out. I'll lead the zombies away from the front. She had been part of this small team before and knew their abilities. She sighed inwardly. She only got the chance to join because 2 members of the team had sacrificed themselves. The team leader confirmed again that this woman was not simple. Originally, this wasn't their mission, but somehow, he had impulsively decided to take it on. While searching for survivors in the city, he wondered if he might meet her. Sure enough, he did. It's possible, but you don't need to help us distract the zombies. Come with us. If we don't come back, this place will be a dead city in half a month. Lan Hanlu looked at him steadily for a moment. No, I need to find my brother. Where is your brother? We can help you find him. The city is so big, maybe we'll find more people that way. He rarely spoke so much, but he truly valued Lan Hanlu, so he said this. No, I don't know where he is either. I need to go look for him. Before dark, I also need to find a safe place to rest, so I can't stay here longer. She didn't want to chat with these people. When she mentioned Peiziu, her heart felt more anxious. The team leader lowered his brows and thought for a moment, then said, Then you should wait a bit. We need to come up with a solid plan and act together. Lan Hanlu wasn't unreasonable or stubborn. She was really anxious inside, but she nodded in agreement. She leaned against the wall, holding her knife, thinking about where Peiziu might have gone. After checking on the others, everyone gathered to discuss how to retreat. Once they confirmed a complete plan, another deputy team leader stood up and began assigning tasks to those present. Among these people, some have special abilities, some do not. Some have strong bodies, while others are older or children. Even though the world has ended, they still want to save as many people as possible. Everyone understands that this might be their last chance to leave the city. There are about 30 small teams like theirs, and their main goal is to carry out a final rescue mission. This includes not only rescuers but also gathering supplies. The team leader came to talk to Lan Hanlu, hoping he would join them in leaving the city. In a few days, there will be another reign. After the end of the world, every reign brings new dangers. Recently, the government has noticed mutations in plants and animals. Some small bases have been destroyed. Staying here is too dangerous for you. Lan Hanlu knew all this, but if Peiziu went to the base now, it would be deadly and a very painful death at that. She had already lost him once, and she couldn't bear to see him go through that again. Thank you. she said with a dry voice, but then quickly cheered up. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You'll see when we meet again. Since they were searching for supplies, she offered. Would you like me to guide you? I know a small warehouse near the city edge that stores food and medicine. You could also find some supplies in supermarkets and pharmacies. But those places are usually crowded. The warehouse is quieter and less visited. Compared to large supermarkets, which are more likely to be robbed, these storage sites are better for gathering supplies. Of course, some people who escape might be tempted by the city's resources, but not everyone knows the area well. Lan Hanlu knew about this small warehouse. It mainly stored food and medicine. It's called small only relative to other places, but its stock is quite large. If her space wasn't full, she would have taken everything already. She was always worried about these supplies being wasted. She also hoped everyone was safe. She didn't want to see her team members sad when they talked about lost friends, nor did she want the supplies to go to waste. The team leader looked at her for a moment and then said, Okay, but first, get these people to the vehicle. Lan Hanlu nodded to show she understood. During this crisis, it was the control and efforts of the homeland government and military that allowed more Chinese people to survive than foreigners. If the end of the world could really stabilize quickly, that would be a big advantage in the global situation. She hopes to see such a result in her lifetime. Let's meet at the Grand Building on 4th Ring Road. The warehouse is quite far from here, over on the 4th Ring. Set a time. Lan Hanlu looked at her watch. The team leader also checked his watch. Let's set it for 3 p.m. If the time comes and we haven't arrived, you should leave quickly. The team leader didn't know why, but he always felt a kind of closeness when he saw Lan Hanlu. Even now, he could only tell from her figure and voice that she was a young woman. He trusted his instincts because many times when life was on the line, he relied on his gut feeling to get through. Just as Lan Hanlu was about to nod in agreement, a team member ran over. Boss, it's ready. The zombies outside are also taken care of. Good. Follow the plan, the team leader said, then nodded at Lan Hanlu and turned to run toward the backyard. Later, go out through the window. If anyone makes noise or lags behind, don't blame me for being harsh. I believe if a few people die, no one will hold me responsible. He waved his gun at everyone. Those who wanted to speak shut their mouths, and even the small children's mouths were covered by their mothers. This team leader wasn't arrogant for no reason. The lives of about 30 or 40 people depended on him. If he wasn't strict, he couldn't control those reckless ones. Lan Hanlu followed them as they jumped out the window, helping others reach the alley entrance before turning in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she waved to the team leader, who looked back at her. Lan Hanlu used her mental power fully, running and searching constantly. Though it drained her energy and stamina, she couldn't care now. As her awareness of the zombies returned, it became harder to avoid them. After turning 2 small alleys, a line of zombies followed behind her. This wouldn't do. If she reached a dead end or was blocked by zombies ahead, she'd be in trouble. At a 3-way intersection, she stopped running and drew her knife, ready to deal with the zombies behind her. Without any hesitation, she rushed toward the 2 fastest zombies. It was clear from the fight that these 2 had exceptional speed and strength. Lan Hanlu bent backward to dodge a flying zombie. Just as she was about to cut open its neck, the zombie suddenly shot a fireball from its hand. Wow! Her backward bend turned into a full fall to the ground, and she rolled to avoid the fireball. Before she could get up, another zombie approached. Lan Hanlu tensed up. Since this zombie and the fire element zombie came together, they must have special abilities. At the very least, they had some kind of enhancement. Looking behind, she saw more than 10 zombies catching up. She couldn't afford to fight them all. She kicked one zombie away and turned around, drawing her small sword to cut off a zombie's head. Taking this moment, she turned and ran. Suddenly, a fireball fell behind her, and the intense heat made her scalp feel tight. Not bad, she has some fighting instinct. But why is she only chasing me? Duda muttered, not slowing her down as she ran very fast. But inside, she was furious. Paiziu, you wait until I find you, she thought. Just then, she saw him at the distant street corner. Wasn't that Paiziu? He was half of his body sticking into a room through a window. How could she recognize him? Because he was wearing clothes that matched Lan Hanlu's, including his shoes. Paiziu, she called out, but she kept her voice low to avoid attracting more zombies. She saw him shiver when she called his name. He quickly pulled himself out of the window and stood up. Then he rushed toward her with claws bared, passing right by her. He started fighting the zombies chasing her. 2 zombies, 1 fire element and 1 earth element, were faster than the others, but their levels were probably lower than Paiziu's. In the end, he killed them. The lower-level zombies turned and left after Paiziu shouted at them twice. Paiziu, who was already unkempt, looked even more disheveled after the fight, as if he had been burned and dirted. He didn't care at all. He shamelessly ran over to Lan Hanlu, bouncing happily, and sent a mental message through their connection. Little sister, kill them all, kill them all." Lan Hanlu glared at him angrily. "Paiziu, where did you run off to? Do you know I've been looking for you for a long time?" No matter how angry she looked or spoke, Paiziu could feel her frustration. So he lowered his head and didn't look at Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu was so angry she pointed at his head with her finger. "Can you be more obedient? If you keep doing this, I won't take you out again. If we meet a little later, you might lose your sister, do you understand? No more sister." After saying a few words, she stopped because her meeting with the team leader was coming up. "What were you doing just now?" he asked, hoping Paiziu would wait for her here. Just point the way, and she would come back. Hearing her question, Paiziu quickly got excited again. "Roar, roar," he said. "Found something." "What are you looking for?" Lan Hanlu didn't understand. "A zombie doesn't eat people, so what could it be?" Hearing this, Paiziu went back to the window he was at earlier. Lan Hanlu first took out the crystal cores from 2 zombies, then followed him. She saw Paiziu holding 2 things and holding them out to her. Lan Hanlu looked curiously. It was a slightly shriveled apple. "Eat, sister, eat." This simple gesture brought Lan Hanlu's thoughts back to the past, to her brother who gently cut fruit for her. Her brother, who sent her living expenses every month. If she didn't accept it, he would send supplies by mail. Even now, her brother, who had turned into a zombie but still looked for food for her, was the one she was thinking of. She bit into the apple he found. Did he remember that? Lan Hanlu took the apple, rinsed it with water, dried it with a tissue, and took a bite. The apple was a bit sour, with little juice. It was nothing like the one stored in her space. But the moment she swallowed, it left a sweet aftertaste that was unforgettable. Seeing her eat the apple, Paiziu was very excited. "Eat, eat, hungry, hungry." Then he turned around and went to look for more. Lan Hanlu followed him to the window of a fruit shop. As they approached, a rotten, sour smell hit her nose. Near the window, there were shelves with some apples, pears, and grapefruits. There were also some bugs on them. Paiziu was digging through the shelves, occasionally getting bitten by the bugs' pincers. He didn't care at all. When he saw them, he just crushed them. Lan Hanlu patted him. "Brother is looking here. I'll go over there and look for a while. I'll come back." Originally, Paiziu was eager to find her. When he heard her say this, he quickly stood up straight, spread his arms, and blocked her from leaving. Lan Hanlu pushed his arm and said, "Oh, please let me go for a little while. I'll be back soon." But this guy stubbornly refused to let go. Lan Hanlu looked up at him. Because of his height, he looked down at her, ignoring her. His body was stiff from turning into a zombie, and he also had a metal ability. Lan Hanlu's strength couldn't move him at all, which made her very tired. She sighed and asked, "Tell me, why won't you let me go?" Paiziu looked down at her when he heard this. Bad, bad, no sister, no life, his mental signals faintly transmitted. Lan Hanlu felt like he was just waking up from being in a coma. Her mind understood some things, but she couldn't express them clearly. He probably was worried that if Lan Hanlu went out, the zombies might kill her, and then he would have no sister. She felt both angry and sad. "Then come with me. When the time comes, you hide so others won't see you," Lan Hanlu said, looking at him. But after a while, he tilted his head and didn't respond. Lan Hanlu knew he probably didn't understand her words, but at least where he was, he didn't attack her. So she still had some time to explain carefully. First, she told him how to tell humans from zombies, comparing herself to the zombies outside. After a long time, Pei Ziyu finally understood her meaning. He then told her that the zombies outside wanted to eat her, and the people outside also wanted to kill the zombies.
This was a bit hard to understand.
She explained for a long time. Pei Ziyu was quite smart and finally understood some of it. So Lan Hanlu took him to the agreed place. But she didn't know that her explanation planted a seed in his mind. He started to believe that all humans were unkind to him and all zombies were unkind to his sister. He wanted to take his sister far away from these unkind things and protect her. Lan Hanlu found an electric scooter. It was more agile and quieter. Pei Ziyu had never used one before. When he first got on, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He used to avoid getting too close to his sister intentionally, but now, squeezed together, he actually felt happy inside. Their minds were connected, and waves of emotion flowed between them. Lan Hanlu also felt it, but as soon as the car moved, she refused to continue. A strange panic spread in her mind, and she was afraid he might suddenly use his sharp nails on her. She tried to walk forward in small steps. After a long while, Pei Ziyu finally adapted. Once he was completely calm, Lan Hanlu rode the bike and took him along. They arrived at the prearranged place. Lan Hanlu deliberately found a distant office building, broke the glass to get inside, and hid Pei Ziyu on the second floor. When she was about to leave, Pei Ziyu still didn't want to go, but Lan Hanlu explained, "Brother, look down from the upstairs." She pointed to the car they came in. "You will see me all the time, but you can't go downstairs. Wait until you see me again, then you can come down." Pei Ziyu was a bit reluctant. Lan Hanlu took some crystal cores from her pocket and put them in a fast food box. "Eat slowly here. When you finish, I'll come back, okay?" She couldn't argue with him, so she just explained patiently. In her mind, she thought it's better to avoid contact with survivors in the future. At least after Pei Ziyu's understanding improved by 2 levels, it wouldn't be so tiring mentally and physically. She went downstairs, rode her electric bike to the intersection, and looked back at the second-floor window. Pei Ziyu was pressing his hands against the glass wall, watching her. The window was facing her, but she couldn't see him clearly. Still, she could imagine his state. She waved her hand and rode away. Pei Ziyu saw his sister wave and happily waved both hands. But she no longer looked at him and turned to ride away. He kept staring at her electric bike. Lan Hanlu turned at 2 intersections and saw the people waiting there. She greeted the team leader directly. The others didn't concern her. "I'll take you there. Follow me," she said, about to leave on her bike when someone called out to her. "Hey, wait. If we just follow you, isn't that dangerous? If there's supplies, then there are supplies. How can we go if you don't explain clearly?" He already explained everything to me, and I agreed, the team leader said directly, facing the others. If you ask properly, Lan Hanlu isn't unreasonable. Of course, she would stop and explain if needed. However, from his tone, attitude, and behavior, it is clear that he shows no basic respect. His intention to pick a fight is obvious. Lan Hanlu got off her electric bike and approached him. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to prove anything to you. Whether I go or not is none of your business. Helping you all was out of kindness. Whether you are responsible or not, what are you pretending for? After all these years in the apocalypse and experiencing so much, even the strongest person like Lan Hanlu must have some scars. Today, this person really hit the wrong target. Who says arguing isn't a way to vent?" Not only that, Lan Hanlu's provocation was waiting for the other person to make a move. Unfortunately, his fingers and lips were trembling, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. He just didn't make a move. With a dismissive snort, Lan Hanlu sat on her small electric bike. "If you don't want to go, then I will leave. Sorry to trouble you, comrade. It's getting late, let's go now." The team leader apologized sincerely in front of her. Lan Hanlu's voice came from behind her mask. "It's okay. Let's go." She was just eager to leave because there was a ticking time bomb waiting for her. Staying late might cause trouble. They led the people to the place. Seeing that these people had broken into the warehouse and entered, there were no zombies inside, so everyone quickly moved the supplies. The team leader was directing them. When everyone regained their senses, they found that Lan Hanlu had already disappeared. Some of the people following the team leader felt a bit regretful, but no one expected that the biggest regret was the person who started the trouble at the beginning. He was still waiting for Lan Hanlu to return to the base and find a way to deal with her. After all, she was just a woman with some fighting ability. Did he really think the apocalypse was dominated by the strongest? Yet, that woman refused to go back with them. Why did she tell them where the supplies were? Wasn't it to get better treatment when they returned? Originally, it was a good deal for them, but now he felt even more uncomfortable. If Lan Hanlu knew his thoughts, she would probably say that the diversity of species is truly impressive. Hurrying back, Lan Hanlu didn't disappoint him. Just after turning 2 corners, she saw Pei Ziyu fighting fiercely. After all, there were many people and zombies gathering there, which was normal. But didn't she already say? He watched himself from upstairs. What was he doing here? Lan Hanlu jumped out of the car, holding a knife and approaching. No matter what, she had to help her family first. With her involvement, the zombies were quickly cleared out. After all, low-level zombies wouldn't dare to attack. Lan Hanlu saw Pei Ziyu already starting to dig for the crystal core, but the scene was much bloodier than hers. The most important thing was that after he finished digging, he put the crystal core directly into the fast food box she left behind. Then Lutiana ran over happily, sending out a wave of mental energy. Sister, here, she said, handing the fast food box to her and sending another mental wave. You might think, since they're so sensible and obedient, how could you still be angry? Being angry now seems like you're being unreasonable or throwing a tantrum. Lan Hanlu took out a bottle of water to rinse the crystal core, then put it into her waist pouch. She also washed Pei Ziyu's hands again. Let's go home. It's getting dark soon. The two of them got on another electric scooter, this time, the one that wasn't out of power. Pei Ziyu, realizing this, sat behind her and hugged her waist. He growled softly at the approaching zombies, making the zombies change their target or freeze in place. Then, the two disappeared around the corner. But not far after running away, Pei Ziyu started acting up again. He kept wriggling on the scooter, like a worm. Pei Ziyu, behave yourself. You're already heavier than me. Look at how much the scooter is shaking. If you don't behave, we might fall, she said. If he could just listen, he wouldn't be called a naughty kid. After scolding him for less than 3 minutes, he started wobbling again and even reached out to scratch her clothes with his nails. Pei Ziyu, can you stop pulling my clothes? You haven't learned to control yourself. What if I catch the zombie virus? Lan Hanlu knew she could only understand the 3 words Pei Ziyu. She also knew that her current actions weren't good, so as soon as she said those 3 words, he immediately behaved for 3 minutes. A sudden sound broke the silence. Lan Hanlu got off the scooter, and Pei Ziyu jumped down too. Finally, she didn't have to stay on it anymore. Once on the ground, she looked around. Stepping on a dropped phone here and knocking on a glass window there, she was like a hyperactive adult child. After a long while, she hadn't spoken. He quickly turned around to look. I saw my sister crossing her arms and glaring at him. Although I didn't understand what it meant, I could tell she was angry. He was very perceptive and quickly put down what he was holding. He took small steps to stand next to Lan Hanlu. Don't want to sit in the car? Seeing him tilt his head to the left again, Lan Hanlu knew he didn't understand. She sighed and continued speaking. We're going home. I'm hungry. Pei Ziyu reacted quickly and nodded. He was hungry too, so he wanted to go back soon. Lan Hanlu patted the electric scooter. Get on, let's go home. Pei Ziyu looked at the scooter, took a step back and shook his head. Then I won't go home, she asked again. Go home, but not in the car, he clearly expressed. Lan Hanlu didn't press him further. She simply nodded and got on the scooter, slowly riding home. Pei Ziyu naturally followed behind. Lan Hanlu sped up a little. She thought Pei Ziyu would get tired and sit in the car, but he seemed to think she was playing with him. He ran faster and sometimes overtook her, pretending to scare her in the alley ahead. Her electric scooter was faster, but it didn't bother him. At this point, she realized that as a high-level zombie, he had strong defense, great strength, and good speed. Most importantly, he had incredible endurance. He kept running all the way to the house without showing signs of fatigue. After a busy day, Lan Hanlu was quite tired herself. She put some beef into his bowl and went to wash up. Although the weather had cooled a bit, she was dressed warmly and had sweated a lot during the day. It took nearly 2 hours to wash her hair and shower before she was done. Pei Ziyu had already finished eating and was standing on the wall of the yard. Yes, standing on the wall, this guy was taking his play to a new level. Lan Hanlu resigned herself and washed his basin. When Pei Ziyu heard the noise, he quickly jumped down from the wall and ran around Lan Hanlu in circles. Her mental power reached out, and she immediately felt his excited emotions. Hungry, 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 food, food, food. Looking at the basin she was scrubbing, she saw it was a 28-inch basin. If she remembered correctly before she went to shower, she had filled it with a full bowl of beef. Not full enough? Want more? Her gaze flicked between Pei Ziyu and the basin in her hand. Finally, Pei Ziyu nodded confidently. Lan Hanlu took out 2 pieces of beef, but Pei Ziyu didn't go to grab them. Instead, he kept shaking his head and said, "I'm hungry." Lan Hanlu looked at the beef and suddenly had an idea. She quickly took out a few crystal cores from her bag. Pei Ziyu's mental energy immediately showed signs of excitement. Lan Hanlu gave him one, and he bit into it twice before swallowing. She gave him another, and he swallowed again. She continued to feed him 7 crystal cores in total. After eating enough, Pei Ziyu's eyes kept drifting toward the door. Lan Hanlu felt tired and didn't want to talk, but she still instructed him, "You can go out, but don't chase after humans." Pei Ziyu hurriedly agreed and jumped over the wall to run away. He also discovered another good point: he was very good at jumping. Lan Hanlu tidied up her things, feeling hungry herself. She thought for a moment and took out a barbecue grill, placing various cooked meats, chicken wings, and seafood on it, filling the space. As the charcoal fire turned bright red, the food emitted a tempting aroma. Lan Hanlu leaned back in her chair, holding a milk tea, with a small table beside her that had videos she had downloaded earlier. She took a big sip of her milk tea, then swallowed and exhaled deeply. This is life. No pressure at all." Just as she was speaking, a leaf from the wilted tree in the yard fell onto her milk tea. She looked at the leaf and pondered for a moment. Her earlier relaxed mood faded a bit. According to her memory, as the weather turned colder, first there would be insect plagues, then attacks by strange beasts, followed by earthquakes in the mountains and plains, and tsunamis by the sea. Until her death in her previous life, natural disasters happened from time to time. Extreme weather events kept occurring, and human space was constantly shrinking. The nearest base to their city was about 3 or 4 hours away by car. But with earthquakes and tectonic movements a year later, when she and her team arrived in the city, it would take more than a day or 2 of driving to reach the mountain behind the city. Getting over that mountain wouldn't just be a matter of time anymore. Later, the mountain was occupied by mutated plants and animals, and crossing it would require either climbing over or taking a detour. The detour would add nearly 10 days of travel, and climbing over the mountain was possible, but the mutated creatures weren't herbivores. The last time they traveled from the base to the city, it took 13 days. But if they don't leave from here, it will be hard for both sides to communicate. A sizzling sound caught her attention again. She thought it was useless. Her personal ability was limited. She could remind them appropriately, but no matter how much she did, it wouldn't change anything. The most important thing was to take good care of Pei Ziyu. The meat skewers are ready. Let's taste them first. She was good at comforting herself. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy long ago. So she decided to set aside the matter and enjoy the food. Plus, the variety show downloaded on the screen was really funny, which instantly lifted her mood. While enjoying the food, she kept laughing at the video. Pei Ziyu, who was outside playing, came back and saw her like this. Ziyu curiously moved closer to Lan Hanlu and stared at the small screen with interest. Lan Hanlu saw him reach out with dirty hands and poke at the screen, but he didn't react at all, just kept watching. Lan Hanlu was very annoyed. This guy had no idea where he had gone, and he was especially dirty, with a strong fishy smell coming from him. "Go wash yourself in the bathroom. I'll put out the fire and then give you a bath," said Ziyu. He didn't like taking baths. When he heard that, he quickly ran into his room and climbed into his cage, standing properly. Lan Hanlu didn't mind and started picking up bowls and tidying up. When she finished and wanted to find Ziyu, she found that he had closed the door of his room without her noticing. She unceremoniously pushed the door open. Seeing her, Ziyu quickly turned his body away inside the cage, gripping the bars tightly. Lan Hanlu crossed her arms. "Ziyu, are you coming out on your own, or should I come in and drag you out? Hurry up and don't make me angry." To make sure he understood her, she deliberately connected her mental energy to him. She knew that using mental power openly was very exhausting, and there was a limit to the distance. Ziyu secretly looked back and saw Lan Hanlu's serious face. Maybe he thought he couldn't hide anymore, so he slowly turned around, but he still held onto the bars. "No bath. Ziyu won't take a bath." The mental wave was full of sadness. Lan Hanlu sighed, walked over, and gently touched his face. "Brother, let's take a nice bath, okay? I also prepared new clothes for us. Let's dress up beautifully, all right?" Ziyu felt a bit more relaxed, and Lan Hanlu continued to encourage him. "Big brother looks so good. Wearing pretty clothes will make you look even better. Lulu likes handsome big brothers the most. Lulu likes." Ziyu no longer held onto the railing. Lan Hanlu carefully took his hand and guided him outside. "Big brother is clean and neat, so of course my sister likes him." But once they entered the bathroom, he regretted it. He clung tightly to the water tank beside him and refused to let go. He was stubborn and insisted on staying, unless she used her mental power to control him. Neither of them was stronger than the other in strength. This bath was more exhausting than fighting zombies all day, but at least she managed to clean him thoroughly. After he changed into clean clothes, Lan Hanlu gave him a compliment. She was worried he might not cooperate next time. "Big brother is so clean and fragrant. So handsome." She exaggerated her tone and actions, making Ziyu, who was feeling down from the bath, feel uplifted again. Today's events were mostly over. She hurried to rest. Starting tomorrow, she would focus on collecting crystal cores. She slept deeply, mainly because Ziyu was with her. Ordinary zombies wouldn't come close to here. Ziyu was like a bear, but he had a strong sense of territory. When he heard zombie roars from afar, he would roar back. His level was higher than most zombies, so he had claimed this area as his territory. He usually woke up around 5 a.m., but today was a bit later, around 7 o'clock. Lan Hanlu woke up, opened the curtains, and saw Ziyu leaning against the window. When Ziyu saw Lan Hanlu awake, he quickly barked a greeting. Lan Hanlu patted her chest. "That really scared me. Luckily, my lungs are strong, or I might have fainted." She fed him some beef, and her crystal cores were adjusted to 7. She went to wash up. When she came out, she found Ziyu waiting at the door. Seeing his clothes didn't look like he had finished eating, Lan Hanlu asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Getting ready to look good," he said proudly, puffing out his chest and tilting his head. His sneaky glance made him look even cuter.
"All right, come in."
"I'll teach you how to wash up." Lan Hanlu quickly found his toiletries and showed him how to wash. Although his washing was messy, he was very serious. His learning speed also improved quickly. When it was time to eat, he saw Lan Hanlu setting a small table with food and insisted on having chopsticks. Lan Hanlu was worried he wouldn't use it well, so she took out a fork. The guy was still unwilling, so she had no choice but to eat with her own fork. If Feijiang had used chopsticks with him, they probably wouldn't have to go out this morning because after eating, he would imitate Lan Hanlu by wiping his hands and mouth. This time, when they went out, he ran beside Lan Hanlu, saw zombies, and immediately went to fight them. He also took out a crystal core and handed it to Lan Hanlu. "Zombies are getting stronger each day. Today, they didn't get far before being surrounded. There are more zombies with special abilities and enhanced strength. Fortunately, Lan Hanlu found a good hiding spot, and with Pei Ziyu's help, they managed to get the crystal cores from about a dozen zombies. It took a lot of effort, but they succeeded. Lan Hanlu released a container to store the bodies, planning to destroy them later. Watching them rot nearby at home was too disgusting. After this fight, Lan Hanlu realized that Pei Ziyu's skill was probably at the peak of level 3. He could control metal simply, and could also make part of his body metallic. She used to think he could only make his hands metallic, but today she found out his whole body could be covered in metal. His fighting power was much stronger than both of them, but right now, he could only cover his arms. The two of them spent the whole day nearby killing zombies. Occasionally, more and more bugs crawled past, but it wasn't yet crowded. Lan Hanlu killed some but only got one crystal core. The energy inside the bugs' bodies was too little, and there weren't many cores now. It was hard to use them to improve skills, but with the upcoming insect disaster, he wanted to gather more cores from it. Pei Ziyu. While she was packing up, she didn't know where he had gone again. Her call didn't bring him back, but instead attracted a few zombies. Lan Hanlu saw she could handle 3 zombies, so she didn't run. It was a life-and-death fight, but she didn't expect the 3 zombies to include 2 with enhanced strength and 1 with enhanced speed. Although none of the 3 zombies were special ability zombies, his own abilities were only minor support at the early stage. Currently, she relied on her skills and equipment she had accumulated before to fight zombies. Now, being attacked by these 3, she couldn't handle 2, and couldn't reach the 3rd. It was really tricky. A strong wind suddenly blew from behind. Lan Hanlu quickly turned to avoid a sword blocking her chest. The crisp clash made Lan Hanlu break out in cold sweat. Although her psychic ability level was high enough to handle these zombies' viruses, it still hurt to be hurt without turning into a zombie. The injuries caused by zombies are hard to heal even if they don't turn into zombies. She managed to block the attack, but was still pushed back by a forceful hit. She was slammed against the wall and almost fell down. She coughed twice, forcing herself to stay alert, then shot a sleeve dart at another gust of wind. She swung her knife with great energy. When fighting close, she would sometimes flash a dagger with her left hand. After taking a hit and briefly being controlled by her mental powers, she finally managed to defeat a speed-type zombie. However, her shoulder blade was hit hard, and her hand holding the knife trembled. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, thinking that if things got worse, she might have to throw a container to crush them. Even other psychic fighters of her level couldn't beat zombies of the same strength. It was normal for her to be pressed to the ground and rubbed by zombies. She just wanted to train herself a bit, but it seemed she overestimated her skills. In front of absolute strength, her tricks only bought her some time. Just as 2 zombies were about to attack, Lan Hanlu slowly reached out her hand, planning to release the container once they reached the designated spot. Suddenly, something shot from afar, hitting the head of another strength-type zombie, like a bullet. That zombie was strong, but in front of this thing, it had no resistance. Zombies become smarter as they grow stronger. Seeing this, the speed-type zombie quickly retreated 2 steps. When it turned to run, it suddenly collided with a figure rushing at full speed, who slapped the zombie to the ground. And then there was nothing more. Pei Ziyu didn't even look at the zombie he had killed. He hurried over to Lan Hanlu, anxiously waving his arms. Lan Hanlu knew he was worried, so she quickly forced a smile to comfort him. "I'm fine, brother. It just hurts a little, but it'll be okay after a while." He probably wanted to say something, but because of the earlier control, Lan Hanlu's head was still dizzy, and she couldn't even sense her psychic power. Just as she was about to speak to comfort him, a wave of mental energy connected directly with her. Sister. An anxious feeling spread wave after wave. Lan Hanlu looked up happily at him. "You have evolved. What level are you now? Actually, you probably don't even know your level. But it's good that you've evolved. Little sister. The more anxious he was, the harder it was to express himself. Still, he didn't reach out to touch Lan Hanlu. In his memory, Lan Hanlu was very fragile and easily hurt. Getting injured was not good for her. Lan Hanlu slowly recovered, leaning on the wall to stand up. Let's go back.
Oh.
By the way, you should take out the crystal core first. Pei Ziyu understood these two sentences, but he still felt uneasy. He kept looking back at Lan Hanlu every few steps. He went to 3 zombie bodies and took out the crystal cores from their corpses. Then he hurried over, waiting for Lan Hanlu to wash and store the crystal cores. Carefully, he picked her up again. Lan Hanlu was a bit surprised. Why would he do that? Thinking carefully, it was probably because she watched a video yesterday. Curious, she poked his Adam's apple with her finger, but he didn't react. She poked his jaw next, still no response. But her mental waves were surging wildly. What's going on? He was pretending to be deep in front of her. They returned to the small yard. Pei Ziyu gently laid Lan Hanlu on a lounge chair. Her mental waves conveyed 2 words, eat. Lan Hanlu couldn't help but laugh and cry. She took out a bowl of beef and placed it on a small table beside the lounge chair. Pei Ziyu didn't eat. She then took out a handful of crystal cores and put them in a small bowl. Pei Ziyu only pushed these items toward her.
Eat.
No pain, this time Lan Hanlu understood. He meant for her to eat. In her lost thoughts, injuries could be healed by absorbing energy. In Pei Ziyu's mind, absorbing energy was like eating. But Lan Hanlu was human. How could eating heal her wounds? If there were crystal cores from plants with insect activity, absorbing them might help her recover faster. Lan Hanlu pushed the items back. I can't eat these. I can't absorb the crystal cores either. You should eat quickly. Eat enough to protect me. I'll rest for a few days and I'll be fine. She couldn't bear to see him worried about her. But she was indeed injured this time and probably had internal injuries too. Still, as she said, there was no other way. Moving her energy more would help her recover faster. Pei Ziyu reacted for a long time before starting to eat. After finishing, she saw Lan Hanlu feeling better and went to wash up. Pei Ziyu walked around the yard, then shouted twice before leaving. Lan Hanlu heard his shouts but didn't sense anything through her mental waves, so she didn't pay attention. After all, he often used shouting to mark his territory, so she was somewhat used to it. When she finally finished washing up and looked around, she couldn't find Pei Ziyu. She felt very anxious and upset, so she didn't bother looking for him anymore. Since Pei Ziyu's special ability level was high, even if he couldn't fight and had to run, he could come back safely. He would then block the door and windows with heavy objects. Now she had no ability to resist, and with Pei Ziyu not here, she worried that zombies or other creatures might find a way inside. She ate a little less in the house, mainly drank a bowl of nourishing soup, and took 2 pills. Although the medicine worked well, it wasn't from mutated plants and couldn't produce instant results. It only slightly eased her pain. She slept very restlessly and suddenly woke up feeling hot and burning. She opened her eyes to check the sky outside and saw a face pressed against the window. Lan Hanlu slowly got up, went to the door, and put away the things blocking it into her space. Pei Ziyu hurried in. She was a bit confused because Pei Ziyu never entered this room. Then she thought he was worried about her injury, so she ignored it and was about to close the door. But since the weather wasn't very warm, she didn't. Before she could close the door, Pei Ziyu picked her up and placed her on the bed in the bedroom. He then took out a small bag from his pocket. Pei Ziyu carefully opened the bag, revealing several tiny crystal cores. These were crystal cores from mutated insects. It turned out he went to find crystal cores to help restore his body. Lan Hanlu looked at the crystal cores in her hand, feeling a mix of sourness and pain. Her brother, always so caring. Although the insect disaster was in its early stage, there weren't many insects, just a few. The chance of insects producing crystal cores was much lower than that of mutated plants and animals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hesitated to collect crystal cores to strengthen herself. She didn't know how much effort Pei Ziyu had put into collecting them. A faint smile appeared on her face. Brother, you're so amazing. You collected so many crystal cores. With these, I will recover quickly. Don't worry, brother. Receiving Lan Hanlu's approval, Pei Ziyu's mood lifted, and he was so happy he started to dance a little. He gently pressed the crystal cores back into her arms. Okay, I will start practicing now. Brother, you should go rest too. Lan Hanlu watched him leave the room, looking back several times. She sat cross-legged, holding a crystal core to absorb its energy. A flow of power moved from her hands into her body, traveling through her meridians and veins, repeatedly moving to the injured areas to help heal. After some time, her body felt much better. Unfortunately, these crystal cores were not from wood or water elements, so her injuries could have healed even more thoroughly if they were. But it's okay, because she has mental powers. Although her level isn't very high, her abilities are quite compatible. Outside, the sky was bright. The sunlight was not as hot as the past 2 days, but still lively with an autumn feel. Lan Hanlu opened her eyes and saw Pei Ziyu lying on the window. She felt very peaceful in that moment. She got up and moved her body. She still felt some soreness, but it wasn't as painful as before when moving around. Pei Ziyu also saw Lan Hanlu walking out quickly. His face, usually stiff, showed some excitement. Sister, you're so great. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu couldn't help but smile. Maybe he learned to say that because she often told him the same. She went over to him, tiptoed, and gently ruffled his hair, though she didn't know why. Her nails grew so fast, but her hair didn't grow at all. Instead, her hair had become rough. Don't worry, brother. I'm fine now. Just rest for 2 more days, and I'll be completely healed. You've been busy all night collecting these crystal cores, so you must be tired. I'll get you some beef, and then you can rest well. Today, neither of us will go out, okay? Her words were a bit long, so Pei Ziyu tilted his head and thought for a while before nodding. Little sister, food. He was still worried about Lan Hanlu. Okay, let's eat together. They set up 2 small tables with their own food and sat facing each other. Next to them, there was a small table with a tablet playing a melodramatic TV show. Pei Ziyu held his fork, eating pieces of meat cut into 2-centimeter squares. Without looking at the bloody meat, his movements were quite proper. Across from her, Lan Hanlu was calmly eating her meal, which consisted of 3 dishes, 1 soup, a fruit, and a dessert. She ate quietly while watching a popular TV show. Pei Ziyu, sitting opposite, was also eating and watching the show. Occasionally, he would glance at Lan Hanlu. If their eyes met, she would give him a comforting smile. His mood would fluctuate slightly with these interactions. After finishing her meal, Lan Hanlu was about to clear the table when Pei Ziyu stepped in front of her. His serious mental energy told her firmly, sleep and recover. People's meridians and physical capacity are limited, and they can't just sit and practice all day. I'll finish cleaning up and then go practice to restore my body. Pei Ziyu didn't move aside. Instead, he spread his arms to block her. Rest, his tall, imposing figure almost completely covered Lan Hanlu. She reached out to touch his head, but Pei Ziyu thought for a moment and lowered his head. He thought to himself that if Lulu wanted to touch him, let her do so. After she's done, she'll go back to sleep obediently. Lan Hanlu couldn't help but laugh at his actions, but her laughter was too sudden and caused internal pain, making her cough. Pei Ziyu was immediately worried. He circled around Lan Hanlu, hesitant to touch her, feeling that any contact might cause harm. Seeing her recover a bit, he quickly stepped forward and carefully carried her back to her room. Watching her sit peacefully on the bed, he tilted his head and thought, I'll tidy up. Sister, rest well. Okay, I'll rest now. Brother, thank you for the trouble outside, she said. As soon as she finished, Pei Ziyu patted his chest, and his mental energy fluctuated again. No trouble at all. He meant that she could trouble him. Lan Hanlu took off her shoes, lay on the bed, covered herself with a blanket, and slowly closed her eyes under his watchful gaze. Pei Ziyu watched her for a while before turning to leave. Lan Hanlu was gradually falling asleep, still tired from yesterday's injury and lack of rest. Just as she was about to drift off, she suddenly heard the sound of porcelain breaking loudly. Startled, she sat up straight. Because the curtains weren't drawn, she clearly saw Pei Ziyu in the yard, holding a fruit plate, standing there helplessly. The ground was a mess of broken pieces. Pei Ziyu seemed to realize something, quickly looked back into the house. Lan Hanlu quickly lay down, pretending to be asleep. Paisley looked at her for a while, making sure he didn't wake her, then hurriedly bent down to tidy up the things. Except for his own bowl and Lan Hanlu's tablet, everything else was broken. He thought for a moment, decided to throw everything away, and quietly went to Lan Hanlu's room. He pressed his face against the glass to look inside. Once he confirmed Lan Hanlu was really asleep, he quietly left. After going out, he blocked the door with an old car. Honestly, zombies are very strong, and with his special ability, the car in his hands was like a suitcase, easy to handle. It wasn't too hard, but it wasn't easy either. This time, he checked each shop one by one. He wanted to find a set of tableware similar to what they used at home, then put it back, so no one would notice he had broken the original set. Yes, he couldn't let his sister get upset. She was sick right now. With a clear goal in mind, he kept searching. He thought it was about time, but he still couldn't find an exact match. Looking at the plates and bowls in his hand, which were similar in color but different in pattern, he felt a bit down and returned to the yard. When he got back, Lan Hanlu was already awake, lying on a lounge chair in the yard. Seeing him, she immediately smiled. "Big brother, you're back so late." Pei wasn't sure whether to hide what he was holding, but while he hesitated, Lan Hanlu had already come over. "Did you find this outside? What is it? Let me see." Lan Hanlu reached out to take the box he was holding, but he turned sideways to avoid her. "Sister is tired." He then placed the box on a small table beside the lounge chair. He stood nearby, head bowed, looking like he had done something wrong and was waiting for punishment. Lan Hanlu probably guessed why, so she didn't hold back. She opened the box and took out a small white porcelain bowl with a floral pattern. "Wow, so pretty. My brother, all the tableware you chose is so beautiful." Pei Ziyu had been secretly watching Lan Hanlu. When he saw she really liked it, he, as a zombie, got very excited. "Is it pretty? Do you like it?" "Yes, I love it," she said happily. Why would I want to hurt his confidence? As a newly turned zombie, he's already much smarter than others. Most importantly, he was taking good care of himself. This person has a low sense of morality. As long as she doesn't cross the moral bottom line, everyone who treats her well is considered a good person. If she does cross that line, it can be considered on a case-by-case basis. Pei Ziyu happily straightened up and lifted his head. Then he took out 2 insect cores and shyly offered them, holding them in his hand. Lan Hanlu was amused by his slightly proud attitude and almost laughed. His brother is so thoughtful. He can absorb insect cores too, but he keeps all of them for himself. "Are there more insects outside now, brother?" she asked, playing with the 2 transparent cores. The cores of plants and animals are more clear than those of zombies. Under the sunset, the cores on her fair skin looked like they were flowing. Pei Ziyu thought they looked nice, but he didn't understand exactly why they looked good. However, his desire to collect cores for Lan Hanlu grew stronger. Despite her wild ideas, whenever she asked for something, he never let her down. "Can you help reinforce my room these past 2 days, brother?" Lan Hanlu looked at Pei Ziyu, feeling confused and uncertain. She had to drag his hand to the cage. On the ground, she picked up a melted and solidified iron block and pointed at the cage. As Pei Ziyu's level increased, his intelligence also improved. He quickly understood what was needed. Using his powers, he melted the 2 iron blocks into A and welded it onto the cage. Although the shape was a bit different, Lan Hanlu pushed it and found it still very sturdy. She looked at him, waiting for praise, and naturally, she was generous. When she praised Pei Ziyu, his mental strength seemed to swell like a rising tide, wave after wave. She then took out a container, which made a loud noise and kicked up dust when it hit the ground. She opened the container and took out some special steel plates. These heavy objects would be difficult to move without her powers if she weren't an ability user. Seeing her like this, Pei Ziyu immediately took the steel plates and easily pulled them out. Lan Hanlu directed him to attach the plates to the outer wall of the master bedroom and connect them with her powers. While Lan Hanlu was resting and healing, Pei Ziyu went hunting. Before bed, he repaired the small yard. During this time, various insects kept appearing in the yard. Not only did the insects grow larger and more colorful, but their toxicity also increased. On the welded steel plates, there were occasional burn marks left by crawling insects. It was just a thin layer, but I was still very surprised. After all, it was steel. Half a month had passed, and fortunately, Pei-Ziyu's abilities had improved by one level. He could sometimes produce single sounds now, but he still preferred to communicate using his mental power, although he now looked like a zombie king. Yesterday, when Lan Hanlu was washing up, she muttered, "This water is used too quickly. If I want to live forever, it won't be enough." This morning, just after waking up and preparing to eat something, Pei-Ziyu brought her a gift, a zombie with restraints. Lan Hanlu was shocked by his action and almost choked on her water. "Why did you catch him?" The zombie was a boy around 15 or 16 years old, thin and wearing a school uniform. However, this zombie clearly lacked Pei-Ziyu's intelligence. He was growling at Lan Hanlu, drooling, but was immediately quiet after Pei-Ziyu slapped him. "This zombie isn't low-level," Lan Hanlu asked again. "So, what are you going to do with him?" "Let him drink water," was the simple answer. "He's water type," Lan Hanlu pointed out, stretching her finger. "Let him drink water freely," she added. "You're just a zombie, but you seem to have a strong boss vibe." Originally, Lan Hanlu said they didn't have enough water, but she was just talking. At least for the past 2 years, it was enough. She planned to stabilize things and exchange crystal cores at the base later. Now, it seemed her idea was too narrow. Lan Hanlu didn't say anything else and simply took out an empty water bucket. "Then let him put water here." Pei-Ziyu turned around and growled at the zombie twice. The zombie was very tightly. She wondered if Pei-Ziyu had some shadow from being himself or something. The way the small zombie was exactly the same as how he was tied before. "Let his hands go. Or, how will he put water? If you're worried he won't listen, put him in a cage," she said casually. Pei-Ziyu was unhappy and looked back at Lan Hanlu. "The cage? That's mine. What kind of obsession with little birds is this? He wouldn't even part with a cage." All right, you decide for yourself." Lan Hanlu's casual attitude made it seem like the little zombie wouldn't listen to commands, but Pei-Ziyu had already caught him. Maybe he should just let him try. His own brother can do whatever he wants. He has the means to do so. Hearing Lan Hanlu's words, Pei-Ziyu released the little zombie, then tied a restraint around his neck, holding one end with one hand. He then directed the little zombie to pour water into a bucket, but it seemed that either the zombie's level was low or something else was wrong. After a long effort, he finally managed to pour some water, but it spilled out as if splashed. Only a small amount went into the bucket, the rest splattered on the ground. Pei-Ziyu was momentarily stunned and slapped the zombie's head. He then shouted loudly. Though Lan Hanlu couldn't understand what he was saying, it was probably a lot of curse words. The little zombie was so scared it shrank to the side. Seeing that the two zombies would be at it for a while longer, Lan Hanlu gave up on the idea of going outside. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but Pei-Ziyu wouldn't let her go alone. The last incident had scared Pei-Ziyu badly. If Pei-Ziyu's brother returned and didn't see him, he would be very anxious. So, whenever Pei-Ziyu wanted to go out, Pei-Ziyu would follow. Lan Hanlu's psychic ability hadn't yet reached level 4, so she was truly powerless against the zombies now. There was no need to insist on going out. Her safety was more important. She returned to the yard to organize the space. Mainly, they had used 2 shipping containers of steel plates to repair the house, and nearly a container of beef had been eaten. Lan Hanlu planned to put the remaining beef into storage boxes, emptying the 3 containers, so she could store the supplies collected by Pei-Ziyu recently. That way, during a bug disaster, she wouldn't have to worry about these supplies. But first, she took out something that looked like a radio transmitter. It was similar to a homemade device, with roughly the same function but higher power. Due to severe magnetic field disruptions, she wasn't sure if it would work. She programmed it to send a signal for a bug disaster, repeating it several times. Beyond that, she couldn't decide what to do. She glanced at Pei-Ziyu, still training the little zombie to pour water, then went to the storage room to move things into the container. The little zombie, being scolded, no longer paid attention to Lan Hanlu, who was walking back and forth like a tasty treat. Lan Hanlu only felt a bit of sympathy mentally and continued with her own tasks. However, she reminded Peiziu, his mental energy is probably almost gone. Should we give him some crystal cores or beef to recharge? Peiziu listened to his words, stared at the little zombie for a long time, then tied the little zombie to a withered tree nearby. He went over to Lan Hanlu. Before he could speak, Lan Hanlu took out a big bowl of sliced beef and a few crystal cores, placing them on a small table. Peiziu looked at the beef and crystal cores for a while, then picked up a fork and speared a small piece of beef, really a tiny piece. He approached the little zombie. The little zombie smelled the blood of the beef, overcame his fear of Peiziu, and reached out with his mouth wide open, trying to grab it. Peiziu barked at him, harshly. The little zombie paused for a moment. Peiziu then used the fork to push the beef into his mouth. The little zombie immediately closed his mouth and bit down on the fork. Angrily, Peiziu slapped him. The little zombie only loosened his grip slightly, and the fork was pulled out. Since it was just a small piece of meat, after eating it, the little zombie looked at Peiziu eagerly. Peiziu stared at him seriously for a long time. Reluctantly, he returned to the small table and picked out another piece of beef. Lan Hanlu watched Peiziu go through this process 7 or 8 times, trying not to laugh. Even though her stomach hurt, she didn't say anything. Finally, Peiziu grew a bit impatient and gave him a crystal core. The little zombie, having been fed like this before, now looked at Peiziu with admiration instead of fear. Although he wasn't sure what his feelings were, he was very determined to follow Peiziu's thoughts. The little zombie was small and not very strong in body or abilities. There were no living people in the city now, and the mutated animals that occasionally appeared couldn't be attacked. It was clear what kind of life he had lived before. You should come and eat too. Once you finish, he'll be almost recovered. Then you can take care of him. Tomorrow, let's go out and take a look. Peiziu nodded and sat at the table, picking up his fork to eat the beef. Lan Hanlu was eating her spicy hot pot. She had been resting for half a month, trying to eat healthily. Now she was fully recovered, and her abilities showed signs of improvement. Of course, she wanted to celebrate with some good food. But after just a few bites, she noticed Peiziu was staring at her. She swallowed the quail egg in her mouth and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?"
Peiziu pointed to the side.
"There's nothing." Lan Hanlu looked in the direction he pointed. "Nothing? Which one is that?" Suddenly, she had a flash of insight. "Are you watching a video?" Peiziu pointed at the screen and said, "Video," with certainty. Lan Hanlu was happy to see him becoming more human-like, so she quickly took out her tablet, opened the last program they watched, and watched while eating. Peiziu nodded contentedly, eating as he watched. Today, there were occasional growls from a small zombie. Before watching the video, Peiziu would shout back to calm it down, but once he started watching, he paid no more attention to it. Lan Hanlu enjoyed a relaxing meal, and then lay on a lounge chair, holding a fruit plate. After Peiziu finished eating, he collected the dishes into his basin and took them outside to throw away. Yes, he had tried many times to wash dishes but couldn't do it well. So, he collected many sets of utensils. After Lan Hanlu finished eating, he would throw away the used utensils and give her new ones. Lan Hanlu wasn't short of dishes, but Peiziu always cleaned and stored the ones he gave her, waiting until the video finished playing. Peiziu then brought the small zombie to the water bucket and trained it to pour water inside. Lan Hanlu also started exercising. In the end times, she couldn't afford to be lucky. She had to become stronger at all times. She hoped her supernatural ability would fully upgrade to level 4 soon. Then she could temporarily control zombies or confuse humans. It wouldn't be like now, where controlling them made her feel weak and helpless. Outside, several bases had received notifications from Lan Hanlu. The survivors took these messages seriously because they had also noticed an increase in bugs recently. Although the current number of bugs hadn't caused irreversible damage, if it was an insect disaster, the situation would be very different. These bugs were not only larger, but also quite aggressive. If they attacked the bases in groups, ordinary people would find it very hard to defend themselves. Some people wanted to investigate who sent the message, but given the current environment, it was still quite complicated. Zombies rarely rested, but Lan Hanlu still maintained a normal human sleep schedule. When she woke up the next day, the small zombie had already urinated once, with about 80% of the collected in the bucket. Early in the morning, Pei Ziyu happily fed the small zombie several pieces of beef, then tied it to a tree. He and Lan Hanlu went out to hunt zombies and collect crystal cores. Originally, Pei Ziyu was supposed to take her to hunt insects, but Lan Hanlu thought it was better to do so during a major disaster to gain more benefits. After all, during her injury, Pei Ziyu could only get a maximum of 6 crystal cores and a minimum of 2 each day, despite his abilities. It's clear that hunting insects now is very difficult to get crystal cores. So, Lan Hanlu persuaded Pei Ziyu to bring her along to fight zombies. Pei Ziyu was very familiar with this area. He led Lan Hanlu to the entrance of an underground supermarket. Since the stairs go down, some zombies that haven't evolved yet are trapped inside. There were many zombies wandering outside the door too. Lan Hanlu looked at Pei Ziyu, and he gave her a confident nod. "Sister, come here. There's food." Lan Hanlu was really touched by many small details from Pei Ziyu. Zombies don't eat human food, and most of the food in the supermarket was already rotten. But many things she could eat were here. Pei Ziyu was looking for food for her, probably worried she'd go hungry. Since they decided to stay here, Lan Hanlu drew her knife and went out to fight. Sure enough, after half a month, the zombies had become stronger. But her injuries weren't for nothing. The energy from the insect crystal cores was healing her wounds and strengthening her body. Her body's strength had naturally improved. She wasn't afraid of 1 or 2 zombies, but more than that would be dangerous. Luckily, with Pei Ziyu around, she wouldn't be overwhelmed. She had never fought 2 zombies alone before. Lan Hanlu understood that Pei Ziyu was just playing with her, so after killing 1 zombie, she would happily run over to Pei Ziyu. "Am I awesome?" Pei Ziyu also imitated her, gently rubbing her head. His movements were very soft. Lan Hanlu could only feel a little of it. She really didn't know how fragile she seemed in Pei Ziyu's eyes. Even though they spent the day fighting zombies, it was definitely a happy day. With someone backing her up, fighting zombies was no longer just a task but a kind of fun. When they returned home at night, this happiness quickly faded. The small zombie that had scratched through its restraints with its nails. When Lan Hanlu and the others came back, the lounge chair and small table were knocked over on the ground. A whole set of white porcelain teapots and cups were spilled and broken, dirty and shattered. The clothes hanging on the rack had been turned into rags. It was really frustrating. Lan Hanlu looked at Pei Ziyu with concern. Pei Ziyu slapped the small zombie running toward them, and the little creature quickly curled up and covered its head on the ground. Pei Ziyu grabbed it and dragged it into his room. Lan Hanlu didn't care about the occasional shouts and crashes coming from inside. She quickly tidied up the yard. The small zombie, after being cleaned up, sat in the corner of the room and refused to come out. Pei Ziyu and Lan Hanlu ignored it and finished their meals, then went on with their own tasks. The next morning, Lan Hanlu found a large cage in the yard, the kind used for big dogs. It was about 1.5 meters high, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters long. Inside, the small zombie was crouching, and the zombie's height was about 1.6 meters. That night, 3 days later, Lan Hanlu was awakened by the loud screams from the yard. She suddenly sat up, fully alert. The faint sounds outside became clearer. She knew it was an insect invasion. After quickly dressing, she took out her prepared flamethrower. She pressed the button on the wall, and all the windows were covered with steel plates that fit tightly against the walls. Killing insects was urgent. She couldn't let them get inside. Otherwise, how could she use the things inside the house after they crawled over? She also turned on the outside lights. When she stepped out, she saw Pei Ziyu and the small zombie fighting the insects. Pei Ziyu held a sword, while the small zombie used something like a fly swatter, hitting the insects repeatedly. What she found disturbing was that after killing the insects, the small zombie would pick them up and put them in its mouth. Seeing Lan Hanlu come out, Pei Ziyu looked anxious. He reached out to block her. Sister, go back. I'll handle this. Lan Hanlu patted his arm. Brother, let's do it together. If I can't handle it, I'll go back. Remember, our house has been remodeled. Pei Ziyu looked back at the renovated house and finally nodded in agreement. The insects were dense, like a thick carpet crawling over the building. Lan Hanlu turned on her flamethrower, took a few steps forward, and a large burst of flames shot out from the nozzle. The ground was filled with the squeaking of insects and the smell of burning. In an instant, the insects in this area were burned to ashes. Only a few crystal cores scattered on the ground. The small zombie eagerly stepped forward to pick them up. Lan Hanlu thought he would put it in his mouth, but he didn't. Instead, he happily took it to Pei Ziyu. Seeing his dismissive snort, Lan Hanlu frowned. Pei Ziyu probably thought the little zombie had given him all the crystal cores, which made Lan Hanlu unhappy. He took a step forward and reached out to pat Lan Hanlu's head. Keep this safe for sister. It's all hers. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu smiled happily. He turned to continue burning the bugs. There was no need to worry about running out of bugs because the lights were on, and with so many bugs, Lan Hanlu only needed to occasionally change direction. The bugs seemed endless. While Lan Hanlu was burning bugs, Pei Ziyu held a sword, hitting the bugs that tried to escape, trying to prevent any bugs from biting her. Elsewhere in the city, zombies and bugs were also fighting. At this moment, it was a fight for survival. Either you eat me, or I eat you. Because of these intense battles, many zombies' special abilities were awakened. Before, these zombies also caught bugs to eat. But a good number of low-level zombies had been completely eaten by bugs. That's why you could always hear the zombies' roars and screams. Human bases were also suffering from the brutal bug disaster. Unlike zombies, humans are not sensitive to pain unless their lives are threatened. So, once injured, their fighting ability drops. They are easily overrun and eaten by bugs. Even with timely rescue and preparations, many humans still died. It would be better if there was a mutant with attack powers at home. But as humans moved into underground safe zones, the number of casualties decreased significantly. The bug disaster lasted 3 days, and after that, the bugs gradually retreated. During these 3 days, Lan Hanlu and the others fought hard, then rested inside the house. After enough rest, they went out to fight again. Not to mention, the little zombie had fed itself well and collected a whole box of crystal cores. Pei Ziyu pushed a transparent storage box into Lan Hanlu's arms. Eat these. Lan Hanlu looked at the shiny, clean crystal cores, then grabbed a handful, letting them slide slowly through his palm. Finally, he kept one in his hand and put it into Pei Ziyu's mouth. You eat first, brother. Watching Pei Ziyu chew the crystal core with a slightly dazed expression, she smiled brightly, thinking to herself, I've raised my brother very well, haven't I? And in turn, my brother has also taken good care of me. That's enough. Pei Ziyu gently lifted her hand and softly patted Lan Hanlu's head. Eat, sister, become stronger, and don't get hurt. Lan Hanlu smiled and nodded at her. When she turned her head slightly, she saw the little zombie peeking around. Pei Ziyu looked in the same direction. The little zombie quickly pulled back its head. Pei Ziyu didn't let it go and shouted at it loudly. Lan Hanlu couldn't help but laugh. Pei Ziyu was very strict about not letting the little zombie come inside. Because of the insect disaster, they would rest inside, but the little zombie was not allowed into Lan Hanlu's bedroom. It was only allowed into the west room, which used to be a study. During the insect disaster, they both stayed inside to rest. Even after being scolded, the little zombie remembered. Before they went out, they saw it holding its head and crouching at the door. Pei Ziyu went over and kicked it. After a few loud shouts, the little zombie stood up. It had improved after this experience. It was more agile now. Its water intake had increased, and its accuracy had improved. It recognized Lan Hanlu and wouldn't attack her. Instead, it would avoid her. Just now, it didn't know what it was doing, but when it heard the noise in the yard, it knew. It was chopping firewood and bringing back some unused tables, chairs, and furniture, all cut into suitable sizes for burning. Lan Hanlu was cleaning everywhere. Some bugs still survived in the cracks, but she cleaned everything thoroughly and killed them all. Then there was nothing else to do but practice with the crystal core. She had already reached the critical point of the 4th level. Now that she had enough crystal cores, Lan Hanlu naturally broke through. Her mental power at the 4th level was completely transformed. She could even make her mental strength tangible, lightly touching objects, forming needle-like attacks on anything. As for creating illusions, she could do it too, but the illusions didn't last long. People with strong willpower might not be affected much. However, illusions could be a surprise attack. In the following days, Lan Hanlu and Pei Ziyu continued exploring and collecting. The results were not very good. Most of the food had been eaten up. Even some Western medicines from the pharmacy had been chewed through. Lan Hanlu felt heartbroken, but the bugs didn't give her a chance to recover. Since she came out, she discovered a problem. Pei Ziyu didn't allow her to go beyond a certain range. Within that range, no zombies would attack her. Some zombies are very strong and aware, and they secretly watch her. Of course, all these zombies are warned by Pei Ziyu. Lan Hanlu looks serious. She knows this place is no longer safe for her to stay. But when she looks at Pei Ziyu nearby, she sees that he usually goes crazy if he doesn't see her. She really doesn't know what he might do if she leaves. After a whole day of wandering, Lan Hanlu realizes that the city has been divided by a few zombies. They now live in this area, which is managed by Pei Ziyu. Brother, when we go back, you should start absorbing the crystal cores. If we do this right, we can make the whole city into Zombie King. Then no one will dare to bother your sister and me, she says. She seems to enjoy this feeling of being in control. In the next few days, Lan Hanlu goes out with Pei Ziyu to patrol. When they return, she absorbs crystal cores to level up. After a few days, Pei Ziyu finally reaches a new level. This time, he has reached level 7, but he immediately falls into a deep upgrade state, standing still and not moving. Lan Hanlu doesn't know how long it will take for him to finish upgrading. Even without much common sense, she knows it's not the right time to disturb him. She quickly seals all the steel plates on the 3 rooms, just like dealing with a swarm of bugs. The doors and windows are tightly closed. She lives in the nearby house and checks on that room every day. On the 3rd day of Pei Ziyu's upgrade, the occasional zombie growls become louder and more chaotic. It's obvious something is happening. Lan Hanlu puts on her mask and helmet, straps her gun, and takes her machete. She tells the little zombie to watch the house and heads out. She notices that the zombies on the nearby street have increased. She runs to the street corner and finds that a female ice-type zombie has entered the area. She is wearing a dirty professional suit. This female zombie has a high-level supernatural power. The stronger zombies around are no match for her. She uses ice spikes, ice swords, and freezing effects in turn. As long as she kills the zombies blocking her way, they will run toward this house. Seeing this, there's no doubt she's here to seek revenge or silence someone. Whatever her purpose, she can't let this zombie come near while Pei Ziyu is upgrading. Lan Hanlu said nothing and immediately charged forward with her sword. Her aura was quickly detected by the zombie, which waved its hand to create an ice shield that blocked her sword. However, this brief distraction allowed another zombie to scratch her, causing injury. For a creature that had regained some senses, this was unforgivable. In response, she fought more fiercely, as if her energy was endless. Despite her agility, an ice cone still cut her face. She also managed to leave 2 wounds on the zombie's body with her sword. Overall, she was still no match for it, since zombies not only had strong energy attacks but also solid physical defenses. The reason her face was cut by the ice cone was mainly to avoid being clawed. Although Lan Hanlu was a level 4 psychic, she still tried to avoid physical injuries whenever possible. She was hesitant and cautious, unable to fully unleash her power. Meanwhile, the zombie had no such worries. It had already killed 2 zombies and now only faced her, the last obstacle. Just as Lan Hanlu thought her energy was running low, the approaching zombie shot 4 ice needles at her simultaneously. She tried her best to swing her sword to deflect them, then blocked the zombie's attack, but was still knocked back. She crashed into a nearby wall, and a faint, salty taste of blood involuntarily seeped from the corner of her mouth. Lan Hanlu quickly looked down to check. Her bulletproof vest was indeed on, and although she was bleeding, it was from a collision, not a scratch. Her body was safe. She crawled up from the ground, took a deep breath, and charged forward with her sword. The opponent clearly had rich combat experience, often shooting ice needles during the fight. Lan Hanlu was no pushover either. She occasionally used her psychic powers to interfere mentally, taking advantage of her opponent's distraction to leave wounds with her sword. Although zombies had strong regenerative abilities, they didn't heal instantly, and healing required energy. The fight was intense, but soon Lan Hanlu's stamina was nearly exhausted. Seizing an opening, she was kicked and flew backward. Unfortunately, she hit an open piece of metal, and although her vest protected her torso, her arm was cut open. Blood immediately started to flow out. The zombie on the other side clearly smelled the blood and became very excited. Moreover, the zombies wandering from a distance also caught the scent and gathered around. No, this is not good. If she continues like this, she fears she will be torn apart by these creatures. After all, during Paizi's upgrade, the threat from these zombies was also decreasing. But now she can't retreat. If she does, Paizi will be in danger. She gritted her teeth and kicked off the wall behind her, using her strength to quickly leap toward the zombie, while swinging her sword straight at its neck. The zombie immediately formed a small but thick ice shield to block her sword, but its claws reached out to grab her. At this moment, Blue Hanlu condensed her special ability, twisting her mental energy into a spiral needle that shot rapidly into the zombie's mind. Maybe because she was too close, or because she caught it off guard. Her mental power entered the zombie's brain without resistance, approaching its core and damaging it. The zombie's reaction was to freeze when its claws neared Blue Hanlu. Then, the ice shield in front of her disappeared, and the zombie withdrew its hands, covering its head. It let out a long roar, then collapsed silently. Blue Hanlu leaned on her sword, gasping for breath. After a while, she felt a bit better. She approached the zombie and cut off its head with a single. She then used the tip of her sword to pick out the core. When energized, the core was very hard, even though her mental attack was very powerful. However, there were no marks on the surface of the core. The zombie was dead because her mental force had damaged its brain and triggered the core. Although this thing was tough, it couldn't be touched inside the brain, just like the hardest skull protecting the most important brain. Finally, Blue Hanlu could relax a little. She coughed forcefully twice, a piece of blood block coming out with the cough, and she felt dizzy and congested. Her special ability was exhausted, her strength drained, and she was injured. How long had it been since she suffered like this? Although she experienced similar situations in her previous life, it had been a very long time. Just as she turned to leave, her heart suddenly clenched. The danger awareness she had developed during her training made her roll over to the side, using the nearby wall for support. The blue bricks of the wall she leaned on were shattered as she was grabbed. Blue Hanlu unconsciously swallowed hard, glancing at the person standing opposite her. No, it should be a high-level zombie. She didn't know what type of ability this zombie had, but its strength and speed were truly frightening. It could also be a dual-enhanced ability combining strength and speed. If that's the case, it will be very difficult. Don't think that magic-based abilities are especially powerful. Body enhancement abilities are much better. That's because you haven't trained to the highest level. When you reach the peak, even the strongest magic shield can't withstand a punch. As for speed abilities, unless you're attacking a large area, no matter how fast you are, you can't catch someone's shadow. Also, those with body enhancement abilities tend to have strong bodies, good stamina, and long endurance. It seems I am going to be stuck here today. Looking at the hand grenade hanging on my lower back, unless the zombie is holding it with its speed, it won't be able to do much damage. With the vector ability, I feel like I have some strength inside me. Leaning on my sword and the wall, I slowly stand up. I straighten my back and take a deep breath, coughing a few times from the choking sensation. But I still grip my sword tightly. The zombie across from me has claws with 10 fingers shining with a black cold light, but its face is no longer dark green. It has turned pale white. Its clothes have also become much neater. Isn't that obvious? This one is clearly more advanced than the one just now. Maybe that earlier zombie was sent by this one. I just don't know if I can hold out until Peiziu evolves successfully, and whether the evolved Peiziu can defeat the opponent. My mind keeps racing, but I don't stop moving my hands. Attacking is the best defense. I swing my sword and get close, but the zombie blocks me. I immediately switch my left hand to a dagger. The zombie's defense is strong, and it almost always tries to attack my face. So I need to fight up close. After a few rounds, I get beaten by the zombie spitting blood as if breathing itself is painful. I glance again at the grenade on my waist. Lan Hanlu's sword has already been knocked out of her hand by the shock, so I reach out and summon a few more knives, rushing forward without any fancy moves. The male zombie across from me doesn't move at all. To him, Lan Hanlu is like a grasshopper after autumn, and when he sees her swinging her sword, he only wants to deliver the final. Then he will eat her flesh and crystal core, and his abilities will increase significantly. Plus, that advanced zombie will level up again, becoming a true zombie king. Who would have thought that Lan Hanlu, who is close, suddenly grabbed his clothes and shoved something into his chest? Was she risking her injury just to hide something? Seeing her turn around and pounce forward, he's not stupid. He quickly reaches out to grab her, trying to hold her clothes so she can't escape. Lan Hanlu is holding on to the hope that she can run to survive. If she can't run, she accepts that she might die. Just when she thought she was going to die, her arm reaching forward was grabbed, and she was suddenly pulled forward a big step. As the explosion sounded behind her, she was pushed into someone's arms and then turned around. The two of them were knocked forward by the blast. Before she could fully understand what was happening, the person protecting her let go, and a loud, sharp cry rang out. Lan Hanlu quickly turned around and saw Peiziu dressed in blue and white sportswear, fighting against a zombie that had lost one arm and was the size of a large beast. One was full of energy, the other half-injured. Clearly, in less than 10 minutes, Peiziu had driven a metal nail into the zombie's forehead. Then Peiziu quickly turned and ran to Lan Hanlu. "Sister, does it hurt?" At first, she thought it didn't matter, but hearing this question made her feel a little sad. "Brother, it hurts so much." Peiziu was anxious after hearing her words, pacing around him. Seeing his state, Lan Hanlu felt that she could endure the pain a little longer. "Brother, you should first remove their crystal cores. A fight had just taken place here, attracting many zombies. If they turn around and left now, the crystal cores of these two zombies would definitely be taken by other zombies." Peiziu looked at her worriedly, then let out a loud growl toward the small courtyard. A little zombie ran over, then went to take out the crystal cores from the two zombies. Peiziu carefully picked up Lan Hanlu. "Brother, have you evolved successfully?" "Yes, I have. I'm now level 7, he answered smoothly, without hesitation. Lan Hanlu looked at him carefully and noticed his face was a bit pale, like someone just recovering from a serious illness, but there was no purple or blue discoloration. His lips also looked fuller. Curious, she pinched his shoulder and chest twice. They were stiff and lacked elasticity. Peiziu looked at her curiously. Lan Hanlu wanted to smile at him, but her internal injuries made her cough uncontrollably, and she spat out some blood. Seeing her like this, Peiziu was frightened. He quickly picked her up and ran. He carried her back to her room, laid her on the bed, and carefully checked. Lan Hanlu had already fainted. After being seriously injured, she might have fainted if not for her strong will. Since she is a special ability user, lying down and carefully taking care of herself could help her recover slowly, though it would take a long time. However, Peiziu is not human and cannot take care of her. He always thought Lan Hanlu was very fragile, easily hurt by a slight touch, and whenever she was upset or hurt, she would cry. This always made him feel uncomfortable inside. So, he picked up a crystal core from his repair kit and put it into Lan Hanlu's mouth. But she had already lost consciousness. When she regained awareness, her eyes were dazzled by a bright light. She had just moaned softly and then felt a burning pain in her chest. "Ma'am, are you awake?" "Don't worry," a gentle voice said beside her. A soft energy eased some of her pain. "Are you feeling better?" "I only have these abilities. I'll come back tomorrow to treat you a few more times," the voice continued. It was the same voice, and after the pain eased, Lan Hanlu was able to open her eyes. The woman looked to be about 30 years old, with a low ponytail, a rosy and fair face, and a gentle, water-like temperament. "Thank you," Lan Hanlu managed to say. "You're welcome.
My name is Chen Shui.
Captain Yi paid for my crystal core to heal you," the woman said kindly, reminding her. "Captain Yi went on a mission, but he'll be back this afternoon. You don't need to worry," Chen Shui added. "Hello, Sister Chen. How long have I been unconscious, and how did I get here?" Lan Hanlu asked, full of questions. Chen Shui smiled and answered, "Actually, I'm not sure either. 2 days ago, Captain Yi and his team went on a mission. As soon as they left the base, they carried you back." She explained that she checked and found she had internal injuries caused by an attack. Captain Yi brought a crystal core and supplies, asking her to treat you. Since she worked in the medical room, she could only use her abilities once each afternoon.
Today was her 3rd time.
Luckily you're awake now, so Captain Yi won't worry so much. Lan Hanlu smiled gratefully. She then noticed that the room was about 12 or 13 square meters, with only a bed, a bedside table, and a wardrobe. The room was very tidy, which didn't surprise her. After all, she had lived in a similar room in her previous life. At this moment, the corridor echoed with orderly footsteps. "Oh, Captain Yi and the others are back." As soon as the words were spoken, the door was knocked twice and pushed open. Lan Hanlu looked up. The man had a tan complexion, a strong face, and a crew-cut hairstyle. "Hello," she said first, breaking the silence. "It's good that you're awake. How do you feel now?" His voice was a bit deep and hoarse. With his dusty appearance, it seemed he had just returned from outside. Lan Hanlu smiled slightly.
"I'm okay.
"It still hurts a little, but it shouldn't be serious." She wanted to say more, but seeing his condition, she held back her words. Yi Heng saw her hesitation and sat down on a stool beside the bed. "Since Captain Yi has no other business, I'll head out now. You two can chat slowly." Chen Shui nodded and simply left after greeting her. Yi Heng saw Chen Shui close the door and then looked back at Lan Hanlu. "About 2 days ago, I was collecting supplies outside the base when I found you unconscious nearby. Seeing your outfit, I brought you back." He actually wanted to ask if she was the person who had saved him in the city before, but when he saw her pale face and lips, he swallowed the question. "My name is Lan Hanlu. Thank you, Captain Yi, for saving me. Rest assured, I will return the supplies you used once I recover." Hearing her words, Yi Heng frowned slightly. "No need to be so polite. My name is Yi Heng. You also helped us before. Saving civilians is part of my duty." He said this, but there was a hint of caution, as the person that day was wrapped very tightly, and he was worried it might be a coincidence. "All right, I won't be polite then." When Lan Hanlu admitted this, Yi Heng's eyes brightened a little. "If you need anything, just speak up. I arranged for someone to watch over you. If you need anything, just call her and she'll come in. Since you're awake today, I'll go get some food for you." Without waiting for her to reply, he stood up and left the room. A woman in her 50s entered. She wore clothes that looked like men's, loose and baggy, with large and small stains that couldn't be washed out. Seeing Lan Hanlu, she looked a bit nervous. "Miss, do you want to get up and wash or have some water?" Her voice was soft, but her eyes were gentle and not greedy. "Okay, I want to go to the bathroom," Lan Hanlu said, wearing a loose women's sleep dress. All right. The woman quickly helped Lan Hanlu up and guided him to the bathroom. Lan Hanlu covered his chest with one hand and was supported by the woman. He looked at himself in the mirror. His face was pale, and his lips were colorless. He checked his pulse and confirmed he had internal injuries. Luckily, his injuries were healing well. With the medicine he was taking and some healing treatments, he should recover quickly. He took out some medicine from the cabinet and reluctantly placed it in the bathroom. He chose the medicine he needed, swallowed it, then closed the cabinet. Afterward, he used the toilet and washed up. In the bedroom, he could faintly hear voices, probably from Yi Hang returning with food. Lan Hanlu pushed the door open. Wash up and come eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. I specially ordered some porridge and an egg, Yi Hang called out as she saw him come out. Lan Hanlu's hair was half, with a few damp strands from washing his face. His face looked fragile and pale, giving him a delicate appearance that made others want to protect him. Yi Hang was momentarily stunned by his beauty, but quickly recovered and started talking about today's meal. We still have eggs, Lan Hanlu asked, pretending to be surprised. They're mutated eggs, bigger than usual. But the mutated chickens are very fierce, and most people can't handle them, Yi Hang explained while serving the food. The aunt who helped him earlier had already left. Yes, I saw some before the disaster of insects. After the disaster, as long as you're a bit away from the base, mutated beasts will attack humans, she sighed, seeming helpless about the shrinking living space for humans. It's still quite dangerous outside now. Yeah. Were you always in the city? Your injuries were from zombie attacks, right? Yi Hang asked. Yes, I was always in the city, so I was attacked by zombies. But I haven't encountered mutated beasts, she replied, not wanting to talk much about city life. Now, it's not just mutated beasts. There are also mutated plants. They look normal most of the time, but their attack power is strong, and their abilities are strange and unpredictable. Yi Hang gently helped her peel the egg. Mutant beast meat is good for the human body, and this egg is more nutritious than before. You should eat it quickly. Thank you. I really caused you a lot of trouble, Lan Hanlu said curiously as she took a bite of the egg. The aroma filled her mouth. The egg white was slightly elastic, kind of like goose eggs from before the apocalypse. Don't keep saying I caused trouble. Didn't I say I would return your supplies? I'm waiting for that. So, it's not trouble. But right now, you should rest and recover. There are too many zombies wandering nearby. Until your injury heals completely, you must not go out. Hearing Yi Hang's words, Lan Hanlu suddenly paused. Was her brother waiting for her? Time went back 3 days. Pei Ziyu saw how Lan Hanlu looked and became very worried. But no matter what he fed her, she wouldn't eat. He felt like his sister was about to leave him. He even thought about turning her into a zombie himself. But then he remembered the zombies outside. Even if they regained consciousness, they would have no memory of the past. Instead, they would become negative stereotypes, greedy, cruel, bloodthirsty, even cunning. His sister probably didn't want to become such a creature. No, as a zombie himself, he knew he might not even be considered a living being. Finally, he looked into the distance, made up his mind, and carried Lan Hanlu to the nearby human base. They waited there all night. During this time, people came and went. But he saw some people robbing other supplies, beating women, children, and the elderly, many terrible things. How could Pei Ziyu trust others to take care of Lan Hanlu? But no one came to help. He was afraid his sister would truly disappear from his world. Until early the next morning, just before dawn, a group of people started to emerge, along with 3 vehicles. Pei Ziyu recognized these cars. Once he confirmed who was on them, he finally made up his mind. He gently carried Lan Hanlu to the place where the cars would pass. He carefully placed her in the middle of the road, and then hid nearby. He saw the cars stop. 2 people got out, checked around, and more people got out of the vehicles. Among them, he recognized one person. That person carried his sister back to the car, then the vehicle turned around and headed back to the base. Pei Ziyu kept watching, feeling happy that someone was taking care of his sister, but also worried that she might not be well cared for. He observed from a distance all day. At night, he turned back to the city, but soon the next day, he sent someone to keep watch nearby. Lan Hanlu thought that Pei Ziyu had no desire to eat. She forced herself to drink a few sips of porridge and ate half an egg. Why aren't you eating anymore? Is it not to your taste? Yi Hang, being a supernatural, knew that supernatural beings used a lot of energy. Lan Hanlu had been living in the city for a long time, so she must have supernatural powers. Maybe it's because of the injury. I don't have much appetite, Lan Hanlu said with a smile, but her mood was low. Your injury is indeed serious. I'll pack up and go out so you can rest well. Tomorrow, Qin Shui will come to treat you, and you'll feel much better. Yi Heng took a bag from the bedside table. This is some stuff the team collected. I brought it to help you recover. The cloth bag was opened, revealing a few eggs, apples, some wrinkled but still edible fruits, and, importantly, some chips and 2 sausages. Lan Hanlu wasn't lacking these things, but having lived here, she knew how precious supplies were at this time. She declined politely. Yi Heng, you should take these back. Everyone is having a hard time, and supplies are getting scarcer. They are on tough missions, so eating more to recover is normal. As for me, I get treatment every day. I believe I will recover soon. Don't hold back their supplies. Supplies are indeed scarce now, but it's not really withholding. Everyone shares a little. These are nothing compared to your life-saving kindness before. Hearing this, Yi Heng's lips curled into a slight smile, and he looked softer. Lan Hanlu thought for a moment. All right, since you say so, I won't be polite. But in the future, please don't mention saving my life again. If you keep saying that, I'll feel bad about staying here. Okay, I won't mention it. You don't need to thank me all the time. In a way, we are comrades. Watching Yi Heng leave and close the door, the smile on Lan Hanlu's face gradually faded. She was thinking about Pei Ziyu. And what was Pei Ziyu doing? In the city, the screams of zombies kept echoing. Pei Ziyu slapped and killed a water-type zombie. He took a crystal core directly from his mind and put it into his mouth, then turned around to face the mental ability zombie. This zombie had gathered quite a few high-level zombies around him because he himself was not strong enough in body or attack power. Pei Ziyu had already killed many zombies, but he couldn't find a way to attack this mental ability zombie, as it could control others with its mind. Moreover, this zombie was at the same level as him, so his intimidation didn't work. Due to the special nature of his abilities, even the zombies under his command almost lost control. Fortunately, his level was high enough, and his intimidation was strong enough, so most zombies didn't rebel against him. He had some wounds on his body, but he didn't care about that. His goal was to gather all the zombies in the city while his sister was away, so she wouldn't get hurt again. The fighting among zombies was very cruel. In the past 2 days, Pei Ziyu had killed many high-level zombies, though some with strong consciousness chose to surrender. This was the last leader zombie, who had 6 subordinate zombies of different abilities at levels 5 to 6. The leader was a mental ability zombie, and these zombies weren't afraid of Pei Ziyu's intimidation. Pei Ziyu hadn't gathered his other subordinates, as the lower-level zombies couldn't help much. Under their protection and fighting, Pei Ziyu also sustained various injuries. The mental ability zombie kept interfering, preventing him from fighting at his best. When he fought, he was somewhat restricted. But there was an advantage. Lan Hanlu also had mental abilities, and they often shared a mental connection. He understood some things about mental ability powers, so he could handle occasional mental attacks. That mental zombie was quite smart. Seeing that Pei Ziyu had already eliminated 2 of his subordinates, he sent 3 others to block Pei Ziyu. Meanwhile, the zombie leader was carried away on the shoulder of a 2.67-meter tall, muscular bald zombie, and they quickly left. At this level, Pei Ziyu couldn't just let the enemy go. He fought even more fiercely, shooting metal nails like bullets without mercy. He tracked the other 3 zombies, aiming to leave wounds on their bodies or heads. These zombies weren't without intelligence. After all, what was their level? A zombie quickly built a dirt wall to block most of the metal spikes. Another zombie moved as if teleporting, suddenly appearing behind Pei Ziyu. It reached out with claw-like fingers, aiming for Pei Ziyu's head. Pei Ziyu quickly used a metal shield to block the attack, while his other hand struck out lightning fast. However, the speed zombie was very fast and strong. Pei Ziyu's strike missed, and the zombie disappeared behind him again, then slashed with its claws. By then, 2 zombies that had been blocking the metal spikes also arrived. One kept forming dirt blocks to interfere with Pei Ziyu. The other created wind blades, spinning around him like sharp knives and cutting through the air. Although there was a level difference, with a 1-on-3 fight and special abilities, Peiziu was hit many times. Luckily, he had metal powers and his whole body was reinforced with a metal shell. There was a constant clanging sound as his defenses held, but they hadn't broken yet. Maintaining his powers used energy, so Peiziu needed to finish off these 3 zombies quickly. Otherwise, he might be overwhelmed and killed. Plus, there were others like a mental and a strength-type zombie waiting for him. He couldn't waste too much time. If his sister woke up and saw he was gone, she would cry. Thinking of this, he sighed happily and fought even more fiercely. His surprise attack with metal spikes was effective because the 2 defenses were weak against his powers. He chose one of the zombies and pretended to be pushed down by the wind blades, making it seem like he was knocked over. At the same time, he quickly moved to where he was falling. When the claws reached for him, Peiziu's sister grabbed his wrist, pulling him back. She formed a metal spike and directly hit the zombie's head. Then, he rolled away to avoid a dirt wall attack, leaping up quickly. His nails, as hard as steel, pierced through the dirt shield formed by the dirt-type zombie's heart, which was solidified into a shield. His nails went into the zombie's brain. He then turned and chased after the mental-type zombie, running far ahead. The dirt zombie finally collapsed to the ground. Peiziu kept chasing the disappearing zombies and suddenly saw Lan Hanlu around the corner. He immediately stopped. "Sister, your injury is healed." In the distance, the girl's smile was as clear as a calm lake, filled with gentle warmth. The curve of her lips was perfect, like a crescent moon. Perhaps this was an angel's smile, driving away all the gloom. The whole street seemed to have a soft filter over it. "Big brother, my wound is really healed now. See, I just came back to visit you. I've walked so far that my legs are tired. Give me a hug." She opened her arms, waiting for Peiziu to embrace her. Peiziu's happy heart calmed instantly, but he still smiled and moved forward. Yes, he could now make a smile. "All right, I'll hug you. But don't get too tired," he said as he reached out to pick her up. But suddenly, her face changed. She transformed into a tall, strong zombie man. His hand, now clawed, reached for Peiziu's neck. Just as he was about to tighten his grip, he suddenly froze and then slowly fell down. His face looked the same, but there were 2 metal nails in the back of his head and neck. Peiziu looked up and let out a loud roar. The street, no longer filtered, returned to its old, dusty, broken state. Peiziu confirmed where the zombie was hiding. He jumped over the wall, stepped on a car, and reached the place where the zombie was hiding. The zombie had just finished a large illusion, but Peiziu broke it. He was feeling unwell now, and his body, weakened by losing mental energy, was less strong than other zombies. He killed a zombie easily and quickly took out the crystal core from its brain. He imitated his sister, holding the crystal core up to the sunlight and looking at it for a while. Then he carefully put it in his pocket. Feeling uneasy, he opened his coat, tucked the crystal core inside, and closed his coat again. He patted the crystal core in his chest and then let out a long, loud roar. This roar spread like sound waves, along with the howls of other zombies outside. It confirmed his status as the zombie king in this city. Next, he began organizing the zombies. All the zombies above level 4 gathered in front of him. The level 4 zombies had some awareness. Under Peiziu's leadership, they started managing the lower-level zombies in their own way. Once the zombies were organized, even people hiding inside the city were found. These zombies searched every building and every room. Even zombies with special abilities can search for hidden underground rooms. They find about 200 to 300 people, and those who resist strongly are bitten and eaten. The rest are driven out of the city. After leaving the city, these people still feel like it was all a strange dream. They don't understand why the zombies didn't hurt or bite them, or even eat them. But once they realize what's happening, they run wildly, trying to escape from this city full of zombies. 2 days later, after Blue Hanlu's injuries healed completely, she decided to leave. She heard from Hang and others that zombie activity outside was increasing. Blue Hanlu knew her brother was probably waiting anxiously for her. She missed him very much and was eager to go back immediately. He didn't agree with Yi Hang's decision to leave. The outside world is very chaotic now. There are not only zombies but also mutated animals and plants. Most importantly, people are very restless. He didn't say this directly, worried it might scare her. Although he knew she wasn't fragile, he still wanted to protect her because of her beautiful appearance. I understand, but I need to find my brother. I've been gone for so long. He must be very worried, Blue Hanlu said. She liked the former team leader and was willing to explain her reasons. If you really want to find someone, you can post a task at our mission hall. There are many people in the city every day doing tasks, so it's easier to find someone. You don't have to go alone. Post a task? Who will supply the resources? Your resources weren't free either. They were earned with lives. How much has been spent on her treatment? While they were talking, a voice interrupted. Blue Hanlu turned to see two people walking confidently toward her. They were somewhat familiar. One was named Zhou Qing, and the other was Li Shui. They were two people she met when she first escaped from college. She saw Li Shui frown, and in her previous life, she didn't know that Yi Hang had such a cousin. But she quickly thought that in her past life, Li Shui probably never left the city. That wasn't her concern now. She smiled and looked up at Yi Hang. Captain Yi, this lady is right. It's indeed troublesome for you. But don't worry, we won't let you lose resources for nothing. Later, I'll have someone deliver the supplies to you. Although Lan Hanlu felt that Li Shui's words were somewhat one-sided, she did not dislike Yi Hang. He is a very honest person who is not stiff, and he once saved her life. Yi Hang turned around with a calm face and looked at Li Shui. Why did you come here? My matters have nothing to do with you. Do you need to decide for me? Then he looked at Lan Hanlu. Since you've already made your decision, let's leave tomorrow. It's already afternoon, and there isn't much time to travel. It's too dangerous at night. Lan Hanlu saw that he was genuinely worried, so she nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble Captain Yi for another day. She then turned to Li Shui. Li Shui, you are often forgetful of your kindness. Maybe you forgot the life-saving help I gave you, but Comrade Zhou Qing also doesn't remember. That surprises me. Li Shui and Zhou Qing recognized Lan Hanlu at this moment. When he mentioned her, a strange feeling of regret appeared in their hearts. I didn't realize it was you. Sorry. Li Shui, I was too impulsive. I didn't see clearly from afar that it was you. Also, thank you for leading us out back then. Zhou Qing also showed an apology. All right, since you both admit that I saved your lives, that's enough. Just as they thought Lan Hanlu might show some mercy and forgive them in front of Yi Hang, Lan Hanlu smiled slightly and said, No need to thank me. Since you admit my help, how about this? Yi Hang, you can use my supplies this time. You can pay me back later. This way, you will have repaid my life-saving kindness, and from now on, we will have no more ties. I will also have repaid Captain Ye's kindness. After all, as Li Shui said, Captain Yi didn't spend a little on supplies to save me. Likewise, I also put in effort to help you escape. No one lost out. It was all a matter of risking lives. By the way, whether in ability or appearance, I am definitely better than you two. So, your cousin is at a disadvantage. But since there are two of you in family ties, it's almost balanced out. Everyone present was stunned by Lan Hanlu's move. Li Shui's mouth kept opening and closing for a long time, but she didn't say a word. Her face turned bright red. She had no supplies to return to her cousin. She was still relying on her cousin to live. If it weren't for the recent tightening of supplies, and if others told her that her cousin's supplies had been given to another woman, she wouldn't have come here. Just as she reached the corner, she heard a remark. She didn't see who said it, so she quickly came over to stop it. She was in a hurry and spoke without thinking. Now, Lan Hanlu's words are like tearing her face off and stepping on it. Zhou Qing's family is better off, with some background. He also has ambitions with Li Shui, mainly because Li Shui's cousin, Yi Jia, is very influential in this base. Who would have thought that today would be the first time she saw Yi Hang in person, and she would be left with such an impression? She was annoyed with Li Shui for not being smart. People often take out their anger on the weak. Li Shui couldn't stand Lan Hanlu's words anymore. She covered her face, stomped her foot, and turned to run away. Zhou Qing naturally followed, using this as an excuse. Before leaving, he looked at Lan Hanlu and said, "Sorry. I will remember what you said." Then he turned and ran. What does that mean? What does it matter to her? The next day, after tidying up early, she was about to open the door when she saw Yi Hang at the entrance, holding breakfast. "Good morning, Captain Yi. Good morning to you too. Hurry and eat. The city gates are open now, but it's a busy time. After breakfast, fewer people will be going out." Yi Hang placed the breakfast on a small table inside the house. "Captain Yi, you're really thoughtful. I won't be polite then. The breakfast here is quite good." She sat down, and Yi Hang sat opposite her. Thinking she was about to leave, she reminded him, "Captain Yi, you said Earth is now like a virus being expelled, and humans are being pushed out. Do you think there will be frequent natural disasters in the future?" That one sentence made Yi Hang, who was eating with his head down, suddenly lose his appetite. He started to recall the weather before and after the apocalypse. After breakfast, Yi Hang personally saw her to the city gate. He had been silent the whole time. Seeing this, Lan Hanlu felt a bit more at ease. Lan Han queued up to leave the city, then turned back and waved to the inside. Without hesitation, she walked far away, taking more than 2 hours. It's not that she didn't want to take a vehicle from her space, but there were always people passing near the base. Recently, due to zombies and robbers, fewer people have been coming and going. However, just like that, he encountered 2 incidents at the beginning of the road. Mainly because he was a single woman out alone, which attracted attention. But Lan Hanlu was not an easy target. She was fearless and determined to fight against any obstacle. Her high-level mental power was not impressive in the zombie city, but among human abilities, she was top-tier. Whether it was subtle pressure, environmental manipulation, or mental needle attacks, her attacks could cause minor injuries, severe headaches, or even madness and death. Lan Hanlu was never gentle with these people. Her fierce attacks made others wary, and after that, the road became much calmer. The closer she got to the zombie city, the denser the zombies became. Lan Hanlu could only move carefully, staying alert. Once she was discovered by zombies again, she fought her way to a nearby house. She gasped for breath, pulled down her mask, and took out a bottle of water, drinking half of it quickly. "What should I do? I can't get into the city. Peiziu, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Not far from her, there was a familiar little zombie sitting inside an office. He was the one sent by Peiziu to wait for Lan Hanlu. It wasn't that Peiziu didn't want to come out himself, but the zombies in the city were too strong for him to control.
If he went out, he might be eaten by them.
So, he was assigned to manage the lower-level zombies and wait for Lan Hanlu. But because his level was low, his intelligence was also limited, making his efforts less effective. Lan Hanlu had already come this far without disturbing him. Still, she dared not go inside. She hid around, found a basement, and stayed inside. Meanwhile, Peiziu was anxious, unable to wait for his sister. His frustration made him lose control of his zombie instincts. Every time he roared, the zombies around him trembled. His strength was not wasted. The pressure of his level and the balance of power kept the zombies from thinking of anything else. After the last battle and gaining crystal cores, Peiziu's level increased by 1. It was difficult to level up further, and he wanted to keep his human mind. So he avoided using zombie crystal cores. Otherwise, he might lose control again, out of impatience. Seeing that the city was almost prepared, he couldn't hold back anymore. As he looked at the dark sky outside, he headed straight for the city gates. To zombies, night was like daytime for humans. He came all the way here, hiding all the low-level zombies in the dark. Only 2 level 6 zombies followed him. These 2 used to control a small area. But Peiziu wanted to take over the whole city. If he didn't surrender, he would die. The zombies are now level 6 and have some intelligence. They don't resist the king-level zombies at all. Earlier, in the small yard, a little zombie sensed the pressure from afar and quickly stood up to run to the door, letting out a long roar. When Peiziu reached the yard, he stepped forward and called out, "King." Peiziu looked back at him. The zombie bowed his head and kept trembling. A level 5 zombie facing Peiziu, who was uncontrolled, was already doing well not to kneel. "Lulu, where are you?" The little zombie roared, meaning, "I haven't seen her." Hearing this, Peiziu's impatience grew. Was his sister unwilling to come back? Or was she hurt? He fought the urge to go find her. He let out a loud roar to vent his frustration, scaring the surrounding zombies into trembling. But his roar was heard by Lan Hanlu, who was resting with her eyes closed, across 2 streets. She suddenly opened her eyes. "That's my brother's voice." Her body moved faster than her mind, and she stood up quickly, heading toward the sound. Just as she stepped outside, the cold wind made her shiver and calm down. She wanted to hide a bit, but following the approximate direction of the sound, Lan Hanlu ran at full speed. Tonight was strange. No matter how she hid in this quiet night, she should have been a target. But after nearly 10 minutes, no zombie appeared. Lan Hanlu no longer cared about the strange things. She was worried that Peiziu had run far away, and she wouldn't be able to find him. The long roar suddenly stopped, but Lan Hanlu hurriedly increased her pace. She reached the street where she had stopped before, following the sound. But everything was silent, with no sign of the voice. It had disappeared. She didn't know how to find him. She stood not far from the street entrance, looking around. A feeling of sadness filled her heart. When emotions are too intense, people often lose control. As this feeling reached its peak, tears fell, and she shouted without thinking, "Peiziu, Peiziu, brother, brother, where are you?" She knew it was very dangerous and could attract countless zombies, possibly even causing mutated animals and plants to appear on the city's edge. But she shouted out anyway. As her voice faded, her reason gradually returned, and she realized what she had done. She was prepared for a tough fight or even death. In the dark night, the blurry buildings looked like a giant beast about to swallow her. Just then, she heard footsteps. Lan Hanlu quickly turned her head toward the sound. From across the street, something was coming out of the houses. Lan Hanlu was sure it wasn't a human. Even if there were people on this street, they wouldn't come out at this time. She wasn't afraid anymore. She quietly watched the moving creature across the street. In a blink, it was close to her, a blurry figure that made her lower her guard completely. What arrived faster than a person was a mental link. "Sister, sister." Lan Hanlu was the first to run forward and hug him. "Why did you come so late? I was almost scared to death, thinking I'd never see you again." Peiziu anxiously managed to say a few words. "Don't worry, I'm here." Even though he was now a level 8 psychic, speaking was still hard for him. He used all his strength to show his feelings. His sister was back, and his world was whole again. Despite the joy flooding his mind, he instinctively suppressed his zombie-like transformation in front of Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu was carried back by Peiziu. He didn't give her any reaction, just held her in his arms and walked toward the city. Along the way, besides the small zombies following them, she saw no other creatures. Later, she fell asleep in his arms. When she woke up faintly, they had already reached the small courtyard. Peiziu set her down on the ground. The two held hands and entered the yard. Peiziu turned on the yard's light, which he used to be afraid to do before, worried about attracting zombies or mutated insects. At this moment, Lan Hanlu looked at Peiziu. His messy hair fell over his forehead, his eyes had a reddish tint, his face was pale and thin, and his lips weren't very red but not pale either. He wore a black shirt and black trousers, a look he probably put together himself. From this, it was clear that, at level 8, he was almost indistinguishable from a normal human. But holding her hand felt cold, making her feel that he was more like a zombie than a human. In the brightly lit yard, everything was very clean and tidy, with no clutter at all. Even the door that Peiziu accidentally damaged that day was now perfectly fine. Lan Hanlu smiled sweetly at him. "Big brother, you're so amazing." This was a sincere compliment. Now she finally understood that Peiziu had been preparing for her return all this time. The two of them stayed connected mentally, so she could feel his happy mood from her praise without him needing to say anything. After going inside, Lan Hanlu washed up. She hadn't had a chance before and was too nervous to relax. When she finished, she returned to her room, which was also clean and neat. Rest now. Big Brother will stay with you. He sent her comforting feelings through his mental power, which felt just like normal communication, though speaking was a little difficult for him. When Lan Hanlu woke up in the morning, she looked at the faint light coming through the curtains.
Her mood improved a lot.
It was the most restful sleep she had had in a while. Even at the safe base, she often woke up in the middle of the night. Hearing the sparse footsteps and sounds of things being moved in the yard, she didn't find it noisy, but felt more at ease. When she got out of bed and felt a cool breeze, she quickly took out clothes from her space to change. After folding the quilt and tidying up, she was startled when she saw what was happening. She had always known there were sounds of movement in the yard, thinking it was Pei-Ziyu and the little zombie.
But now, what did she see?
Two tall, big zombies were carrying large boxes into the storage room. The storage room was just an empty space Lan Hanlu had tidied up. Originally, it held her collected supplies. Later, when the container was emptied and a bug disaster occurred, he moved everything into the container. While she was still confused, Pei-Ziyu gently pulled her into a hug. "Sister, don't be afraid." Lan Hanlu was brought back to her senses. "Big Brother, what's going on?" she asked, glancing at the working zombies. This was too surreal. These zombies weren't attacking her, which was already strange enough, especially with Pei-Ziyu nearby, and they were still working. Pei-Ziyu lowered his arms, hands behind his back. "My subordinates have collected some good food for you." Yesterday, Lan Hanlu thought Pei-Ziyu had mostly regained his human nature. Today, she realized he was still the proud zombie Pei-Ziyu. And what about Pei-Ziyu? Lan Hanlu has returned, and he feels more at ease now. Zombies no longer need to sleep, so last night, he ordered them to start collecting supplies. This morning, they began gathering everything and bringing it into the house. This way, his sister can easily get what she wants to eat. He believes he is taking good care of her, especially since he has already eliminated anything that could harm her. Lan Hanlu knows these zombies won't attack her, so he lets them keep busy. She takes out her tablet and plays a singing variety show. Then she goes to wash up quickly because she feels very hungry. After tidying up, she quickly sets out a slightly larger table in the yard. She first takes a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall, then some small dishes, and also gives Pei-Ziyu some beef. The fresh beef, with a strong smell of blood, attracts the zombies wandering around the yard. They can't help but look over. Pei-Ziyu growls at them in annoyance. The zombies quickly adjust their behavior and start moving things into the house efficiently. Lan Hanlu sits and waits for Pei-Ziyu to come over. Pei-Ziyu sits opposite her. They go back to eating while watching the tablet, ignoring the zombies walking around. After finishing their meal, Lan Hanlu begins to ask Pei-Ziyu what he has been doing these past 2 days. Pei-Ziyu has nothing to hide from Lan Hanlu. He explains everything that happened recently, using his mental power and occasional explanations. Lan Hanlu is surprised to hear that he is now an 8th-level zombie and that he has taken control of the entire city. She claps her hands and says, "Brother, let's go shopping." Yes, she wants to go shopping. Pei-Ziyu agrees to her request. This time, they go out in a car. The roads are still messy and chaotic. But with Lan Hanlu's request, Pei-Ziyu commands the zombies to pile up the broken cars on the sides, clearing a path for their vehicle. They arrive at a large shopping mall. At the entrance, there are many zombies, but the presence of a high-level zombie's pressure makes them behave obediently. Most of them look a bit battered and unkempt, but overall, they are fine. Inside the mall, they browse from floor to floor. Lan Hanlu tries on clothes and jewelry for herself and also helps Pei-Ziyu pick outfits. Pei-Ziyu follows her lead. As long as she stays within his sight, he doesn't mind her messing around. He also observes what kind of things Lan Hanlu likes. "I plan to wait a little while before going back, so I will let those zombies move everything back to the small yard, and then my sister can put things away. This will definitely make her very happy. I fiddled with some electronic devices. This world is a bit more advanced than the one I came from." Lan Hanlu didn't think about replacing the items in space. After all, the next world will be even more advanced. She was just curious about these things now, so she played with them for a while. She also planned to take a few items back, especially some games she hadn't played before, so she could pass the time later. Both of us were tired and went to an old Western restaurant. Lan Hanlu tidied up a seat and took out some food from the space. Of course, she didn't forget Pei Ziyu's share. Actually, it didn't matter whether Pei Ziyu ate or not. At least she didn't need to eat 3 meals a day. Eating once every few days was fine. If she could continuously absorb crystal cores, she wouldn't need to eat at all. But since there was food, she still ate. Plus, her sister was with her. After finishing the meal, they took a walk. Lan Hanlu picked some favorite things to bring back. Halfway there, it started to rain lightly. Although the day was tiring, it was very fulfilling. When they just lay down at night, suddenly there was a shake. Pei Ziyu rushed into the room, hugged Lan Hanlu and her bedding, and then hurried out with her. Lan Hanlu nervously clutched the blanket. The cold wind and rain droplets hit her face as they blew past. She curled herself into the blanket. Pei Ziyu didn't mind where he took her, but she could hear buildings collapsing along the way. She trusted Pei Ziyu completely. When he finally stopped, she peeked out from under the blanket to look around. It was very dark, unusually dark. Even at night before, her eyes could adapt enough to see blurry shapes, but now it was so dark she couldn't see anything at all. With the rain still pounding down, Lan Hanlu quickly pulled her head back into the blanket. Pei Ziyu noticed her movement and patted her gently to comfort her. Lan Hanlu used her mental power to sense the surroundings. It should be a square, and, besides the two of them, there were many zombies standing around. From their appearance, it was clear these zombies were quite strong. The square was very large. Her mental power couldn't reach the farthest points, but the rain was falling harder, and the blanket didn't protect against rain. She reached out her small hand and patted Pei Ziyu's arm. "Brother, put me down. I have a raincoat." Pei Ziyu frowned as he looked at the wet ground. He didn't want to let her go. Lan Hanlu took out a tent, which popped open instantly. Pei Ziyu held down one corner of the tent with some zombies. Lan Hanlu went inside to clean herself up, then changed into thicker clothes. She wore waterproof boots and a full raincoat. She wanted to come out, but Pei Ziyu stopped her. It was still raining outside, and it was uncomfortable. He wanted Pei Ziyu to come in too, but he refused. They couldn't agree, so she let him stay outside. It might be a bit uncomfortable, but he wouldn't catch a cold. Later, just before dawn, there was another tremor. Pei Ziyu quickly pulled Lan Hanlu out of the tent and held her in his arms. Lightning lit up the sky as if to split the space apart, and thunder roared loudly. They watched as it opened near the square. Cars that had been parked there, the old streetlights, and piles of stones all fell into the. Nature's power was terrifying. The rain poured even harder. Zombies standing in the rain didn't seem to mind. Except for those buried under the rubble. Others seemed to enjoy the rain. But Lan Hanlu couldn't. As long as there was no big earthquake, she had to hide in the tent. If there was aftershock or a bigger shake, she needed to be held by Pei Ziyu. She had told him before that she could walk on her own and didn't need to be carried. After all, she was a supernatural. Her mental powers were less effective on her body, but they still existed. Her current strength was even stronger than that of an adult man before the apocalypse. But Pei Ziyu didn't want to hear more and simply ignored her. Lan Hanlu watched him poke at her face with his finger. He didn't get impatient. Instead, he sometimes leaned down and gave her a little smile. Although he looked almost human now, his stiff face made it hard to show expressions. His eyes were bloodshot, which was easy to notice. His skin color had improved a bit, looking less pale. The most important thing was his mind. Although he acted a bit childish around Lan Hanlu, she suspected he was pretending to be naive. This earthquake and aftershocks lasted for about 7 or 8 days. There was a small hill on the outskirts of the city, a low hill, which has now been raised high. It separates the city and human bases, but more animals have appeared on the hill. The rabbits are 5 times larger than before and very aggressive. In her previous life, Lan Hanlu almost got seriously hurt when she first encountered them. But this time, before she could react, Pei Ziyu killed one directly. A piece of metal pierced through its forehead into its brain. Brother brings them back. Rabbits can be eaten, and their fur can make gloves. Mutant animals' fur has certain functions, just with different strengths. Most mutant animals also have crystal cores, which both she and Pei Ziyu can use. After cleaning up their home after the earthquake, the two often go up the mountain to hunt. Lan Hanlu also collects some herbs. The herbs that survive in such conditions usually become more potent after mutation. Of course, some have strange effects, but isn't that what makes it more interesting? They clean the house and explore the newly appeared mountain. Pei Ziyu organizes zombie cleanup of the entire city, collecting all resources here. When Lan Hanlu has nothing to do, she goes over to sort things. All the jewelry, watches, famous wines, luxury cars, and paintings that were once priceless are now sorted and piled around these courtyard houses. Life isn't very dramatic, but it's warm and cozy. The small zombies she trained before have leveled up once. The water supply is enough, and she has solar panels. Living with water and electricity isn't too restrictive. Lan Hanlu has seen all zombies above level 5. Half of them have enhanced bodies, and the other half have special abilities, with only one being a wood-type ability. This ability can only shoot out dark green to black vine whips, some can emit mist, turn invisible, or release space blades, among other powers. The types of abilities are very diverse, beyond imagination. Zombies above level 5 have awakened some intelligence. Under Pei Ziyu's warning, they all show respect to Lan Hanlu. After all, Pei Ziyu has killed more than 10 zombies that drooled over her. With intelligence, they feel fear. However, in the past few days, Lan Hanlu has felt a bit tired and annoyed. She leans on a small table, staring at a video on her tablet. This was a popular song before the end of the world. The rhythm was fast, and the singer danced with a strong sense of beat. Lan Hanlu listened and hummed along. Her voice was very nice. Although she was hearing this song for the first time and sometimes couldn't keep up, her humming was also pleasant. Your sister sings beautifully, Pei Ziyu praised generously. Better than her, Lan Hanlu looked back at her tablet and then at Pei Ziyu. Brother, you really can praise me for everything. I'm not as good as a professional singer. Pei Ziyu thought for a moment and then said seriously, you sing well, your voice is nice, and the song is okay. Lan Hanlu covered her face with her hands. You're such a good flatterer. I'll learn more and sing for you someday. If only we had better conditions before the end of the world, I could hold a private concert for you. She laughed at her own words. Given their financial situation back then, they couldn't afford a concert. Plus, her singing was nice, but she wasn't very skilled in professional singing. After saying that, she turned her head and leaned on the small table, listening to another song playing inside. She thought that in another world, she could make money by singing. Meanwhile, life in the safe base was difficult. Although she had warned them and they had taken some precautions, the base's infrastructure was still new, and the residents were quite mixed. When the earthquake happened, many problems appeared. Human selfishness reached its peak, and many elderly, sick, and disabled people were injured or lost. After the end of the world, a mountain appeared. Just as they were about to finish repairing it, strange beasts appeared on the mountain. Life was even harder for those without special abilities or body enhancements. Strange plants and beasts weren't ordinary flowers or animals. Rabbits that were easy to kill before now required 4 or 5 able-bodied men to kill one. Even a healthy adult man might get hurt trying to kill a rabbit. But there was some good news. Scientists had developed crystal cores that could replace various energy sources, providing an alternative to non-renewable energy and giving humanity a new hope. The most urgent task for the people in the safe base now was to find food and store supplies to survive the winter, especially since the weather was getting quite cold. Originally, they planned to organize people to go into the city to gather more supplies. Since a large city is nearby, collecting some resources from the outskirts seemed possible. However, the earthquake caused a mountain to collapse, cutting off this hope completely. The various mercenary teams had intended to climb the mountain for a couple of days to see the situation, but after facing attacks from mutated plants and animals, they gave up this plan. If Lan Hanlu were at the base now, he would know that his warning was still useful. At least, the current safe base is much better than in the previous life. The number of survivors has increased by nearly 1/5. That is true hope. Only when alive can there be hope. Without life, nothing else matters. After the earthquake, many green plants quickly grew inside and outside the safe base. These plants didn't exist before, but now they grow 10 times faster than before. In just one night, the ground outside turned green like a carpet. If left unchecked, it would soon grow to half a person's height. Don't think this is harmless. Inside, there might be 1 or 2 highly mutated plants, poisonous, illusion-causing, blood-sucking, and the most disgusting, parasitic plants. The ordinary people in the safe base have found work. Every day, the base releases information about clearing the green plants inside and outside. The weeds they clear can be dried and used for cooking or woven into daily items. Basically, they are making use of everything they can. Scientists have identified which mutated plants are edible and which are not, and this information has been announced. It has given survivors a new hope for survival. In the past 2 days, as the temperature dropped, Lan Hanlu noticed that zombies outside began gathering around them. She sat at the door and looked at Pei Ziyu. Pei Ziyu bent slightly and gently rubbed her hair. It's getting cold. Some of them are hibernating, and I'm watching over your little treasures. The surrounding courtyard houses are used to store items collected by the zombies. At first, Lan Hanlu would pick the items she liked and place them in the corresponding courtyard. If she didn't like something, it would be moved far away and left there. Although the city only has a limited amount of supplies, it's still quite a lot. Just the firewood chopped into small pieces to make matches has filled a whole courtyard. Lan Hanlu started making a heated bed early on, or she wouldn't be able to sleep at night due to the cold. Pei Ziyu moved to the house on the west side, leaving his original room for the little zombie. As snow fell, the low-level zombies mostly hid inside houses and stayed still. The higher-level zombies could still move freely, but they looked lazy. Lan Hanlu was wearing a fluffy coat and was wandering on the street. Occasionally, she reached out with her gloved hand to catch a snowflake. Pei Ziyu followed behind her. Lan Hanlu would sometimes look back at him, worried that he might feel cold like other zombies. Although his hand was still cold, there was no obvious sign of discomfort in his actions. "Brother, are you cold?" Lan Hanlu asked curiously. "I don't feel anything. If it gets colder, it might slow me down a little, but my special power helps me feel nothing," he explained carefully without any hint of dismissiveness. Knowing the real answer made her feel at ease. The two of them strolled through the heavy snow. This peaceful, relaxed moment was something they had never experienced in previous worlds. Seeing her happy, Pei Ziyu also felt joyful. There were many zombies wandering around the city, so the safe base people quickly noticed that as the temperature dropped, the zombies seemed to rust like old machinery. This gave people some hope in the cold winter, even as despair grew. They quickly organized a team to go around the mountains to check the city. If they could kill some zombies, they would. If not, they would at least bring back supplies. Of course, they knew they couldn't reclaim the lost city. About 60% of the population had already turned into zombies, and another 10 to 15% became zombies or died while fleeing. With such a large number of zombies, it was just a dream to kill them all now. They also didn't know the true situation inside the city. They had considered crossing the mountains directly, but the colder the weather, the more ferocious the mutant animals on the mountain. After 2 attempts that resulted in many casualties, they decided to take a detour. This detour, combined with heavy snow, took 16 days to reach their destination. Along the way, they encountered mutated animals and zombies, but only 1 person was injured, and a few others were hurt. Although it was sad, such incidents had become common in the end times. No one had time to mourn these small losses. When they reached the edge of the city, they found it very quiet. They didn't see the usual scenes of zombies wandering around, which made them feel a bit more relaxed. However, these people did not act recklessly. They first found an empty room to rest for the night, planning to check inside again when morning came. "Lazy, tomorrow you take Team 3 to search the nearby supplies. Tao Zi, with most of your team and 2 other mercenary squads, Follow me. If we go further inside and still find no zombies, you and Team 2 can continue searching for supplies. I will lead a team further inside to explore. Yiheng looked at his comrades and the leaders of various mercenary squads around him.
He spoke calmly about his plan.
His own team had no objections, but the other mercenary squads might. One person said, "Captain Yi, even if we can't join the first squad, being in the second squad is fine, right?"
What?
"We can only pick up leftovers behind you." This man, around 40, looked fierce. He had a scar from his right mouth to his ear. He was not very educated. In the past, he was involved in illegal activities and spent 11 years in prison. 2 years ago, he found a job driving a forklift. After the apocalypse, he awakened a fire-type ability. He thought he was a hero of the end times, and he gathered some workers. In the early days of the apocalypse, he did many terrible things. After entering the safe base, he became a bit more restrained. But if someone wants to fully control his temper, they would have to hurt or scare him first. As soon as Yiheng finished speaking, he showed his displeasure. However, Yiheng only raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "You didn't understand the requirements when you accepted the mission. If you're unhappy, you can leave the team now." Yiheng was known as the top psychic in the base, not without reason. His lightning-type ability was powerful and destructive. The man was caught off guard by Yiheng's words. He wanted to do something, but an inexplicable pressure froze him in place. His face couldn't even twitch. After a long moment, Vea withdrew her presence. He looked like a fish that had just been caught and was gasping for air, no longer having any objections. Most others would pretend not to see the situation, as they were used to seeing some things, and it was pointless to interfere with Yiheng's arrangements. The next morning, as planned, some people searched for supplies here, while others headed into the city. After more than an hour inside the city, the group split into two. Yiheng led most of his team and 2 mercenary squads further into the city. Unfortunately, they didn't go far before triggering the alert of the high-level zombies, and a loud roar was heard. The low-level zombies slowly started to wake up, but the influence on the mid- and high-level zombies was much less. These zombies were very strong in combat. In a blink, the team saw several zombies approaching from a distance. They moved quickly, and only experienced teams could handle them. However, just as they set up their defenses, they were already surrounded by 4 zombies. The team's most powerful psychic was Yiheng, who had already advanced past the 4th level to the 5th. Most of the approaching zombies were level 4 or 5, but there was one whose level he couldn't see. He brought mostly 3rd and early 4th level fighters, with only 2 mercenary leaders at the peak of the 4th level. Considering this, even if they tried to escape, it wouldn't be easy. They might all be lost here. In Yiheng's view, if they died, it was just death. But their team had over 100 people, which was about a third of the strength of their safe base. If everyone was lost here, the safe base would be in danger by spring. His mind was racing wildly, but his face remained cold and serious. His eyebrows, covered by a mask, furrowed deeply, showing his seriousness. The zombies were just surrounding them and not attacking. Instead, the team psychic, who was also the leader of the Fire Rose, suddenly received a mental wave. She first let out a frightened cry, then dropped her weapon and stood there stunned. After a moment, her teammate stepped forward and patted her shoulder. She turned around like a robot, her mouth trembling behind her mask. It took her a long time to find her voice again. She managed to say a few words, then took a deep breath and pulled off her mask. "They are connected to my mind. They told us to leave the city. If we refuse, they will attack." Yiheng was also shocked but tried to stay calm. "Ask them if we are just collecting supplies and not doing anything else." "Can we do that?" The team leader was still unfamiliar with mental communication. It took him a while to clarify his meaning, but the response was disappointing. She looked distressed and told Yiheng, "They said everything belongs to the king and cannot be touched. Tell him that keeping these won't help. They will turn to dust sooner or later," Yiheng said with a frown. The zombie king had appeared here, which made him feel cold inside. "Captain Yi, they don't agree," the woman replied after a long pause. Just as Yiheng was about to say something, a distant roar was heard. They didn't understand what it meant, but the zombies that roared responded with their own howls. After a while, the woman spoke again. Captain Yi, they say you can exchange plant and animal crystals for supplies. This was a somewhat good but mostly bad news. For Yi Heng, it was bad news because it showed that the zombie king was no different from humans now. They were no longer just mindless beasts without plans or organization. If they didn't eliminate these zombies immediately, the future would be very dangerous. Thinking of this, Yi Heng felt a chill run down his spine. Humans were part of the zombies' food chain, and since his subordinates were already high-level, he wondered what level the zombie king was. The weapons they had now couldn't be used. When they went up the mountain, they only used some guns and grenades, which caused mutations in the surrounding plants and animals. These mutated creatures seemed to attack humans without reason. They only attacked humans and even tried to break into the safe base. To wipe out all the zombies here, large-scale weapons would be needed. But whether those weapons could still be used was uncertain, and using such weapons over such a large area could cause mutations, risking the safety of the entire base. After a long silence, the zombies roared loudly. The team leader shouted in response, clutching her head and crouching down. Her team quickly stepped forward to support her. Boss, are you okay? My head hurts," the woman said weakly. Seeing this, Yi Heng quickly ordered his team to retreat. The zombies didn't bother them as they withdrew until they reached the edge of the city, where they regrouped with the second and third teams. The zombies then disappeared quietly. Yi Heng hurriedly told his team to find a way to contact the safe zone. The response was to stay put for now and try to gather information about the zombie king. Once they had a plan, they would inform others. Of course, mercenaries who were afraid could return first and bring back the supplies they had collected. Yi Heng followed the instructions above. Just now, a group of people took 5 prepared cars back, while he and others set up camp here waiting for further orders. The zombies hadn't gone far. They were hiding nearby, watching them. Soon after dark, they received the signal to exchange supplies. The female psychic was also well-rested, but her skill level wasn't high enough to sense mental energy. In the end, Lazy muttered, "Why don't we just shout out? They already know we're here." Yes, everyone discussed for a long time, but forgot the simplest solution. So, Lazy was given this important task. He stared in surprise at the group. Finally, he had no choice. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Zombie King, let's talk." After shouting twice, a few zombies who had blocked them appeared. Using mental connection, the woman gained some experience. She licked her lips, placed the collected crystal cores into a box, and sent it over. "How much can we exchange for these?" They only received a reply. "Wait." Then, a figure appeared beside the box of crystal cores. Both the figure and the box disappeared at the same time. They waited nearly 2 hours. The weather was freezing for these people, but they couldn't be afraid. They quickly gathered some fires to keep warm. Finally, they heard a roar. The psychic woman turned around and said, "They said the king agreed. These crystal cores can be used to claim the eastern outer area, but we can only take supplies from these places. We can't cause damage. After gathering the supplies, we must leave immediately." Yi Heng felt relieved after hearing this. He turned and saw the zombies had disappeared again. He ordered, "Everyone rest quickly. At dawn, start collecting supplies. Then, hurry back. If it snows heavily, we might get trapped here, and you all know what that means. Yes, no one wants to live under zombie eyes. It's basically a stockpile of food." The invisible psychic zombie returned with a large box of crystal cores. Peiziu took the cores and went straight into the house. His sister was sleeping, so he didn't disturb her. When she wakes up, showing her the cores will make her very happy for a long time. This time, Yi Heng and his group gained a lot. Although the area had been looted several times, they still found some intact food in the residential buildings. They needed more than just food. Clothes, blankets, medicine, repair tools, and many other supplies were missing from the safe base. So, they returned with a full load. However, no one was happy because a few rule breakers had left the area and were killed by zombies. This showed how efficient the zombies were. Having zombies nearby made everyone uneasy. With such a dangerous threat at the top of the food chain, no one could relax. When they left the mountain pass, everyone looked back one last time. Meanwhile, Lan Hanlu, who had just woken up, was amazed by Pei Ziyu's quick actions. But she wasn't naive anymore. She immediately realized the danger involved. She reached out and hugged Pei Ziyu. "Brother, if you do that, they will be very afraid of you. They are usually ruthless to those who threaten them." Pei Ziyu used to be human. Did he not understand this? "I know the risks, but I will protect you well." Pei Ziyu was right. Lan Hanlu knew worrying wouldn't help. At worst, they would just run away in the future. When he chose to take care of Pei Ziyu, he had already expected this kind of outcome. Thinking this through, Lan Hanlu happily played with the crystal core. She picked out the ones Pei Ziyu could use, then kept the rest for herself. Using mental type abilities with mental type crystal cores was best, but other types could also be used. They were compatible, but less efficient. Just as she was about to pack up the box, she sneaked closer and asked, "Brother, do you want to reward your subordinates a bit?" Pei Ziyu looked at her with some confusion. "You already gave them beef. Why do you want to give them crystal cores? These are yours. No one else gets them. All right, if you think it's fine, I won't ask further." Lan Hanlu wasn't the type to worry too much. With these crystal cores, they had enough supplies for the winter. A warm house, good company, and plenty of resources made the winter comfortable. As the sun rose again, the snow on the ground slowly melted. Instead of the expected mutant rat attack, the first to arrive was the safe base team. They arrived and stood outside the city. At first, they thought they would need to summon again like last time, but to their surprise, zombies were already wandering the streets. However, they did not cross the warning line. The zombies did not attack them. When a higher-level zombie approached, Yiheng took out a large box. They had exchanged fewer than 100 crystal cores before, but this time they brought 800 and the quality was better than last time. To make communication easier, a female mentalist also came along. The crystal cores were taken away quickly this time. The message came faster than last time. Said that this time, the number and quality of crystal cores are higher. You can go 3 miles further from the last point and extend 3 miles outward in both directions. Yiheng nodded in agreement. Of course, there was nothing he could do if he disagreed. The cores had already been taken. Even if he disagreed, they wouldn't return them. Fortunately, recalling the layout of the city, he was quite satisfied because there was a large hospital further inside. Some equipment in the hospital was what they needed. The zombies that had been wandering the streets earlier, after a few roars from a high-level zombie, slowly retreated into the city. No matter how many times he saw this scene, it still made his skin crawl. But he knew his task. Turning to the high-level zombie preparing to leave, he asked, "Can I see your king?" After a while, the female psychic looked at him with a troubled expression. Yiheng knew he couldn't, but he wanted to hear the details.
"Speak."
The woman lowered her eyes and spoke softly. "They said the king isn't someone you can see just because you want to. Finish what you need to do and leave before dark, or everyone will die." Yiheng didn't have high hopes, but hearing about the time limit made him frown. The zombies had already retreated out of sight, so there was nothing more to say. Everyone followed the previous plan. Quickly go to the designated spots and search. You must all leave before dark, or face the consequences. Some of these people had experience last time, and some were new, but no one argued with him. They all silently began to act. After breakfast and listening to music, Lan Hanlu received the box of crystal cores. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Pei Ziyu. "Brother, you and your team are really capable. By the way, the mouse plague is about to happen. Shouldn't you have your team prepare some defenses? If there are too many deaths, does that mean there is no longer a threat to the safety base?" Pei Ziyu reached out and gently touched her head. Besides a certain number of zombies, the threat to the base also comes from high-level zombies. When the rat disaster strikes, some zombies will be lost, but it's also a chance to create stronger zombies. Lan Hanlu nodded clearly. Pei Ziyu believes in survival of the fittest, so if he has ideas, she doesn't need to interfere. The same old question, does her and Pei Ziyu's life or death matter to others? But she still wrote a note. "Brother, please give this to someone at the base." Pei Ziyu never argued with her requests but always tried to fulfill them. So, she handed him the note. She then stopped paying attention and started learning to sing from a video. Paisley watched her interest in singing stay strong all winter and thought to himself. Yeheng, who kept his promises, retreated with everyone to the edge of the city before dark. But just as they were about to leave, that invisible zombie appeared again. He threw something towards Yeheng. Lazy, nearby, quickly tackled him. A crumpled piece of paper floated onto Lazy's back. He didn't react for a long time. Then he stood up, picked up the almost soaked paper from the snow and water, and handed it to Yeheng. Yeheng took the paper, unfolded it, and saw the writing. His brow furrowed deeply, showing deep worry lines. "Captain, what's the matter?" Yeheng folded the paper and put it in his pocket. "It's getting late. Let's head back quickly. Spring is busy, and it's always better to return to the base early," no one argued. The vehicle was loaded with various supplies, and they drove back in a truck. Over half a month, mutant rats attacked the city. They were much more destructive than bugs. Because of what happened last time, they were better prepared this time. Although there were some losses, it was within controllable limits. Lan Hanlu was exhausted from hunting rats. She found the whole thing disgusting. She had always been afraid of rats. Even after the rat disaster, she didn't feel happy despite gaining many crystal cores. Now it was late May or early June, and the weather was getting warmer, which made her lose her appetite. Paisley felt very sorry for her. He collected beautiful clothes, fabrics, and jewelry, but she didn't seem very happy. He was anxious and pacing nervously in the yard. So, he gathered the high-level zombies together to give Lan Hanlu a surprise. It was only 4 days later, in the evening, that Paisley brought her a very beautiful evening gown. The dress was silver white, decorated with small diamonds and pearls. It was paired with a pair of silver white shoes with thin heels about 7 centimeters high, also encrusted with diamonds. Another box contained a set of jewelry, mainly a necklace with light red diamonds, along with matching bracelets and earrings. Paisley urged her to change into the dress. He hadn't dressed so beautifully in a long time, so he decided to join her for fun. Lan Hanlu took the clothes inside to change. She also styled her hair into an updo and put on makeup. Looking at her reflection, with bright eyes and a lovely face, she felt unexpectedly happier. Not to boast, but describing Lan Hanlu's appearance as beautiful feels too ordinary. When she came out, Paisley blindfolded her with a white silk cloth and led her out of the yard. First, she walked in the dark out of the alley. Then Paisley carried her into a car. She felt the car's movement as it turned, and after a while, it stopped. She was then carried out of the car again, but Paisley didn't set her down. Instead, he kept holding her as they went upstairs. She wondered where they were headed, but she didn't know. It took quite a while to go upstairs. Lan Hanlu had time to think that this was just a zombie. If another man had carried her up such a high floor, she would have been exhausted long ago. But nearly half an hour had passed, and Paisley kept walking steadily upward. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang as a metal door was pushed open. A gentle breeze brushed her exposed skin. The weather was warm, so it didn't feel cold, just very comfortable. She was placed on the ground, then held her hand and slowly moved forward. After a few steps, they went up a few more stairs. They stopped after a few more steps. Paisley gently untied the silk ribbon from her eyes. The setting sun's red light was a bit dazzling at first. Once she adjusted to the environment, Lan Hanlu looked around. She was standing on a stage decorated very luxuriously. A crimson carpet covered the entire stage, with shiny decorations hanging around. Below, a crowd of people stood closely together, all dressed neatly. However, some faces appeared pale or bluish, eyes were bright red, and the hand holding the glow stick was blackened at the nails, but still sharp. All these signs indicated that what was underneath was not a living person, but a zombie. Paisley handed the microphone to her. "This is my sister's concert. You can sing whatever you want in any way you like." As he spoke, the stage lights gradually brightened, and soft music played the songs she had heard before. Lan Hanlu looked toward the stage. There, a water-type little zombie and an unfamiliar zombie stood together, fiddling with something. Lan Hanlu held the microphone in one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Her brother. Every word she said, he remembered and helped her realize. She swallowed her choking feelings and placed the microphone near her mouth. Thanks to my brother for organizing this concert. Now I will sing a song for everyone. Soft music began to play. After the intro, a gentle female voice accompanied the melody, slowly reaching everyone's ears. Pei Ziyu seemed lost in the song, never taking his eyes off the person on stage for a second. The sunset had already fallen. Below, zombies waved glow sticks. It looked like a grand concert with thousands of people, dazzling lights, enchanting singing, and a sea of crowds. But there was no cheer. Only a few zombies could produce normal sounds of applause. The rest were unintentionally growling. Lan Hanlu sang and danced freely, fully relaxed and immersed in the joyful atmosphere. This continued until after 11 p.m., when her biological clock told her it was time to go back with Pei Ziyu. The next day, they watched a video of the water-type little zombie recording. Pei Ziyu looked at her beside him. "If you like, we can hold another one." After saying this, he paused for a long moment before continuing. "We can invite those people collecting supplies to come and watch." Lan Hanlu was shocked by his words. She looked back at the person beside her. Pei Ziyu gently placed his hand on her head. "Humans are social animals. If my sister always stays alone, she will feel lonely." Lan Hanlu took his hand down and held it in her own. His hand was large and slender but cold and pale, with no warmth. Lan Hanlu did not let go. "Humans are social animals, but I am with my brother. That makes me feel not lonely. Allowing them to enter the city is too dangerous. If they want to go in the future, the two of us can disguise ourselves and visit the safe base." She said this because, compared to normal humans, Pei Ziyu's differences are mainly his body temperature and his eyes, which can be fixed with colored contact lenses. Pei Ziyu thought about her words, and then nodded. "Okay, there are many safe bases we can visit. Is this a post-apocalyptic tour?" Lan Hanlu smiled. "Perhaps this is a good choice. Spring has arrived at the safe base. Many animals come down from the mountains. The people at the safe base are both dangerous and safe. The danger comes from battles, which can cause losses, but the meat, fur, and claws of strange beasts are useful resources. Now, underground at the safe base, a clean, spacious, and bright laboratory is closed off, filled with various live strange beasts of different sizes. The current research focuses on the antibodies inside these strange beasts to see how they can prevent zombie virus infection. After hundreds of experiments, it was found that no matter what kind of antibodies the strange beasts have, they cannot survive inside the human body. At this point, someone involved in the experiments suggested merging the genes of strange beasts and humans. However, this idea received no response. As for what happens next, it is still unknown. Lan Hanlu is a psychic. As her abilities improve, her lifespan also increases. When her powers reach around level 10, she can live over 300 years. But she hasn't lived that long. At some point, she seemed to become indifferent to her powers, as if she had given up on life in a different way. At first, Pei Ziyu was anxious and urged her to upgrade her abilities. Later, he stopped pushing and instead took her around, fulfilling all her unrealistic wishes. They rode strange beasts, fought strange plants, and mingled in human bases to shop. Humans are a very resilient race. Even in such harsh environments, they have built many bases of various sizes. New technological products kept emerging. When old technology failed, they found new ways, using crystal cores to support furniture, household appliances, and weapons. Once their abilities reached a certain level, humans began to hunt zombies. At first, it went smoothly, but zombies are stronger and smarter than humans. In the later stages, both sides suffered injuries. Led by Pei Ziyu, they used a mountain range running north to south as a boundary. This mountain existed before, but due to earthquakes and other natural disasters, a new mountain also rose nearby. This created a semicircular valley where all the zombies lived. Other areas were filled with strange beasts and plants. Humans built a larger safe base on the original site. They also agreed that neither side would enter within 100 miles of the other's base without reason. Although the land was divided this way, both sides knew they were enemies destined to fight each other. Living this life was very happy. It was a life without restrictions, no family, love, or friendship bonds, and no social rules. However, when she could no longer maintain her appearance, Lan Hanlu lost interest in enhancing her powers. She had been beautiful for nearly 200 years, but now she was starting to look less attractive, which she found hard to accept. She didn't know what would happen to Pei Ziyu after she died. Even if she trained hard, her time with him was limited. A few decades more or less didn't matter much, since her life was almost eternal. Only issues like energy crystal leaks could cause problems. Pei Ziyu was growing well and was a true zombie king. Even without eternal life, he believed he could live for 1,000 years or more. Of course, if accidents happened, that was another matter. After she died, her soul carried a mark and entered the next world without pause. Pei Ziyu looked at her silent body. He gently kissed her forehead. He had created zombies of all levels, thinking that if Lan Hanlu reached her final moments, he would turn his sister into a zombie too. But when Lan Hanlu closed her eyes peacefully, without fear or regret, and the strange, indescribable things inside her body disappeared, Pei Ziyu knew all his plans had been in vain. His sister was gone forever. He felt lost and empty inside. It wasn't until her body stiffened that he came back to himself. He handled everything and disappeared afterward. When humans launched another attack on the valley, they only saw a luxurious palace with a large portrait of a woman hanging inside. The woman is very beautiful, with a kind of beauty that feels beyond the ordinary world. They found some old technology from hundreds of years ago, including videos of a woman singing among zombies. There are videos of a zombie king wearing a hair ornament for the woman, and 2 people sitting together eating. From early videos, it's clear that this woman was human. She was well cared for by the zombie king, dressed in fine clothes and enjoying good food. Even now, people who have a stable life envy her. But beyond these, there are no other signs. There are no humans and no zombies here. They can only comfort themselves, believing that the zombies have been destroyed. The remaining creatures have genes from strange animals and plants, so they are no longer afraid of the zombie virus. Lan Hanlu opens her eyes again. She feels a terrible, crushing pain all over her body. She quickly closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and through her memories, she understands her situation. This is a high-level world, now in the interstellar age, with advanced technology and culture at their peak. Humans here are much stronger physically and mentally than before. People's mental power and special abilities are divided into levels. From S to F, each level shows how strong someone is. The stronger they are, the less able they are to have children. When humans first entered the galaxy, many weak in strength and ability died because of the changes. The East and West formed the Federation and the Empire. To gain some resources in space despite their weaker abilities, both sides encouraged population growth. Because of the imbalance between men and women and concerns about women's lives and children, the new society allows multiple husbands for one wife. There is also a rule: if a man and woman have no children after age 40, they must pay a large fertility tax each year. Women who have had children are considered to have completed their task, regardless of how they raise the children. Men only need to form a family with a woman, and if the woman's child is theirs, or if they personally raise a child, they don't have to pay taxes. However, in this era where children are so precious, buying a child is as costly as paying taxes, and it is a serious crime. But while the law bans buying and selling babies, it does not prohibit agreed surrogacy. The conditions are that both parties must sign a series of agreements with the Women and Children Care Association. In the early days of the law, extremists appeared. They forced women to have children for them, or even to donate eggs. This caused more women to suffer harm. Women formed their own maternal and child care groups to oppose this, and clear legal rules were made to stop such practices. Also, children born through artificial means or outside normal pregnancy often have genetic defects in their talents and physical abilities. They can live like normal people but cannot handle the various rays from space, so they cannot travel between planets. They have little special power and very low birth rates. What does the law do to protect marriage? It first clearly states all the duties of married couples. If a spouse cheats or does something harmful to the marriage, and there is solid proof, they will face serious punishment. Don't think you can easily escape this punishment. The judgment is made by an intelligent system that does not consider personal feelings and naturally favors the one who nurtures. However, if someone has outside of marriage, they are not legally punished, but men may face moral criticism. This can affect their future choice of a partner, especially since there are more men than women in this world. To support population growth, any actions that prevent children from being born are not allowed. Every mother receives government aid during pregnancy. There are also subsidies for children's education and growth. If someone does not want to raise their child, they can give the child to the government. The child will be raised in government welfare institutions and will have no future relationship with the parents. Lan Hanlu is the child of her father Lan Qingyi and mother Yilu, who lived together. Neither of them expected such an accident, especially since the birth rate now is much lower than in ancient times. It is lucky for a woman to have 2 children in her lifetime, and 3 is considered a top prize. Only a few thousand women on the more than 600 planets of the Federation can have 4 children. Yi Lu knew she was pregnant when they were in a Cold War. When Lan Qingyi found out, he hurried over. But they were caught in an interstellar black hole, and he simply disappeared. In her previous life, Lan Hanlu traveled to the past during her 18th birthday when she was about to activate her special abilities for the last time. She couldn't handle the energy from the activation and passed away. After arriving in the past, Lan Hanlu took over the original owner's body and awakened a mental-type special ability. She awakened a high-level S-rank mental ability, which was much stronger than the original owner's. Because the original owner couldn't withstand the energy fluctuations, she died. Lan Hanlu's mental strength is much greater. When her awakening was complete, her marriage match was also decided. Her fiancé was from one of the 4 major families of the Federation. This match was very good. Soon, both sides exchanged information. They had to marry immediately or wait 3 months to 2 years before marriage, according to the rules. She chose to wait 2 years to get to know each other, and neither family objected. At first, their relationship was quite harmonious. But just before the official registration of their marriage, Lan Hanlu discovered that everyone had a secret love in their hearts, an imperial princess. She was a blonde, blue-eyed girl, as cute as a doll. What surprised everyone most was that the princess had awakened a rare healing ability. Although her talent level was only B, in Lan Hanlu's view, she was basically the star of the story. Since childhood, she had the status of an imperial princess with a lovely, delicate face. After awakening her rare ability as an adult, many suitors came after her. Her fiancé's friends couldn't resist her charm either. In her previous life, Lan Hanlu knew about this, and on her way to confront these people, a cosmic magnetic storm occurred. Unfortunately, the spaceship was affected, lost its way in space, and crashed into a meteor. That was when she passed into the next world. She didn't know what happened afterward. This time, she returned before the white moonlight incident. Last night, she had a wild time with Chu Xiaoyang, so she woke up feeling sore. As for why she shared a bed with her fiancés, it was related to Federation laws. It was because her marriage was arranged by the main brain, and unless there was a major fault, the marriage couldn't be cancelled. Since it couldn't be cancelled, she had to try out her marriage before the wedding. Her 4 fiancés were Chu Xiaoyang from the Chu family, a military family. In this interstellar era, all enemies came from the insectoid alien race. The Chu family controlled 2 of the 10 major military groups of the Federation, fully in their hands. Other branches were spread across different military groups. Besides them, 3 other families also controlled other military groups. Chu Xiaoyang is part of the 3rd Army outside the Chu family's main military group. The Qiao family, led by Qiao Shiran, controls the largest mech manufacturing company in the Interstellar Alliance. Most members of the Qiao family are mech designers and hold key skills in mech production. Qiao Shiran is also a mech designer. Wen Yuchuan, a branch member of the Wen family, mainly runs transportation businesses. Most passenger and cargo ships in the Federation are operated by their family. Wen Yuchuan now works at the Wen family's company. Luo Anhua, a branch member of the Luo family, is the current top leader of the Federation government. Other members of the Luo family also work in government or various departments. Luo Anhua is now a district chief in this area. Although some of these people are from family branches, they all have real talent and good looks. However, Lan Hanlu's high genetic match score is why she is paired with such high-value individuals. It's not that she can't match with better people, but some people try to cheat the system by setting very strict conditions for their children's genetic matches. Of course, this isn't unconditional. They also have to pay a large amount of military contribution points. Lan Hanlu didn't do this because, when her mother was doing the genetic test after her birth, she was feeling sad about her father's disappearance. She was fragile due to childbirth and that incident. Lan Hanlu looked around her cozy room, which she designed herself. She took a medical kit from the space. She took some pills to ease her condition, then went to the bathroom to wash up. After changing clothes, she went downstairs where the robot butler had prepared breakfast and lunch. After eating, she packed her things in her room. Although the house is in her name, the money for buying it was provided by 4 other people. Lan Hanlu doesn't want to stay here anymore. Since her school starts soon, and she needs to learn about her psychic abilities, she decided to move closer to the school. This time, she didn't plan to attend a school on her home planet. She booked a flight to Pegastar, which has 2 transfer points from here. She bought a ticket for the next flight to Pegastar, which departs tomorrow afternoon. But it's not urgent. Those people are busy and probably won't look for her in the next couple of days. Today, she couldn't go out, so she sat down to update her school registration. This could be done easily on her wrist smart brain device. Based on her past grades and S-level talent, there shouldn't be any problem. Then she sent a message to her mother. Her mother had just gotten engaged and then went on a space trip. Since then, they had only occasional contact. Because of that, Lan Hanlu wasn't sure when her mother would reply. Still, she explained the whole situation to her in detail. Next, using her rights as a fiancé, she checked the financial status and transaction records of 4 people. As expected, she wasn't disappointed. All 4 had bought valuable clothes, jewelry, and energy-enhancing weapons at various malls and auction houses to give to Princess Ida. She saved videos and pictures Princess Ida posted on social media, highlighting items sent by a few people, and took screenshots as proof. However, even after several months since the engagement, they had never sent her living expenses, which is legally required. In her past life, Lan Hanlu didn't mind because Lady Yulu gave her many shares and credit points. Just on her smart brain device, she had 700 million credit points, not counting the monthly allowance and share dividend she received. So, she didn't care whether they paid her expenses back then. Lan Hanlu quickly saved all this information, along with some dull chat records from a few people, which were evidence of their poor relationships. By evening, she received 4 messages saying they were busy and wouldn't return. She knew they had gone to the auction house, especially since their transaction records showed they had just spent a large sum. She planned to sleep a bit later tonight to gather more evidence. As expected, she wasn't disappointed. The next morning, she woke up a bit late. She hurriedly got ready, ate, and then drove off in the pink, cute flying vehicle her mother had given her as a coming-of-age gift. In her past life, she disliked such a pink color, but this time it looked quite nice. Maybe she's grown older? Although she had driven many times before, it had been a long time since her last drive. Still, she was familiar with it because she had a driver's license. The flying vehicle was linked to her license, so she could autopilot if she wanted. But since she hadn't driven it in a while, she felt a bit excited. The entire planet has only 4 interstellar stations. The area where she lives is closer to the center, so traveling to any station isn't very convenient. The flying car took 2 hours to reach at such high speed. After completing various procedures and checks, She finally boarded the interstellar spaceship. Each person has a very spacious reclining seat. During space jumps, the seat ejects restraints to secure passengers because there are tiny vibrations during the jump. Interstellar travel involves space buttons, but the largest known space button is only about 500 square meters and doesn't have preservation functions. The most important thing is space items. Raw materials are expensive, craftsmanship is costly, and space storage is very valuable. Her mother, although somewhat neglectful, would never be short of material possessions. She owns a 20 square meter space button. Don't think that's small. Large mercenary groups often have two 20 square meter space buttons. Plus, civilian space buttons are usually 3 meters high. Military ones are between 8 and 12 meters high because mechs and other equipment stored inside need that space. Despite that, her collection goal is to gather space grids that are highly compatible. The space button can easily hold her storage units. During space jumps, the signal from her AI brain is blocked, which is why she can't contact her mother. So, during her day-long space voyage, Blue Hanlu didn't receive any messages. After a day and night of travel, she finally arrived at Pega Planet. She directly processed her pink little travel permit at the station. She drove her pink vehicle to an apartment near the school, all arranged by her mother. She used her AI to check in at the apartment building, completed various procedures at the machine, and then entered her own apartment. While she was handling the check-in downstairs, the apartment's robotic butler had already been activated. When she entered, a tall, beautiful man with long legs, nearly 1.9 meters tall, was waiting at the door. Seeing her, he knelt down immediately and said, "Welcome home, master." He then placed slippers at her feet. Blue Hanlu looked at his golden hair trembling slightly and felt a bit annoyed, wanting to roll her eyes. Her mother is good at everything, but she looks down on worldly matters. Although she only interacted with her mother a few times in her previous life, she knew from the original owner's memories. This mother does not like the Federation or the Empire. She believes in equality and wants to challenge everyone. But since she is a weapon designer and backed by top forces, she has power. She says she was raised with care, never mistreated by her family or elders. So she questions why she should be mistreated outside. Everyone knows her personality is a bit strange, but no one dares to criticize her. Being a little eccentric or flirtatious is okay if you have the right status. Yi Lu raised her daughter with this mindset, which shows a different way to use this robot. She probably knows she has many enemies. Lan Hanlu has secretly raised her daughter, knowing she is one, but not sure who she really is. She walks inside wearing slippers, sits on the sofa, and the butler brings a tray. He kneels by the coffee table and arranges everything carefully. "Master, please tell me if you need anything." Lan Hanlu doesn't look up. "What should I call you?" "The setting for the old master is based on your wishes, so please give me a name." The butler keeps his head lowered, eyes down, speaking softly and kindly, with a gentle, inviting tone.
"Call me Chong Yen."
Men are naturally bold, and the emperor often grants color. As soon as he finishes, the other knee also kneels, and he bows his head. "Chong Yen, thank you for the name, master. All right, bring me a nutritional supplement. I've been busy all day and need to rest. You can prepare dinner tonight." Nutritional supplements are usually for emergencies. It's not that they taste bad, but they only meet basic body needs and don't satisfy the stomach. They became very popular for a while because they are cost-effective. Normal meals take time and effort and don't always provide balanced nutrition. This caused a big impact on kitchens. When things go to extremes, there's often a backlash. Now, eating normally is considered a luxury and a fashion statement. Only civilians and the military mainly rely on nutritional liquids because they are affordable and save time while providing good nutrition. However, Lan Hanlu has always had at least 2 proper meals a day since she was young, and only supplements with a nutritional shot. "Master, are you resting now? Do you want me to keep you company?" Chong Yen looks at her with gentle, water-like eyes. "No need, you go ahead and do your work. I'm too tired." She slept from noon until the afternoon. When she just opened her eyes, Zhong Yan knocked on the door. "Master, are you awake?" I've prepared the meal. Is it okay to start eating in 15 minutes? Okay, she said, stretching lazily. She got out of bed. As she left the bed, the lights in the room gradually brightened. She went to the bathroom, washed up, and came out. Zhongyan had already set the table with 6 dishes, all her favorites. These were probably arranged by her mother earlier. The food tasted slightly sweet when she ate it. After finishing the meal, she still felt a bit unwell. Lan Hanlu watched Zhongyan tidy up and then said to her, "Give me a full-body spa. I still feel uncomfortable." Lan Hanlu wasn't shy about it. She knew Zhongyan was just a robot. Since her apartment was only about 500 square meters, only Zhongyan was needed. She could manage on her own. Hearing her command, Zhongyan quickly responded, "Yes, master. Please go to the second room on your right. I will prepare and come right away." Lan Hanlu took off her clothes and lay on the beauty bed, pushing her hair to one side, waiting for Zhongyan to serve her. She wore a smart device on her wrist, which she used to send a request to the Family Planning Association to end her engagement. The association responded quickly, asking for details. Lan Hanlu sent the evidence directly and explained that she felt no sense of responsibility from her supposed husband. She also felt no care from him, believing that the group couldn't take good care of her or her future children. They replied, "Hello, ma'am. We need to verify the evidence. If it's true, we are very sorry for what you've experienced. We regret not conducting better checks after your gene matching, which caused you such emotional pain." Yes, pain. Lan Hanlu emphasized in her request the emotional harm caused by the group. Ending her engagement was just one goal. She could refuse future gene matching by claiming this harm. If the system's test confirmed her story, she would be free in a different way. As for having children, she didn't oppose adult relationships, but with the low birth rate in this world, having children wasn't easy. There is no problem with giving birth. After the baby is born, she can be sent to Ms. Yi. Not to mention anything else, she thinks Ms. Yi is capable of raising the child. While she enjoys the attentive service of her beauty, the other 4 people also received pop-up messages from their brain implants. The bright red pop-up made them frown at first. When they clicked to open it, they all felt their hearts tighten and almost cough up blood. As prominent young people from 4 major families, they had been rejected for marriage and for such a reason. Forget about how public opinion will react. Their families won't let this go either. First, they immediately contacted Lan Hanlu. When the 4 of them received a video call, Lan Hanlu was still in a multi-screen conference room. As soon as the video connected, Lan Hanlu was lying on her bed, holding a white silk blanket under her armpits. She was leaning against the headboard, while Ri Yen was massaging her calves and feet. On the screen, the woman looked relaxed, with a high nose, shiny pink lips, and a charming appearance. With her soulful aura, she was truly captivating. Her straight collarbones and large areas of white skin appeared in the video, almost testing the patience of male viewers. The 4 people looked at the woman on the screen in silence. They couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed of themselves for being so superficial. Lan Hanlu's beauty was renowned across the galaxy, combined with her high-level abilities and noble background, making her a perfect match for them. Of course, they didn't know much about Lan Hanlu's family background, but that didn't justify pursuing other women as her fiancé. Now, being so easily swayed by her beauty, Lan Hanlu felt they were a bit cheap. After a moment, Chu Xiaoyang cleared his throat. "Lulu, we all received a notice from the Women and Children's Association." He paused here. Lan Hanlu didn't even glance at the screen. She picked a blush fruit from the fruit plate and slowly put it in her mouth. Her indifferent attitude made the others frown, but no matter what, they all suppressed their frustration. "I know what I did might be a bit inappropriate, but Lulu, you're so kind. Can you give me a chance to persuade you to stay?" Luo Envoy lowered his eyes, showing regret on his face. No wonder he's good at politics. His ability to read people's hearts is innate. Lan Hanlu slightly lifted her eyes, her gaze shimmering. "I believe the Women and Children's Association didn't just notify you. My decision must have also been submitted along with the evidence I provided. So, don't you find what you said funny? During the 3 months we've been together, I have fulfilled the responsibilities and duties of a fiancé, even a wife. Yet, you four haven't supported or provided for me in any way. Not only emotionally, but you also haven't offered me any comfort. During our engagement, you spent large sums of money buying luxury items for other women. This makes me feel very embarrassed and has caused me great emotional pain. She took the glass of red wine handed to her by Chong Yen, took a small sip, and then continued. Your emotional coldness has seriously hurt me, so I cannot change the demands made by the Women and Children Society. You should agree to resolve this matter quickly. If it drags on and the situation escalates, it will affect your families. After a moment of silence, Luo Anbei spoke. This is indeed our fault. We are willing to pay the price to make up for it and sign a guarantee contract to promise you. Just withdraw your lawsuit. Although these people had some interest in Princess Ida, in the adult world, impulsive actions are not acceptable. From social and family perspectives, they don't want this matter to be mishandled. Zhong Yan placed a pillow behind her, and Lan Hanlu lazily leaned on it. TSK, your attitude. Do you want me to apologize and kneel to listen? That's your political logic. Actually, I have a fear of crowded places and dislike talking to people who are too scheming. She slightly curled her lips, showing a mocking smile to them, then immediately ended the call. The people on the other end were silent for a moment. All right, no more silence. Let's hear your opinions. Luo Anbei was the first to speak. He was 31, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a refined gentleman. But his profile showed he had already reached level 6 in physical skills and supernatural abilities. With his current level, living past 250 years is not difficult. If he raises his supernatural ability to level 9, living 350 to 400 years is possible. Speak up. Do you want us to say something? Since Lulu is so determined, I will report to my family. Zhu Shiran was a scholar-type man, with no other feelings for Princess Ida. Hearing the conversation between the two people, Chu Xiaoyang's eyebrows furrowed deeply, with deep furrows making him look older than Luo Anbei. Actually, he is only 27 years old this year, and both his supernatural ability and physical training have just reached level 7. Compared to the heir, Chu Yuha, he is only slightly behind. He is quite cautious. If he informs his family, he worries about getting into trouble because their family rules are very strict. He looked at the screen and said, Yu Chuan, tell me your thoughts. On the other end, when Yu Chuan had slender eyebrows and eyes, bright red lips, and a porcelain white face. He looked like a charming but untrustworthy man, with a free and unruly aura. He is the type that women both adore and secretly resent. He rested his chin on his hand, fingers touching his lips. Haven't you noticed that Lulu's environment has changed? I just checked online, and her university application has changed too. Lulu is so determined now. Do you think we can hide this from the family? We should quickly inform the family and see if we can fix this. If not, his words made everyone silent. Yes, for people like them backed by a big family, although they have more resources for cultivation, their words and actions are also controlled by the family. The group ended the call in silence. No matter how they responded, Lan Hanlu was now fully enjoying herself. She realized that after being spoiled in her previous life, she was increasingly used to enjoying life. Thinking about her low mood in her past life and wondering how her brother was doing, she looked up, wiping the moisture from her eyes. Since she had chosen this path, these experiences were inevitable, and there was nothing to regret. Seeing that her registration had been processed on her smart brain, she quickly followed the prompts to select a single-person villa as her dormitory, then paid and downloaded some internal study materials. After changing into pajamas, she decided to explore her new home. There was only one bedroom, which was large and separated by a beaded curtain. Near the left wall, there was a door leading to the bathroom she had visited before. On the right side was the wardrobe, filled with the latest seasonal clothes and accessories. Although there weren't many items, each was a high-quality piece. Ri Yan said he bought new seasonal clothes according to Ms. Ye's requirements, organizing and storing them inside. Lan Hanlu probably looked through these clothes, mostly combat uniforms and some dresses, though the styles of the dresses were limited. These are the reasons for cultural gaps during interstellar relocation. However, she also designed some of her own clothing patterns. In her previous life, she kept a low profile and never wore them publicly. Now she finds it hard to believe. Why was she so cautious before? She has the resources, so why hide herself? Maybe because multiple worlds kept surprising her, scaring her into being more careful. The house has a living room, a training room, a study, a kitchen, and a shared bathroom. Most of it is already decorated, except for the training room, which needs to be customized based on her special abilities. Her butler has already contacted a renovation team, chosen the best materials, and paid for it. She's just waiting for the renovation to finish, so Lan Hanlu can use it. The house feels warm and cozy, but the decor is simple with few decorations. She also bought some small ornaments and accessories online. The next morning, "Master, I am starting to prepare breakfast. Is there anything you want to eat?" Zhong Yan respectfully asked. "Have something light for breakfast. By the way, I have some fruit here. Please wash it and put it in the temperature-controlled room," Lan Hanlu said, taking out a few storage boxes and selecting some fruit to give to Zhong Yan. This shows how inconvenient it is without a space button. At least now she can't easily take out containers, but if she had a space button, she could just take them out. "I'll go back to my room to browse the internet. Call me when the food is ready." "Understood, Master. I will remember your instructions." Lan Hanlu went straight back to her room. Behind the beaded curtain was a game pod. She played for a while, but didn't add nutrients afterward. If she wanted to stay inside for more than 4 hours, she needed to add nutrients. Her device scanned her into the virtual world. In the virtual world, her room was styled in traditional Chinese decor. In her previous life, she bought a Chinese-style interior from the system, but due to cultural differences, the room looked somewhat mismatched. Since she wasn't short of money, she bought many different design blueprints from the system shop. Over time, she grew tired of them and longed for traditional Chinese decor again. She made some focused modifications to fix the room's awkward parts, creating a charming, antique-style space that felt like traveling through history. At that moment, the system prompted, "Hello, player who wants to fly. Your room design has been approved by the main system. You can list it in your personal shop or sell it to the main system." This system prompt caught her interest, so she started her own online store called Rare Treasures General Store. Like playing a game, she uploaded whatever she thought of, mostly ancient-style decorations, jewelry, and clothing. Because of their cultural significance and novelty, these items became quite popular. However, she never revealed herself, making the store seem mysterious online. Many physical stores wanted to collaborate and get permission, but they couldn't find her. At that time, she was really busy. First, she was getting familiar with her special abilities and improving her skills through school. Second, she was spending time with her fiancé, whose family was very large, and they often had social gatherings. In her virtual home, she had a huge wardrobe filled with clothes, jewelry, shoes, and bags from different eras, all designed by her. She only opened the section with traditional dresses, which displayed 112 different styles. The virtual fabric felt very real, and she gently touched each dress. She could feel the tiny differences in the fabric, and the patterns, whether printed or embroidered, were distinguishable. No wonder so many people are addicted to online worlds, spending up to 16 hours immersed. But this isn't human endurance, it's the limit of online safety. She put that section away and looked at other items. She admired each piece of clothing and jewelry, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this was the joy of hoarding. However, these clothes were like concepts. They could only be worn in the virtual game. Just then, an external message came in. Lan Hanlu quickly cut off the connection. Her butler's handsome appearance made her feel a little happier. "Master, your meal is ready. Would you like to eat now?" He helped her out of the nutrient pod and knelt to put on her slippers. Lan Hanlu went to wash her hands while the butler set the table. The dishes this time were different from before, and each tasted very good. After eating, she rested for half an hour before heading to the training room to practice physical skills. Her current level was only at the peak of level 2. Her body was like a container for her abilities. If she couldn't improve her physical skills, it would be hard to advance her powers, so she practiced very seriously. After a set of level 2 physical techniques, she was covered in sweat. After resting, she tried the third level body technique again. Each level has 9 moves, but she could only complete 3 of them. She took a break and did a set of punches, completely exhausting her energy. She pressed the communication button. Chongyan came in first and gave her a nutrient shot. Then, he carried her to the bathroom to wash up. After a quick cleaning, she felt about 30% less tired. She had a good night's sleep, and her busy day finally ended. The next morning, she woke up naturally. She noticed many messages on her brain computer. She checked and saw they came from 4 different groups. Lan Hanlu looked at the messages. They mostly wanted her to give some credit points or material compensation to withdraw her complaints at the Women and Children's Association. She read the offers. They were tempting with good rewards and credit points. But she wanted a free and easy life in the future. So she ignored each message one by one without replying. However, she received a new message from the Women and Children's Association. They asked her to join a holographic meeting for mediation. She knew this was a necessary step. She replied to confirm her attendance for the day after tomorrow. After that, she got up, tidied herself, and planned to go out for a walk. She took a simple, water blue slip dress she designed herself. The dress reached her ankles. The dress was simple, but suited her figure. If your shoulders or arms were broad, the dress would make you look bulky. She wore black sandals with 2 straps. The straps wrapped around her pink feet, creating a striking contrast. Her hair was braided from the top of her head to the ends, with a thin pearl hairband woven in, adding a gentle, noble touch. On her left index finger, she wore a ring that could twist space. She also had a brain computer on her wrist, which was a custom high-end model with a strong design. She walked to a platform connected to the living room, where a pink and white flying car was parked. It was clearly a gift from her mother. Chongyan helped her get into the car. "Where are you going, master?" "To the mall. I want to browse around, get some food, and see if the meditation room has been renovated. Also, I want to learn more about this planet." "Certainly. Here is the improved and corrected version of your text." Yen naturally had no objections. The intelligent robot was still a robot, following its basic 3 principles. 1. Robots must not harm humans and must not stand by while humans are in danger. 2. Robots must obey humans completely, unless obeying would harm humans. 3. Robots must protect themselves from harm unless doing so would help or be commanded by humans to make sacrifices. The 2 of them stopped at a flying car parking area in the mall. After being helped out of the car, they attracted a lot of attention. Good-looking people always draw attention. Whether the attention was kind or malicious, it was unavoidable. But Lan Hanlu didn't care. She led Chongyan into the mall. Meanwhile, across from them, 2 flying cars stopped, and a group of 4 people got out. 3 of them looked like bodyguards. They had serious faces and a commanding presence. They walked past her and Chongyan without looking at them. Lan Hanlu turned around, and Lan followed behind them as they headed into the mall. Suddenly, she stopped walking. She remembered who this person was. Despite being from a different world, she could recall it, thanks to her awakened mental powers. This person was Chu Yuha, the direct heir of the Chu family. He died a year later in a battle against the insect race. The Chu family's high status in the Federation was built on sacrifices and military achievements. Almost every generation saw someone die. Several generations of direct heirs nearly became extinct, and Chu Yuha's death marked the complete end of the Chu family's direct line. Thinking of this, she shook her head regretfully and stepped into the mall. There weren't many shoppers, since most things could be bought through holographic stores and delivered quickly. Knowing this from her previous research, Lan Hanlu and Chongyan headed deeper into the first floor. On the right side, there was a large store. Lan Hanlu pushed open the door and was greeted by a robot staff. After inquiring, she learned she wanted a custom space. Immediately, a real person came over. "Beautiful lady, Please follow me to the lounge so we can discuss your needs. They entered a cozy lounge decorated warmly, with green plants in the corners that looked lively. The staff member brought over a catalog and squatted beside her. Madam, this is our space customization catalog. Here in the lower right corner, you can see the details of the space items. Blue Hanlu looked at his words and saw that the details below were very clear, from the outer material of the space to the craftsmanship and size. It was all clearly marked. However, after flipping through everything, she found that the largest space was only about 50 square meters, and the price was astonishingly high. No wonder spaces are considered luxury items. A 50 square meter space with a 3-meter ceiling costs over 300 million credits. How much would a 500 square meter space with a 12-meter ceiling cost? This isn't just selling things. It's practically a high-priced auction, and she had to willingly accept being taken by the price. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm, the salesperson quickly said, "If you like a particular style or material, you can tell us and we can customize it for you. Although the price might be a bit higher, it will probably suit your taste better." Hearing this, Blue Hanlu nodded slightly and gently tapped the 50 square meter space. "Is this the biggest?" With his gesture, the young clerk looked and confirmed, "Yes, ma'am. This is currently the largest space we have." "Then what if I want a bigger one? How does that work?" "Oh, and style doesn't matter. Just the simpler and more convenient, the better." The clerk was a bit surprised but then said, "Our main store has a 100 square meter space. If you need, I can arrange to get it for you. You just need to show your VIP card or pay a deposit. Style doesn't matter. I want a larger space. Are there any discounts? And how long would it take?" Blue Hanlu still had some money left, so she could buy 1 or 2 spaces now and later transfer items into the space. "Ma'am, you should know that spaces are like gemstones. The creator only shapes the form. Then a jewelry designer designs and sets it, and finally, it becomes a space accessory." Hearing this, Blue Hanlu nodded, understanding. She then said, "If I only want the space itself, not the space accessory, it might be cheaper. But the larger the space, the more the price increases exponentially. The main reason is that the materials to make the space are rare, and space creators are also rare. These cannot be adjusted temporarily." The young clerk spoke politely, and Blue Hanlu understood. First, this material is expensive, and making the item is also costly. If you want a plain space button, it will be a bit cheaper but still limited. If you want a larger space button, the price will be very high, and it won't be much cheaper. However, if you have the materials for making space buttons, the cost can be calculated separately. This also shows that they can customize more advanced space buttons. She threw the booklet onto the coffee table, leaned back on the sofa, and slightly raised her chin with a proud expression. "Then, just bring me the price list." The salesperson smiled, nodded politely, then stood up and moved to the door, turning to leave. Lan Hanlu opened her brain device, browsing the information, but only looked at the details of those 4 companies without replying. After some thought, she opened the chat window with her mother, but there was no response. She sent another message. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and then it was pushed open. A young man entered holding a booklet. Gang Yen stepped forward, first taking the item from his hand, then inspecting it before handing it over to Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu opened the booklet, which contained images like gemstones. Different-sized space buttons emitted various glows. From the descriptions below, it was clear these were plain space buttons. These space buttons ranged from the smallest, 1 square meter, to the largest, 300 square meters. The price increased with the size of the space button. The largest, 300 square meters and only 5 meters high, costs 2 billion credits. But since she wanted a plain decoration, she got a 5% discount. Suddenly, she felt that her 700 million wasn't that much. After careful consideration, she chose a 100 square meter, 3-meter high space button, costing 620 million credits. The size of the space doesn't double the price just because it's twice as big. Making larger space materials requires skills that not everyone can master. She could spend this money because she got a 5% discount, and it was still the price for a plain space. Although the space button looked very pleasing when placed in front of her, Paying for it made her heart bleed. She had initially wanted to buy some special abilities, weapons, and protective gear, but now she could only look for the moment. But isn't there a saying? Money is like a scoundrel. Spend it and you'll earn more. Once you buy something, it's yours. It didn't take long to look around, so she and Gang Yan started exploring layer by layer. Interstellar technology is advanced, and even the shopping mall has a strong sense of high-tech style. After browsing the nutrient liquids and natural food sections on the second floor, I moved to the third floor. Most of the items there are special weapons and defensive gear for superpowers. There are two types of superpower weapons. One is used by superpowered individuals, and the other can be used by ordinary people once they have enough energy. Her superpower is mental-based and belongs to the calmer type within the mental abilities. Her attack power is not very strong, but she can create illusions. However, she needs to be at level 5 or higher to do this. In the early stages, it's still useful because controlling mechs or activating energy stones also requires mental strength. Energy stones are widely used in space. They are a type of mineral found on barren planets. When mined, they are six-sided crystals. Mental users can explore inside and light up small molecules within. These molecules turn into energy crystals. They can be used to power mechs, spaceships, weapons, household appliances, and vehicles. But before becoming energy crystals, these minerals are just ordinary stones. They are hard, but their internal molecular structure is very fragile. If a mental user's attack slightly probes inside, it can explode these molecules, destroying the crystal. However, because of genetics and cosmic radiation, very few people have calm mental powers. So, Lan Hanlu's superpower can be considered a money-making tool. Thinking of how I spent money wildly earlier, my frustration quickly disappeared. Still, to learn how to light up energy stones and make money, I need to study. In my previous life, I spent a year and a half trying but only managed to light up energy stones to level 2. The money I earned was tiny compared to the space device. Lan Hanlu only looked at energy weapons and shields casually. But she was interested in a few children's toys. Although labeled as toys, in the 21st century, they could be powerful weapons. At least, they would be good for self-defense. But in the space era with improved physical skills, humans are almost as tough as metal. Master, not buying weapons and defensive gear is fine, since your family left some for you. But why are you buying these toys? Zhong Yan looked at Lan Hanlu with confusion. I'm just looking at weapons and protective tools. I mainly want to buy some low-level, less harmful ones. After all, my mother gave me very advanced ones that are quite powerful. Regarding the toys, she tried them and found them quite fun. If she wasn't short on money, she would definitely indulge in her small hobbies and also stock up for future use. Then, Lan Hanlu, led by Chong Yen, arrived at a special restaurant. The whole place looked like a big tree, and people entered through a tree hollow at the base. Inside, it was surrounded by green plants. A service robot led them to a private room in the corner. It wasn't that she didn't want to sit by the window, but her appearance often attracted unwanted attention. All morning, Chong Yen had to deal with these people. The private room was separated by green plants, and in front of the neighboring room, two strong men stood, so everyone avoided sitting nearby. But Lan Hanlu didn't mind. It didn't matter to her. She was hungry and wanted to eat something delicious to fill her stomach. She ordered several special dishes based on pictures. She had never been here before and didn't know much about the food, so she ordered a few more to avoid ordering something she couldn't eat. Chong Yen didn't need to eat, but she sat across from Lan Hanlu, watching the colorful dishes come out quickly, looking very pleasing. Next door, in another private room, two men sat. One was the heir of the Chu family, whom Lan Hanlu met outside. The other was his childhood friend, and Nanji, now the Minister of Finance for the Federation. He looked a bit childish, what people call baby-faced, but he was a clever old fox. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Minister of Finance at just over 30 years old. Just as Lan Hanlu was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat, her brain implant beeped with a message. She put down her chopsticks, took a moment to compose herself, and answered the call. The video call connected to a room decorated quite luxuriously, though it wasn't very big. Yi Lu sat on a sofa, leaning back. She brushed her hair back from her neck, looking a bit relaxed. Her natural noble aura made her seem like Lan Hanlu's sister, which was fitting. But in fact, she was 68 years old. Her high-level psychic and physical abilities made her age slowly. Lulu, you must be feeling wronged. Don't worry, Mom will get justice for you. Yi Lukai stabilized after space jumping. As soon as her brain received the signal, she saw a message from her daughter. At that moment, she smashed a desk in anger, ordered the spaceship to stop at the nearest port, and then contacted her daughter. She knows her daughter well. She's a bit timid, and no matter how much she's spoiled, she hasn't developed a strong personality. It always seems like she lives without much energy. How to describe her? It's like she's fine just living, but if she died, it wouldn't matter much. As a mother, this makes her anxious. When her daughter awakened her special ability, it was a calm mental power. It's not aggressive at all, but having a special ability is better than not. Her ability level is high, and her assigned family is quite good. She thought that with a few people taking care of her, she could relax and go out for a bit. But she didn't expect that while she was away, someone would dare to bully her daughter. Of course, they don't know Lulu as her child. When she was young, she was worried about not being able to care for her properly and might hurt her, especially since she has many enemies. As she grew older, she refused to let others do that. She just wanted to live quietly. She believed her daughter was wronged terribly this time, or she wouldn't be talking to him. Sure enough, the video call connected. Lan Hanlu didn't disappoint. She took out a silk handkerchief, held it to her mouth, and sniffled while crying. Her tears sparkled in her beautiful eyes. But her speech was clear and organized, and she scolded her fiancé seriously. That Chu Xiaoyang from the Chu family is no good. He bought a special ability crown for Princess Ida worth 1.9 billion.
And,
as she spoke, Yi Lu's pen was crushed in her hand, and a vein bulged on her forehead. Meanwhile, two people behind a green plant screen stopped all their actions. And Nanzi slightly pursed his lips, making his dimples more noticeable. His eyes held a teasing look as he looked at the serious, deep-faced man opposite. Chuyuha put down his chopsticks and listened carefully to what was being said. But his face grew more sour, and his mood darkened. And Nanji pressed his fist to his lips and coughed softly. Hurry up and tone down your pressure, or you'll scare the little girl. Her mom will come over and deal with you. Chuyuha looked up at his childhood friend, feeling that his last words were a bit unnecessary. Ananji coughed lightly again, leaned forward, and gently covered her mouth with her hand. Don't you think the young lady's mother sounds a bit familiar? Chuyuha didn't say anything but listened carefully as the person across the table spoke a few more words. He looked up at his childhood friend and raised an eyebrow. His friend also responded with a raised brow, and both understood each other without words. Lan Hanlu was sure she could contact the mother in the near future, so she directly arranged a meeting with the Women's and Children's Association to set a time for mediation. They held the meeting online since they were on different planets, which made meeting in person difficult. Of course, the four families wanted to meet face-to-face, but Lan Hanlu didn't agree. Finally, they could eat peacefully. Surprisingly, even though they didn't know the ingredients or how the food was made, two dishes tasted quite good. After she left with Zhongyan, the two people next door finally returned to normal conversation. Hey, you know that Chu Xiaoyang at your place? How could he let her escape with such a lively energy stone? Not only did he let her go, but with his temper, your Chu family probably won't have a peaceful life without some bloodshed. Well, even though we didn't see what that girl looked like, just from Lady Ye's appearance, if she inherited even a little of her, she'd be quite attractive. What do you think your guy was thinking? Since they had known each other since childhood, Ananji usually acted a bit refined outside, but in front of Chuyuha, he was quite talkative. But to be fair, if he wasn't so chatty, Chuyuha, who was usually quiet, wouldn't have become childhood friends with him. Chuyuha had moved past his initial anger and was now working on his brain implant, clearly dealing with the matter. Ananji finished his rambling and silently ate his meal, deciding not to disturb him while he was working. Lan Hanlu returned home excited, confident that with her mother, the big boss, present, Her wish to refuse the system marriage due to emotional harm would surely come true. Although these decisions were made by the system, they were based on the reports and evidence provided by the Women's and Children's Association. Of course, if the perpetrator admitted their guilt, it would be even easier to confirm. That would require her, as a mother, to step in. When Lon Hanlu returned home, the special training room had already been renovated. Because of its unique abilities, the renovation was simple, unlike attack-type skills which require more complex setups. Next to the training room, there was a bar-like area with some unactivated energy stones displayed on it. Normally, she should have gone to school and learned from her teacher before activating the energy stones. But she was different. She had experience. She reached out and picked up a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of her fist. Holding it in her hand, she released her mental energy. Although her mental strength was just beginning to develop, her previous world had also cultivated mental abilities, and she was nourished by the spirits from those worlds. Her mental strength hadn't fully awakened, but she was still able to use it carefully. The reason it wasn't fully activated was that her body was too weak, and her mind was in self-protection mode. This was also why Lon Hanlu was working hard to practice physical skills. She slowly extended her mental energy to touch the energy stone. Then she made her mental energy circle around the stone at high speed. As it spun rapidly, tiny points of starlight appeared on the surface of the stone. She focused her mental energy on the star-like points and probed inside. Inside, it was dark and filled with grayish particles moving randomly. She only needed to touch these particles with her mental energy. When her mental energy pressed on these particles, they lit up as if a switch had been pressed. As more particles lit up, it became harder to reach the ones that hadn't been activated yet because they kept moving. The small black points that lit up could be destroyed if touched repeatedly with mental energy. This was a delicate and troublesome task. Lon Hanlu felt her forehead ache and quickly withdrew her mental energy from the stone, which had turned blue. It was better than in her previous life, but only slightly. Activated crystals came in colors like white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and multicolored. Each color had levels from 1 to 9, with higher levels indicating more energy inside. This particular crystal was at blue level 2 to 3. It required specialized equipment to measure accurately, but in her past life, she could activate crystals up to green level 8 or 9. The crystal was placed into a machine, and the final reading stopped at blue 23. Since blue level 2 was below level 3, it was acceptable. This crystal could be sold for over 20,000 credit points. After subtracting the cost of buying raw energy stones, she could get about 16,000 credits. She bought a basic raw stone, which could only be activated to a purple level at most. To activate higher levels, she would need to buy intermediate and advanced raw stones, which cost several times more. Of course, these could also be activated into higher quality crystals, with prices increasing tenfold each time. In the evening, the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow at 5 p.m., confirmed with the Women's and Children's Association. After getting everyone's agreement, the association sent a meeting link. Lon Hanlu looked at the information on her screen, a slight smile appearing on her face. The Women's and Children's Association was so helpful that she could settle everything before school started. Next, she planned to study hard. Life is long, and in her previous world, she only learned some interesting things through videos. But this world is different. She has endless learning resources. Mastering these skills will be her future capital in other worlds. There's also an important event in about a year. She must improve her physical skills and supernatural abilities. If she can get involved in that event, she believes she will earn great merit in this world. She is very excited about what will happen after this world ends. Soon, it was time for the meeting. Lon Hanlu changed into a close-fitting nightgown and lay in her nutrient pod. Her virtual avatar appeared in her room. Since the meeting was in half an hour, she first chose a white moon-shaped qipao, styled her hair up, and inserted a pearl hairpin. She wore a purple-pink jade bracelet, all from her space storage, scanned online. Her nails were lightly painted with flesh-colored polish. She wore white high-heeled shoes and chose a light makeup look. Seeing that there were 3 minutes left, Lan Hanlu clicked the link to the meeting room. Suddenly, a vortex-like portal appeared on the wall. Lan Hanlu placed her hands on her waist and stepped through it. She was on time, although others had arrived early. Everyone's eyes were on her as she pushed open the door and entered. Behind her was a soft glow, making her look almost celestial. Her stunning face and graceful figure added to her ethereal presence. She looked both charming and gentle, very alluring. Although her fiancés showed no change, they all felt a bit annoyed inside. Things are different now, at least from when we first got engaged. Now Lan Hanlu looks confident, almost glowing, making it hard to look away. Lulu, come sit with Mom. Blue Hanlu obediently walks over and sits beside Yulu. My dear, how much hardship have you gone through? You look much thinner. Yulu also notices her change and thinks she has been upset these past few months. However, his words make Lan Hanlu feel a bit guilty. Where does she look thinner? On the contrary, during this time, her body has improved because of medication and hard training. She has gained a few pounds and feels like her whole body has been refreshed, with her skin and bones becoming denser.
Lulu, I'm sorry.
I know my previous actions hurt you, but I hope you can give me a chance. Don't worry, I will work hard to become a good husband and father. He is dressed in a black suit with short, stylish hair and handsome features that make him very charming. He is Wen Yuchuan, the star domain manager at his family's transportation company. During the 3 months they've known each other, he has been gentle and reasonable. Lan Hanlu notices that all 4 of them are standing. In front of them is a chair, probably for the elders of each family. The elders seem very pleased with Wen Yuchuan's initiative, nodding repeatedly. Yi Lu wants to say something, but is stopped by her daughter's arm resting on her. Before she can speak, a slightly impatient person is pushed forward by the elders. He stumbles but manages to stand straight. His name is Qiao Shiran. Lan Hanlu has only seen him twice in 3 months. She heard he is in a critical testing phase. He looks at Lan Hanlu and says, I was wrong. I can give you 80% of my assets as compensation and promise to refuse any contact with the opposite in the future. His elders, initially disappointed, are now satisfied with his honest attitude. This kid is a mecha designer, a typical scholar-type talent. He is a bit naive about relationships. As for the gift for Ida, others usually take the initiative, but he was innocent. He was taken by some cousins and sisters to an auction, persuaded to buy something, and then it was given to Ida by his younger brother. Later, he went into the laboratory. When he received the notice from the Women's and Children's Association, he finally understood what was happening. As the grandfather, he naturally came to clean up the mess for his grandson. When Yi Lu appeared, he felt a bit annoyed with his brother's child. Today, when Yi Lu entered the meeting room, he wanted to go back and catch that brat to give him a good beating. He knew that 40% of the Federation's weapons licenses were in her hands. He also heard that her special ability level had risen to level 10. This meant that this girl was her only child. Now, his own daughter had suffered such a big grievance. Thinking about it made his head feel dizzy and his scalp tighten. The other 2 also expressed their opinions, hoping to resolve this matter smoothly. When everyone had finished speaking, they looked up to see Lan Hanlu pouring tea for Yi Lu. The mother and daughter looked very relaxed. Noticing their silence, both of them put down their teacups. Lan Hanlu stood up first and bowed to the elders, saying, Sorry to trouble you all. We specially made time to come here because of our matter. No need to apologize. It's all because our younger generation isn't doing well, and as elders, we haven't taught them properly. Grandpa Qiao Xiao ran quickly to respond. This old man was really worried about his grandson. His grandson was naturally a bit dull, and after being rejected for marriage using this reason, it became hard for him to marry into a good family. But no matter how pitiful he was, it was his own problem. Lan Hanlu's goal was to be free and easy, and she didn't want to take on family responsibilities, especially for the other family. So Lan Hanlu listened with a gentle smile to his heartfelt words. Perhaps because she had traveled through multiple worlds, she no longer belonged to the human realm, so she wasn't moved. Well, no matter the reason, the final result of this incident is that I am an innocent victim. Not only was my body harmed, but my mind also suffered serious damage. Since this happened, my mental state has nearly collapsed. I have symptoms like insomnia, and this is monitored by my brain's AI. Even now, I can feel the fatigue in my mental energy. I request the Women's and Children's Association to test my mental strength. Oh dear, activating crystals and training myself, so much has made me so tired. It can't be for nothing. The three members of the Women's and Children's Association looked at each other and immediately requested a test from the AI brain. She was in the nutrition storage, and if the AI brain approved, the test results would be sent quickly. The results were sent over. The members of the association looked serious. I am the vice president of the association. My name is Ji Mei. Based on the documents provided by Ms. Lan Hanlu, it is confirmed that Chu Xiaoyang, Wen Yuchuan, Luo Anbai, and Xiao Xiran indeed caused her serious harm. She then sent the test results from the AI brain, which Lan Hanlu provided, to the other four people. There were two reports, one from the day of awakening and one current, with a clear difference. Next, Ji Mei asked the four people, "Do you have any objections to the association's judgment?" The four families looked at each other. The elder from the Chu family was Chu Xiaoyang's mother. She was about to speak when Yi Lu placed her teacup on the table, making a crisp sound. The insect race is about to enter the breeding season. From my observation, their activity has been frequent these past 2 years, probably to gather energy for their queen. Anyone with some experience or who paid attention to insect activity could guess this. But Yi Lu's mention of this was not just small talk. The frequent insect activity meant the insect queen was gathering energy, which would bring harm to humans. To fight the insect race, powerful weapons are needed. This was a clear threat, especially since the Chu family was a frontline military unit stationed on more than 20 planets bordering the insect race, so their demand for weapons was high. The Wen family was in transportation. Without weapons, whether to prevent space pirates or insect attacks, they couldn't do without them. The Qiao family were mech engineers. What's the use of mechs without weapons? The Luo family was involved in politics, but insect attacks affected them even more. If the country was unstable, politics couldn't be stable either. When Lan Qingyi spoke, the other families had to swallow their words and stay silent. When Ji Mei asked again, everyone reluctantly nodded in agreement. Ji Mei received a confirmed answer. She looked around at everyone and then said, "Since Ms. Lan Hanlu does not agree to your mediation request, the Women's and Children's Association has made the following decision based on interstellar law protecting women. First, your files will be thoroughly recorded regarding this incident. The second, Women's and Children's Association will fine you and also require you to compensate Ms. Lan Hanlu with credit points. Third, because Ms. Lan Hanlu's genetic match failed this time, the main brain also bears some responsibility. At Ms. Lan Hanlu's request, the main brain has decided that she will no longer be forced into matching." Upon hearing this, Lan Hanlu finally showed a genuine smile. When her radiant face appeared, the four people felt a twinge of regret. Yi Lu reached out and gently patted Lan Hanlu's head. "Be good. You're too obedient, which is why you got hurt. If you notice something wrong, you should tell Mom early. No one can mess with me, Yi Lu." She wasn't angry at her daughter. Everyone present was smart. After the association's punishment, each family showed sincerity to comfort Lan Hanlu and calm the mother's anger. Because of yesterday's shopping, Lan Hanlu's credit points quickly recovered. Actually, credit points are only part of it. The real important thing was the promise made by the intelligent brain. After the meeting, she took her daughter back to her virtual space, a large, castle-like estate. It was not only spacious, but also very luxurious in decoration. Don't think building such an estate in the virtual world costs a lot of money. Actually, it costs only a little less than a real estate. Although the feelings in the virtual space are real, few people spend so much money to build an estate. This shows how wealthy this mother is. Everything here is virtual, but the feelings are real. When she saw a handsome, well-dressed man bringing 2 cups of coffee, one for Lan Hanlu, and then sitting close to Yi Lu, they felt a bit envious. Yi Lu touched her nose with her right hand and cleared her throat. This is Xiao Yu. Just call him Uncle Xiao. Lan Hanlu smiled and greeted him. Hello, Uncle Xiao. I'm Lan Hanlu. The man had a gentle smile. Hello. You can call me Lulu, right? I can't give you a traditional gift here, but I brought some special products from another planet. They've already been mailed to you. When they arrive, please accept them. Okay, thank you, Uncle Xiao. Yi Lu is quite a contradictory person. You could say she is very affectionate, yet she allows Lan Hanlu and her biological father to share the same surname. You might say she is dedicated, but she keeps changing her close friends one after another. This time, when we met, I noticed you've changed a lot. You're more confident now. That's how it should be. Don't worry about causing big trouble. Your mom will handle it for you. This made Lan Hanlu feel very touched. Before she could say anything, Yi Lu continued. Don't worry, whatever I earn belongs to you. I won't just raise one of you. Even 10 or 8 more wouldn't be a problem. But you should also learn what you need to, because one day, you'll take over my role. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu put down her coffee and quickly looked at her. Mom, you're so young and have such a high level of power. Don't think about these things now. I still have many things to do and no time to take over what you're doing. What do you have to do now? Even your smart brain isn't matching you with a partner. Besides improving your powers and physical strength, what else is there? Although Yi Lu is quite young, as she said, she is still the only child. Seeing her daughter resist accepting her career, she wanted to ask more details. She also wanted to have a good talk with her daughter. After all, she noticed that her daughter had changed a lot, more confident and more independent than before. She was happy about her daughter's change, but also wanted to make sure it hadn't caused her pain or other negative effects. Lan Hanlu leaned back on the sofa, holding her coffee and taking a gentle sip. It was different from before, but the rich aroma made her feel relaxed.
She thought she could stock up on this.
Mom, you don't think that if I don't get married, I won't have a boyfriend, do you? Besides, you think raising physical and power levels is so easy, and if I take over your work, I need to learn more and enrich myself. Most importantly, if I have children, wouldn't you have another heir? You could start training from scratch. This statement touched Yi Lu deeply. She knew her daughter well. From her words, it was clear she was somewhat indifferent to her own power and influence. If she has a child, things would be different. She could raise the child from a young age to be her heir, which would make her feel more at ease. After all, she wouldn't want her own child to treat her poorly. Her daughter could also live the life she desires easily. As for caring for the child, her own child is the one she cares for. All right, since you have your ideas, I won't push you. But we can take our time with studying and improving skills, no need to rush. Regarding dating, our family situation is clear, so don't worry about spending some credits. Boys and girls your age are usually easy to please. Suddenly, a coughing sound interrupted. Yi Lu quickly changed the subject. She started fiddling with her brain device, and Lan Hanlu heard a vibration followed by a transfer message. Her mother was really practical, sending gold coins directly. But that wasn't all. I bought some special energy sources for your training. I'll send them to you soon. But remember, training should be moderate. Don't push yourself too hard. These energy sources help improve supernatural abilities. They're smaller than energy stones, but quite expensive. Plus, the energy sources matching her abilities are rarer than those of other elemental types. After finishing the important talk, Lan Hanlu saw Yi Lu looking at her intently. At first, she thought her mother missed her or was worried about her being upset. But she didn't have much to do, so she comforted her mother a little and stopped talking. Soon she noticed something was off. Before she could ask, Xiao Yu, who was next to Yi Lu, knew quite a bit about her. He quickly spoke up, Lulu, that dress looks beautiful. Where did you get it made? Lan Hanlu looked at her chi pao and suddenly realized. She quickly hugged Yi Lu's arm. Mom, I designed this. Not just this one. I've designed many, but I haven't made real versions yet. They're only in the holographic space for us to see. But don't worry, I gave the tailor your size. Once it's ready, I'll send it to you. Yi Lu was happy to hear that. She patted her hand and smiled. No need, that's too much trouble. I travel a lot, and don't have a fixed place. Just send me the design drawings, and I'll find someone to make it. Don't worry, I won't share them. It is also meant to show my respect and care for you. Since you want the design drawings, I will give them to you." While saying this, she was fiddling with her smart brain device, pulling up the screen, and selecting some of her design clothes to send to MS.
Yeah.
Mom also has matching jewelry, belts, shoes, and makeup. You can try them out in the holographic space and see what you like. Yi Lu received a compressed file. When she opened it, there were over 100 clothing designs, along with jewelry, accessories, shoes, and more, over 100 items in total. Inside, there were elegant, simple outfits like her daughter's, as well as grand, luxurious ones, perfect for her taste. The jewelry was also beautifully drawn. She was so absorbed that she ignored the two people present. One by one, she downloaded the data, authorized the use, and watched her clothes, makeup, hair accessories, and even nail art change instantly. Ms. Yu was raised to be the heir, so she was decisive and capable. But she was also spoiled, confident, and independent. Honestly, Lan Hanlu envied her mother's life. Her current conditions were no worse than her mother's, but the deep imprint on her soul made her lack the innocence her mother had. Seeing that it was getting late, she didn't want to delay the two, who were praising and complimenting her. She said goodbye to her mother and disappeared with a wave of her hand, as Mizzy didn't mind. The matter was settled, and she could sleep peacefully that night. But in the middle of the night, her smart brain pinged with several messages. Annoyed, she ordered it to go into sleep mode via voice command, then fell asleep comfortably. The smart brain, like a phone, was the first thing she checked when she woke up in the morning. It turned out to be a transfer message from Ms. Yi, with a note saying she would send her good designs in the future. It was her pocket money, meant to reassure her to have fun and spend freely. Just receiving such a message in the morning made her feel so happy. Her mood instantly improved. But she still had important tasks to do, like upgrading her abilities. Even though she didn't go outside, exploring the entire galaxy in the holographic chamber was not boring. After 2 or 3 days, she gradually received packages. First, compensation from the 4 major families. The Chu family sent a fertility aid, which could be exchanged for military merit points, and each person only had 1 chance to redeem it. Blue Hanlu looked at the fertility aid for a long time. She was interested in it, mainly in its formula and manufacturing process. The clear crystal bottle held a very light pink liquid. The bottle only had the words fertility aid and the production date on it, with nothing else. Yet, just this small medicine was worth a huge amount of money. Last year, at the largest interstellar auction house, it was sold for 25 billion. The Chu family was very generous. Luo family gave her a crown that boosts mental abilities, increasing power by 4% to 6%. It was also a product that sold for a high price at the auction. Such jewelry with enhancement effects is well made, and the materials used are extremely rare. This is why she showed it as proof of the gift for Princess Ida. No one could argue against it. Because these items are so rare, their sources can be traced. The crown was very beautiful and fancy, but it was too ornate for Blue Hanlu's taste. She could keep it as a collection, but wearing it didn't feel right. Wen Yuchuan's family sent her a space ring, which contained the latest flying car. This flying car was only a concept online and hadn't been made real yet. Who would have thought she would have one? Looking at the instruction manual, it wasn't just a flying car. It was more like a mobile fortress. Due to restrictions from the Federation, its weapons were a bit weaker, but its defense was top-notch. However, the manual mentioned that it used a lot of energy stones, making it unaffordable for most families. But she didn't mind. Her family had plenty of resources. Jia Xiao Rant's family gave her a custom-designed mech. There are many types of mechs, and from the description, Blue Hanlu knew this one was a speed type. It had moderate attack power and excellent defense. The most impressive feature was its small size but incredible speed, with 24 boosters. The mech was specially designed to require less mental energy for control, making it easier to operate. Some complex controls still existed, but they required higher skills. Most importantly, this mech was a big user of energy stones. Riyen and the others did a good job designing this mech. Look at the pink, white, and blue color scheme. It's very nice. Blue Hanlu genuinely liked it and couldn't help sharing. Chongyan looked at the description and said, "This should be specially made, and the appearance and color of the mech can change according to the settings. I organized the link information from the manual and sent it to your smart brain." Lan Hanlu nodded in agreement and said, "Do you think we should buy a new villa? I really want to see this mech outside. The owner has a villa, but it's a bit farther from the school." "Oh, really? Where is it?" she asked casually, but her eyes never left the mech projected by the smart brain. "About 2 hours by normal passenger flying car." "Flying car? 2 hours?" Lan Hanlu's attention was pulled back. She turned to look at Chongyan. Knowing how fast flying cars are, 2 hours is quite quick, almost enough to cross half a planet. "What was my mom thinking? Buying such a faraway villa?" Lan Hanlu murmured as she finally found her voice again. "Ms. Yi prefers the environment there, and the leisure facilities are quite complete." Hearing this, Lan Hanlu understood. Ms. Yi enjoys a good life, so her home is naturally in a beautiful place with good scenery and excellent facilities. Now everything is under her name. Just as she finished unpacking, a delivery arrived unexpectedly. Chongyan helped open it, thinking it was a small item, but it turned out to be 2 space buttons. As Lan Hanlu linked her mind to open the space buttons, she exclaimed, "Ah!" "Chongyan, look!" She took some items out of one of the space buttons. There were all kinds of clothes, jewelry, shoes, and bags, some of her designs, but mostly clothing from different planets. Women generally love beautiful clothes and jewelry, even if they don't wear them often. They like to collect them. Mizzy has always had a good eye for fashion. She used to be a trendsetter in our federation, but in recent years, she's been more low-key, though no one's aesthetic surpasses hers. Chongyan admired Ms. Yi very much. While praising her, she tidied up. Lan Hanlu quickly recorded a short video and sent it to Ms. Yi. Maybe Ms. Yi was busy again and didn't reply, but she had cleared some space. Lan Hanlu took out a few more things. There are 2 boxes about the size of shoe boxes that stand out. Lan Hanlu opened one, and it turned out to be a gift from Xiaoyu. Inside, there are 10 energy stones for cultivation. 8 are level 5 and 2 are level 7. There is also an anonymous credit point storage card. People who enjoy interstellar travel, hunting, mining, and exploring often prepare one or more of these storage cards. They are useful for gray area transactions. The other box was prepared by Ms. Yi. It also contains 10 energy stones, with 2 or 3 of each level from 2 to 6. Cultivation energy can be used to improve levels during training or to supplement when one's supernatural power runs out. Lower levels are easier to buy, although expensive, but levels above 5 are rare and hard to find. Xiaoyu took a big risk here. She was bought out and immediately sent a message to Ms. Yi, saying she strongly supported Xiaoyu and her relationship. Soon after, news of Lan Hanlu's and others' marriages ending was posted online. Although it was unusual, it wasn't enough to become a trending topic. The main reason was that the involved people were famous and powerful. The men were like interstellar gods, and the women's photos had been released. They were stunningly beautiful. This made Lan Hanlu famous. Her social media account's followers quickly exceeded 100 million. At that moment, her smart brain rang with a communication alert. Lan Hanlu looked at the display, prepared herself mentally, and answered, "Lulu, you little troublemaker. Why didn't you tell me about this? And your fiancés, each one is a scumbag. Why are you so passive, not standing up to them?" As soon as the call connected, loud shouting came through. A girl with a slightly round face and not very tall was stomping her feet wildly, talking fast. The man beside her was nervously holding her to prevent her from falling. She spoke very quickly. After venting her feelings, she looked at her friend on the screen. "What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? If you're upset, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me earlier, I would have gone to beat them up for you. Jujia, I'm sorry I worried you. But everything is settled now." "I've also gotten what I wanted," Lan Hanlu said, but before she finished, Jujia interrupted her. "What do you mean everything is settled? I've realized those people who annoyed you are in big trouble." Lan Hanlu listened to her words and smiled helplessly. The man next to Njejia also showed a helpless expression. His fiancée didn't seem to realize that Lan Hanlu was able to make those families admit their mistakes publicly and accept the consequences. Could she be an ordinary person? In this circle, reputation and face are more important than anything. Since your family has admitted their mistake, wouldn't compensation be inevitable? Only her fiancé was naive, always thinking her friends suffered great injustice and no one would stand up for them. "Where are you now?" "I'll come to find you," and Njejia said, wanting to comfort her friend. She felt that this little girl might be secretly crying behind her back.
Lan Hanlu liked pure friendship.
"I'm near the Psychic University on Pargo Planet. Then why did you go there?" the other person asked. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu fell silent. If she told her that she changed her university choice, would she come to scold her? I applied to the Psychic University there," she replied quickly, covering her ears with her hands. As expected, she couldn't block out the loud noise from the other side. Lan Hanlu, this scumbag girl makes me so mad. She changed her plans for a few guys without telling me. "Do you think I matter more or those guys matter more?" she yelled. Her focus was strange. Lan Hanlu answered seriously, "Of course, Njejia is the most important. Men are just passing guests. You just use nice words to fool me." "Fine, wait and see. I'm booking a ticket now, and we'll come find you. We need to settle our issues face to face," she said, making a fierce expression with her cute face and clenched fists. "Okay, I'll wait for you. When you come, I'll show you my new good stuff," she added before hanging up. Lan Hanlu sighed in relief. And Njejia and the original owner had grown up together, spending more time with each other than with their mothers. Lan Hanlu was really afraid of revealing any flaws. After all, in her previous life, although Njejia and she went to the same school, they drifted apart later. Besides her cold personality, she also suspected that Njejia had doubts about her. Although that girl seems carefree, she is actually very thoughtful and loyal. She wouldn't become distant just because they are engaged. There must be something suspicious that made Njejia doubt her. Since they woke up, the two haven't met, mainly because the Yin family went to her mother's place to handle the engagement ceremony. From the current situation, it seems she hasn't doubted anything yet. Plus, considering what happened a few days ago, her recent changes are understandable. "Chongyan, I will give you some natural foods and recipes. When Njejia comes, you need to make some delicious dishes." "Yes, my owner. As long as I have the recipes, I can make perfect dishes. If you're worried, I can prepare some for you to taste first." "Good, Chongyan. You're truly my best housekeeper. What would I do without you?" She spoke sweetly, as she is an intelligent robot with some level of understanding. "Your praise is my greatest achievement, my owner." After giving instructions, Lan Hanlu went straight to the training room. The room was specially designed. The container didn't cause much damage inside, just took up too much space, making it a bit awkward. She currently had a 20 square meter container, which she already owned, a 100 square meter space ring she bought herself, and two 50 square meter ones, one given by Xiaoyu and the other by Ms. Yi, used for storing clothes. There was also a 9 square meter one for the mech suit and a 12 square meter one for the flying car. She checked her credits and contacted the previous salesperson, ordering 2 more 100 square meter space rings. With a compensation from 4 companies and Ms. Ye's support, she could now afford these 2 space rings. She took the containers out and then put some vegetables, meats, and fruits inside, leaving some for Chongyan to prepare special dishes for Njejia. The rest were stored in the 250 square meter spaces, so she could access them anytime. The 100 square meter space also held some items, but they were just miscellaneous. All this was to make future access easier. Lan Hanlu personally embedded the 20 square meter and 150 square meter space rings, along with the mech and flying car space rings, into her bracelet, which had red and blue gemstones. She planned to store all her purchase space rings in her storage grid. Once her arrangements were nearly complete, she began activating the energy stones. After finishing, she measured her progress and found it was similar to last time. Then she picked up another stone to activate again. After completing the second activation, she felt her head start to feel a bit heavy. Lan Hanlu knew she had reached her limit and didn't push further. She sat on a lounge chair to rest for a while before starting her physical training. This time, she signed up for mech combat training, not the mental support training from her previous life. The physical skill requirement for mech combat is at least level 3. Although she has now reached level 3, she couldn't relax. She needed to improve her physical skills further to feel more confident. She didn't want to fail the test again and feel embarrassed. She pushed herself through another intense training session. She could clearly feel that her level 3 physical skills were still a bit difficult for the first 3 moves. She could perform all the moves correctly, but they weren't very smooth. It wasn't because she didn't train her physical skills before, but because in her previous low-dimensional world, bodies were very fragile. If her body's strength wasn't enough, hard training could cause injuries. After being taken care of by Chong Yen and laid on the bed, she fell asleep. However, her sleep was restless. In her dreams, she relived the past 10 years of her original life. She woke up a little later than usual the next day, mainly because she was very tired the night before. As soon as she got up, she noticed changes at home. Chong Yen had rearranged things according to her instructions. The previous decorations were warm and cozy, but lacked some small ornaments, making the space look simple and a bit empty. Now, with the added decorations, the house felt more lively and like a real home. "Master, your friend's spaceship is expected to arrive around 2 p.m., a voice said. "Okay. After I finish eating, I'll tidy up and go pick her up," Lan Hanlu replied, not breaking her mealtime rhythm. "Master, which flying car should we take?" There are 2 parked on the platform. One is an older model, but still a classic and okay to use. "Of course, we'll take the little pink one. Jiejie will definitely like it," she said, imagining Jiejie's excited expression and movements. "I also need to wear pretty clothes and do my makeup later, so she won't worry that I look tired from the breakup." Because of what happened last night, she had a different understanding of her friendship with Jiejie. She might not have the same deep feelings as the original owner, but their relationship was no longer superficial. Because she wanted the other person to think she wasn't so downhearted, she made sure to dress nicely. She wore a light blue shirt and a white, knee-length wraparound skirt. It wasn't about looking stunning, but such clothing was rare in the galaxy. With her blue hair and pretty face, her attractive figure really drew attention. Her little pink bag was parked at the airport parking lot. When she was helped down from the spaceship, someone who was also leaving the terminal noticed her. Immediately, someone approached her and said, "Hello, ma'am. Are you here to take a spaceship? Are you going on a trip or for work?" He tried to lean closer to her, but was blocked by Jian. Still, he didn't miss the chance to speak. "It seems only the spaceship to Ola planet is leaving soon. We're heading there too. Would you like to travel together?" "Sorry, I'm here to pick up a friend. We're not going the same way, so I won't take up your time," Blue Hanlu replied calmly. But the man wasn't discouraged. "That's okay. My spaceship is waiting a little longer. I can keep you company while you wait for your friend." "It's not convenient," Blue Hanlu said impatiently. "You should go do your own thing. It's very convenient. A beautiful lady like you shouldn't be alone. I can keep you company for a while." "It's no problem. My name is Zhaolin. I work as a distributor for Blue Moon nutrients on this planet. I've started taking over my family's business. I have a water-type psychic ability at level 3 peak, and my physical skills are also at level 3 initial stage." Just as she was about to refuse again, a man suddenly wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Blue Hanlu didn't notice him approaching, but she had spent too long in the apocalypse before. When his hand rested on her shoulder, she reflexively pressed her finger on his nerve point, planning to throw him over her shoulder. But he reacted quickly, blocking her with his other hand. Blue Hanlu didn't hesitate. She elbowed him in the ribs. His arm sank, but he used his elbow to block her again. At this moment, Jian stepped over 2 steps, his mechanical arm drawing a weapon and warning, "Please keep your distance, sir, or I will have the right to use a heat weapon." Blue Hanlu looked at the glowing launch port, feeling scared and breaking out in cold sweat. She quickly placed her hand on the arm that had transformed into a weapon. The man opposite her also took a step back, exhaled deeply, and said, "Sorry, beautiful lady, for the misunderstanding. My name is Ananji. I work for the Federation government. The earlier offense was because I saw that man bothering you, so I came over to help. I didn't mean to cause trouble." This man looked both innocent and wild. When he spoke, he pursed his lips and revealed a dimple, which made him seem less threatening. Blue Hanlu followed his gaze and saw that the man who had approached her earlier had disappeared. Instead, a few security robots from the terminal had gathered around. "Ma'am, hello. My ID number is 10237. Are you having any trouble?" he asked, glancing at Ananji while speaking. Ananji smiled wryly and spread his hands. He had come to help, having met this girl before at a restaurant with his childhood friend. When he saw her being bothered, he acted quickly without thinking. Maybe it's just his reckless nature, he thought, but the girl's reaction surprised him. Given his appearance, if most girls faced this situation, they wouldn't just be shy or nervous, they might even hit him. If his martial skills weren't solid and at a high level, he might have been embarrassed by the sudden attack. But he needed to resolve this quickly, or things could get worse and become embarrassing. "Beautiful girl, I was just trying to help. I didn't expect you wouldn't like strangers approaching."
Can I apologize? He said sincerely.
Blue Hanlu looked him over from head to toe. From his clothes to the space button on his chest, it was clear he was not ordinary. She thought for a moment and decided not to pursue the matter further. It wasn't because she was afraid of him. She had a sharp sense of emotional perception thanks to her psychic abilities. She could sense that he had no ill intent. She then looked at the intelligent robot nearby. Current robots are very human-like, but it's easy to tell they are not human. This is a clear rule set by the Federation and the Empire. "Hello, security. Sorry for the trouble. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. All right, ma'am, if you need anything, you can directly call the police. The law provides special protection for women," the security robot explained. After registering the two people, it and the other security robots left. Lon Hanlu looked at the man across from her. "I misunderstood earlier, but please mind your behavior. Many people don't like strangers getting too close." No, I was too reckless. You're a beautiful girl, so it's natural to be cautious." Just then, the airport announcement sounded. The spaceship Jia had arrived. The man was probably there to pick someone up, so he quickly said, "Miss, let me introduce myself. My name is Ananji, working for the government. The spaceship I'm supposed to meet has arrived. I'm going to wait at the exit. Can I have your contact info? When I have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner to apologize." Realizing this, Lan Hanlu immediately refused.
Hello, I'm Lan Hanlu.
"Since it was all a misunderstanding, there's no need to trouble you. I'm also here to pick up a friend. I heard which gate to go to, so let's hurry there." And Nanji saw that the girl didn't want to talk further, so he went with her to the exit. Today, he was here because his older brother had asked him to pick up his niece. The girl said she wanted to come for her friend, so she came straight here. Luckily, she was with her fiancé. Otherwise, her older brother would be worried sick. Isn't that right? Arranged to come pick her up, making sure to take good care of her. Girls are lovely creatures, but that definitely doesn't include his niece. This girl had always clashed with him since she was little. His face had been slapped 300 times when she was 3 years old. She'd scratch him whenever she saw him as a kid, and now she calls him a scumbag. But he was the treasured son of the Yin family. His precious niece was a thing of the past since she was born. So, he listened to his older brother and the old man, obediently coming to pick her up. Thinking about it made him tired. Then he looked at the girl beside him. She looked gentle and kind, but she was pretty fierce too. Girls should be a little strong. While he was lost in thought, suddenly, he heard the girl scream. A gust of wind swept past, and a girl in a white dress hugged another girl tightly. They seemed to be very close, holding each other for a long time without letting go. At that moment, a man stepped in front of him. "Little uncle, are you here to pick me and Jejo up?" And Nanji turned around and saw the young man from the Du family standing in front of him. He looked him over from head to toe and said, "Why are you coming alone?" Where's Jejia? Didn't when Borui say he was coming too? Du Qing smiled and replied, Little uncle, Jejia is right there saying hello to her friends. Brother Borui will come a day later, following his finger, and Nanji saw Jejia and Lan Hanlu holding hands, chatting happily. He raised an eyebrow and walked over. Jejia, your martial arts have improved a lot. You're moving so fast, like a shadow passing in front of me. Jejia turned around and greeted him first. Little uncle, are you here to pick me up? It must be my dad who called you. I'm already grown up. Why are you so worried? Coming to pick you up, and you still complain? And Nanji pointed at her with his finger, then turned to Lan Hanlu. Now I know you and Jejia are friends. No more excuses. I'll take you both to get some good food. Before Lan Hanlu could speak, Jejia stepped between them, spreading her arms and shielding Lan Hanlu behind her. Little uncle, I have Du Qing with me. No need to worry. You're busy with work, so go back quickly. She looked annoyed, almost like she was about to scold him. And Nanji looked at her, annoyed that she was acting like a grown-up. What's that look? Lan Hanlu and I have known each other for a long time. Watch your attitude, or I might scold you. Try moving me, and I'll have Grandpa break your legs. And Lan Hanlu is my friend. You are not allowed to get close to her, she said softly, leaning forward slightly. Lan Hanlu, standing nearby, heard her clearly and couldn't help but laugh. And Nanji felt a bit embarrassed. Du Qing quickly stepped in to change the subject. Little uncle, it's getting late. You know her well, so let's find a place to eat. Jejia, your friend came so early to pick you up. She must be tired too. Let's find a place to rest and eat something. And Nanji glared at Jejia, and the awkward feeling from before disappeared. All right, let's go. My flying car is outside. I'll take you to a local restaurant. It's pretty good. And Jejia wasn't afraid of him. She linked arms with Lan Hanlu. Lulu, let's go. Since he's inviting us, let's enjoy a good meal and not worry about saving money. As they walked toward the parking lot, they chatted. Lan Hanlu, I also think we should call you Lulu, like Jejia does. It makes us seem closer. And Nanji, rolling her eyes at Jejia, started talking to Lan Hanlu. Sure, little uncle. Jejia and I are best friends, so calling me Lulu is fine too, she said. As soon as she finished, Jejia burst into laughter. And Nanji sighed helplessly. Okay, Lulu, later you can sit in my car too. Put your car away. As soon as she finished speaking, Jejia exclaimed.
Wow.
Lulu, did you drive here? We took the same exam, but I haven't even driven before. They won't let me touch the car, she said, giving Du Qing a side glance. Lan Hanlu patted her arm. Even if I don't let you drive, it doesn't stop you from going out. Why regret? If I didn't drive myself, it would be so inconvenient. Lulu. Jejia thought she was still upset about the broken engagement and felt a bit guilty for speaking without thinking. Seeing her like this, Lan Hanlu knew she was overthinking. She scolded her gently. Where are you thinking now? Old things are gone, new things come. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped the loss in time. Why be sad? Come on, walk a little faster. Look at my car, it's really eye-catching, she said. My little pink car is very noticeable. Really? Really? Did Aunt Yi give it to you? Aunt Yi always has good taste. The car she gave you must be beautiful. No, I won't ride in little uncle's car. I want to ride yours. She dragged Lan Hanlu forward a few steps, surpassing Nanji. Hey, slow down. I'm wearing a skirt. I can't run fast, Lan Hanlu said happily, her mood lively. Du Qing nodded at Nanji and quickened her pace to catch up with Jejia, who was nearby, protecting her. And Nanji had no choice but to quicken her steps. She didn't notice her own smile growing brighter, her steps lighter. As soon as she saw the little pink car, Jejia screamed first. Then she ran around it. So cute. So cute. The pattern on top is adorable. It was just some cartoon drawings. Du Qing, I also want a car like this. I want it painted in this color, but please don't add that pattern. She didn't look at Du Qing and kept waving in front of the car. However, she was loudly complaining, and Du Qing responded with a big smile, showing no impatience. In fact, if you looked closely, you could see a hint of happiness. Lan Hanlu saw this and also felt happy for Njujia. In the end, Njujia and the others went to the restaurant in Lan Hanlu's car. The bodyguards followed in another flying car, driving themselves. And Nanji didn't care about Njujia occasionally rolling her eyes. This only made Njujia puff up her cheeks with anger. This restaurant was more upscale than the last one. It had fancy decorations and good service, but since everyone was from well-off families, they didn't care much about these details. However, the food was tasty and well-prepared, which helped everyone get closer during their chat. And Njujia asked Lan Hanlu in detail about changing schools. She learned that Lan Hanlu not only changed schools but also switched her major to the mecha department. And Njujia crossed her arms and pouted. What are you thinking? With your abilities, helping in the support department would be perfect. The mecha department is tough and tiring, and it's not suitable for girls, okay? Besides, if you really like mechas and want to learn, you can study online. As long as you work hard, it's not hard to learn how to pilot a mecha on your own. And Nanji was also surprised. She knew about the School of Abilities. It's the biggest on this planet. But even so, the mecha department only recruits over 3,000 students each year, with fewer than 50 girls. The highest record was 3 consecutive years with fewer than 10 students. The mecha department requires high mental strength and physical skills, and the training is very tough, making graduation difficult. On the battlefield, the death rate is very high. The main advantage is that all planetary schools give generous subsidies to students in the mecha department. Njujia, I've already reached level 3 in physical skills. In about a month, I believe I can reach level 2. Then I'll be ready for the upcoming training. As for studying online, she said, I want to pilot mechas in combat in the future. Self-study alone isn't enough. When she said this last part, she seemed to glow with enthusiasm. At this moment, Lan Hanlu captivated everyone in the room. When everyone finally recovered, Njujia pounded on the table and shouted, No, I've decided. I want to apply to this school too, just like you, to study mech combat. Her words made Nanji choke on a sip of soup. After calming down, he looked at Njujia with a teasing gaze. Little uncle, what's with that look? Are you looking down on me? Njujia said, squinting her eyes at Nanji. Lan Hanlu, still feeling scared, put down her soup bowl she had just picked up. Njujia, how could you think that? You're very good, but remember, your ability is healing water-type powers. In the back, you can heal even more people. Exactly. Why are you messing around? Your martial arts level is only at the 2nd intermediate stage. Do you think the Mecha Academy is just our family's place? And Nanji said bluntly. And Nanji, do you have a grudge against me? Everyone says you're not very friendly, but why do you speak so harshly? And Njujia retorted. I call it being honest. I want you to see yourself clearly, he replied, picking up a glass of water from the table and leaning back in his chair, unreservedly firing back. Njujia, why do you and little uncle argue every time you meet?
Calm down.
Miss Lulu will be laughing at you soon. Du Qing quickly stepped in to mediate. Our Njujia is destined to be an angel someday. When that time comes, I'll be fighting the insect race in front, and you'll be healing behind. Together, we'll be unstoppable, Lan Hanlu said, seeing that Njujia was genuinely upset and quickly tried to comfort her. There are no useless abilities in this world, only misused ones. Njujia, in the future, you'll become a great healer, and everyone will be eager to pay credit points to be treated by you. As her best friend, I'll benefit greatly from that. Njujia, who favors healing water powers, had a high nurturing value but struggled with martial arts, making her somewhat fragile. This was also why the Yin family was hesitant when they heard she was going out, sometimes accompanying her, sometimes taking her in. Njujia knew she wasn't someone who could endure hardship, and with her family background and abilities, she saw no need to suffer unnecessarily. After all, healing powers aren't like other abilities that require high martial arts levels to improve. All right then, but I want to go to the same school as you, Njujia muttered reluctantly. Don't rush. Go back and discuss it with your father. By the way, do you like this outfit I'm wearing? I told you I design many clothes. Wait a moment. Let's go into the hologram. I'll show you. Annan looked at the two little girls, who were sitting face to face, studying clothes and jewelry. He gently sent two messages through his brain interface. His niece is too well protected and quite naive, but luckily, she has trustworthy friends. That's also why his older brother is worried. They spent over 2 hours eating. After the meal, the girls didn't feel like shopping and went straight back to Lan Hanlu's place. Zhongyan hosted the two men. Lan Hanlu apologized and took in Jiejia into the bedroom. Jiejia took out her nutrient pod, and they both entered the virtual world. Just as Lan Hanlu was catching her breath, she heard a knock on the door. She clicked to accept, and Jiejia entered wearing a style outfit. Lan Hanlu reached out and took her hand. "Come on, I'll show you my wardrobe." When they entered, she set the wardrobe to viewing mode. Rows of closets, jewelry stands, shoe cabinets, and accessory displays appeared. Naturally, Jiejia screamed and started looking around excitedly. Lan Hanlu gave her access to the wardrobe. After she confirmed, Jiejia began playing dress-up, taking photos, and recording videos to upload. Soon, messages flooded the family group chat and her fiancé's chat, all showing her beautiful photos. Then her communication device chimed loudly. A bunch of compliments came through. "Lulu, are you planning to wear these clothes yourself or open a shop?" And Jiejia felt a little shy, but everyone in the group asked her. She liked it very much, so she pouted and hugged Hanlu's arm, asking. With many beautiful women sending friendly messages, Lan Hanlu couldn't resist. "I opened a shop called Rare Treasures. I update my designs regularly. First come, first served. You sneaky girl hiding all this from me? Do you think I got engaged and became distant from you?" And Jiejia knew her best friend had secrets, feeling a bit disappointed. "Oh, I didn't tell you because I was shy. If no one bought them, I'd lose face." Lan Hanlu pretended to be shy too. Anjia immediately patted her chest and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I can help you promote it. I believe people will buy it. You tend to overthink and keep things inside. Now, if you have something to say, just say it. If it can be solved, we solve it. If not, we find your parents. Is it Anjia who doesn't care about me? Or Aunt Yi, who doesn't care about you?" She rolled her eyes at Lan Hanu and then went into the wardrobe. "No, I want to try that dress again. Your shop definitely doesn't have this one." During this conversation, she had already checked Lan Hanu's shop and shared it in several groups. Soon after, Lan Hanu's shop saw a big increase in orders. Isn't that how passionate shopping is? His shop only sells creative items, which means these things can only be used in the virtual world. In the next few days, led by Ainanji and Chongyan, they visited the famous tourist spots on that planet. Of course, since it's a planet, they couldn't see everything. But now it was almost time to apply to the art school. Anjia had to go back immediately to discuss her application with her father. They were naturally reluctant to part ways. Anjia promised she would come back after registering. But Lan Hanu knew that if Anjia's family agreed, they wouldn't delay until the registration deadline. After these days together, she realized that being apart wouldn't make them strangers. Before leaving, Lan Hanu gave her many clothes and accessories she had made. Anjia hugged her and secretly slipped something into her hand. Lan Hanu quietly transferred the item into her space, then they waved goodbye at the terminal. Watching her and her two fiancés go inside, Anjia's second fiancé was a quiet person, but his eyes were gentle when he looked at her. Anjia felt happy that she could have such deep feelings for her assigned fiancé. After the spaceship took off, she and Chongyan turned to say goodbye to Ainanji. "Uncle, Chongyan and I are going back now. Thanks for taking us out these past 2 days." Ainanji no longer looked as friendly and warm as when they first met. Instead, he seemed a bit distant. But Lan Hanu knew this was his true side. "Thanks, but no need. Could you also send me 2 pieces of clothing from your store? Seeing Jiejia get those things makes me jealous." When he acted a bit pitiful, it still made people feel a little sorry for him. After all, good-looking people always have special privileges. Lan Hanlu first looked him over, knowing Nanji had no other intentions, but still feeling a little nervous. He couldn't help but straighten his body more. "Little uncle, I have a set of men's formal wear here that should fit your size. I don't know if you like it, And Nanji had never experienced surprise before, but these words instantly made him feel happy. He unconsciously shivered a little. Jujia and I share similar tastes in fashion, Lan Hanlu said, then tapped his wrist, and a box appeared in his hand. Actually, he had ordered clothes for the 3 men present and a robot. But since the other 2 couldn't deliver the clothes themselves, he gave them directly to Jujia to keep a distance. And Nanji only took out the box now, and Nanji didn't care about being reserved anymore. He quickly asked, "Can I open it?" "Of course. If it's a gift, it's yours. You can look at it whenever you want. If it doesn't fit, there's an address on it to send it back for alterations." The clothes were designed based on her drawings, made at a good workshop. They were well made and wouldn't give strange reasons to modify your clothes. The box was opened to reveal a black outfit, similar to a Zhongshan suit, with a silver dragon embroidery on one side of the collar. "Very special and beautiful," he said. From the moment he opened the box, Lan Hanlu watched his expression and saw that he liked it. She felt happy inside. After several invitations, the 2 finally went to a restaurant for a meal, then each went home. As expected, the next day, Lan Hanlu received a message from Jejia, who was crying and saying her father and fiancé didn't agree with her coming here to study. Since their work was on that planet, they were worried about her coming alone. They also had jobs, so they couldn't always accompany her. Lan Hanlu comforted her for a while before ending the call. Then she followed the schedule they had made yesterday and started studying online. Whether on Pargo Planet or the original star of the morning planet she brought, both were top-ranked planets in the Federation, and their schools were among the best in the Federation. Most of the people naturally attracted are the top talents. Lan Hanlu doesn't think she has any advantages, so she needs to prepare more. Whether it's physical training, special ability training, or learning about courses, all of these take a lot of time. Fortunately, she has no financial pressure. She signed up online for a series of theory and practical classes. The theory includes the use of mental power and the principles of mechs. The practical lessons cover how to fight using special abilities versus physical combat, how to control mechs, and many other things she needs to learn. She also authorized a clothing design to a local store. This store belongs to Du Qing's family. After the success in the virtual world, Du Qing's store quickly became popular when they launched new clothes. Lan Hanlu earned some money again. She thinks of credit points as a way to stock up on supplies. With her space button, she is even more free to gather resources. When someone gets obsessed with something, time flies. Soon it was time for school. The registration period lasts 3 days, but only the mech department accepts registrations on the first day. The mech department's registration is only on that day, and students must arrive before 10 a.m. No rules are broken, no admission. Today, Lan Hanlu chose a sports outfit for herself. Her hair was tied high into a ponytail. She wasn't dressing fancy. The mech department has special rules for the start of school. She found this information online earlier. Just as she was about to sit at the table for breakfast, the doorbell rang. She guessed who it was. When Duyan opened the door, she slightly bowed. "Good morning, Mr. In the past month, she only talked twice with Ms. Yi, but she had more calls with Jejia. Still, only Nanji came to visit her in person. Lulu, good morning. You look very pretty today." The visitor was dressed in a beige casual outfit looking like a college student. "Little uncle, good morning. You look very youthful too." Hearing this, he smiled helplessly. "I brought you breakfast. This is a specialty from the C-12 border planet, just shipped yesterday. Try it and see how it tastes." He then walked to the table, took out several breakfast sets from his space button, pushed Duyan aside, and placed the food in front of both of them. Seeing his action, Lan Hanlu quickly looked at Zhong Yan. Zhong Yan's eyelids were slightly drooping, and his face was full of sadness. Lan Hanlu hurriedly moved the breakfast she made for Zhong Yan closer to herself. Then she said to Ananji, "Would you like to try my breakfast? Zhong Yan and I worked on it together. I think it tastes pretty good." She picked up a shrimp dumpling and took a bite. Zhong Yan immediately smiled slightly. And Nanji smiled and said, "Okay, let me try." But first, he served a bowl of porridge for Lan Hanlu, which looked thick and sticky. Lan Hanlu carefully took a small sip. To her surprise, it was very flavorful. Very tasty. Is this porridge? What is it made of? I don't recognize the ingredients. It's a special type of rice and beast meat from a local specialty. The beast survives by eating this rice, and it has very strong fighting ability. If you want to eat this rice, you can kill such a beast. But without this beast, the rice won't grow. If you want to eat the beast meat, you need to kill the beast before it releases its special energy. Otherwise, the meat can be toxic and the toxin can stay in the body for over 10 months. Wow, so this porridge is really rare, but it's quite delicious, Lan Hanlu said, taking another sip. Seeing she liked it, and Nanji quickly brought more food to her. You can try more. Lan Hanlu didn't bother to reply, just nodded. She thought that once she went to the battlefield, she could get these kinds of foods, so she should stock up more. In the interstellar era, there are many planets with a wide variety of ingredients, dazzling and diverse. After finishing breakfast, the two of them sat in Zhong Yan's flying car. Unlike the pink one in her space, which was strictly controlled when entering and leaving school, Zhong Yan only took her to school and then drove back herself. However, Nanji accompanied her inside to register. The registration was simple. The school had already sent an electronic acceptance letter. She just followed the school's instructions to connect. According to the instructions, she received an electronic map of the school. But when they reached the second gate of the campus, Nanji was stopped. Hello, sir. If you are not a new student registering, you cannot enter from here. If you are a staff member or invited guest, please enter through the gate on the right. Anansi helplessly spread his hands and said, Lulu, I can only send you this far. From now on, it depends on your own effort. Blue Hanlu nodded and made a cheering gesture with her fist, then turned and entered the second gate of the school. She had already delayed for a while because of this person, so she couldn't be late and miss the class. Watching the person who didn't look back, Anansi quietly said, Heartless girl. Then he turned and entered the door on the right, heading straight to the principal's office without needing any directions. Blue Hanlu followed the signs, turned left, and entered a narrow alley with high walls on both sides. She walked about 200 meters along the alley, during which some students hurried past her. At the end, she saw a large open square. It was already crowded with people. A giant clock was displayed on a virtual screen. Blue Hanlu looked up and saw it was 9:40. It wasn't too late, but there were students who arrived earlier, so she stayed at the back, observing. Most of the students were boys, and fewer girls. Although she was at the back, there were many people around, and soon someone noticed her. Blue Hanlu's appearance and figure were top-notch. The students didn't dare to approach her directly, but gathered in small groups to talk. Then, amid the pushing and shoving, two boys came over. One had a buzz cut, with sharp features that made him look sunny and bright. Hello, classmate. My name is Chiojia. Are you also from the mecha department? Chiojia, isn't that obvious? Who else would stand here if not from the mecha department? Another boy, with short, messy hair falling over his eyebrows but fair skin, said as he approached. Their conversation attracted the attention of students in front. Blue Hanlu quickly spoke to stop them. My name is Lan Hanlu. If nothing unexpected happens, we will all be classmates in the mecha department. Hearing her, the two boys stopped talking. I'm Yulei Jin, a level 3 ability user and a peak level 4 body technique user. I heard from senior brothers that our new students each year are quite extraordinary. Blue Hanlu, if you don't have a companion later, follow me. My sister and I both have strong abilities. I believe we can handle the exams easily. The level of the ability determines control and the ability to activate skills instantly, while the talent level of the ability decides the amount of stored energy and the maximum level of the ability. A short-haired girl who came with him nudged him with her elbow. Fairy, my name is Yu-in. This guy and I are twins. I'll protect you if anything happens. I also have my friend Lan Hanlu. We are 3. I am at level 4 peak in lightning magic. I can take you anywhere without problems. At the start of autumn, Yulo was ignored, so now she didn't hold back. Just as he was about to say something, a sarcastic voice came from nearby. Ha, women are so troublesome. You need someone to take you to school, and you're still talking about mecha classes? His words caught the attention of a few people because he didn't lower his voice and was close to them. They looked over and saw a man with a decent face but a gloomy look in his eyes, clearly the one talking loudly and recklessly. Yu-in was hot-tempered. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach the man a lesson. Lan Hanlu stepped forward and blocked her, whispering, "Don't fight here." At the same time, Yula grabbed her arm, worried she might act impulsively. Lan Hanlu looked at the man. "Just speak normally. Why are you shouting so loud? Don't you know I've been afraid of dogs since I was a kid? And you look down on women. You're just a woman who crawled out from under a man. If you have the guts, go back where you came from." Lan Hanlu's eyes were full of contempt, and her words were sharp like knives. Her whole aura changed to a bit of a rebellious vibe. Her disdainful gaze seemed to stab the other person's heart like a sharp blade. It was as if she was exposing his hidden shame. How dare you curse me? Believe it or not, I'll deal with you," the man said, about to step forward. Someone with him stopped him. Seeing his move, Autumn and Yula quickly stepped in front of Lan Hanlu and Yuin, trying to prevent the man from losing control. "What's wrong with cursing you? You brought it on yourself. If you're so cheap, admit it openly. What's the point of confirming with me? Didn't take you along during the evolution, so now you can't even understand words? If you're unhappy, come and fight me one-on-one. Why are you just sneering and talking trash?" Waste. Lan Hanlu's sharp retort made the man on the other side go crazy. I will kill you. Li Hai, can you stop causing trouble? Do you want to get expelled just because of a fight? His friends were also a bit angry, although the other side was rude when she spoke. After all, Li Hai was the one who provoked her first. Li Hai seemed to be persuaded and pointed at Lan Hanlu, saying, "You just wait and see. You'll regret messing with me." Lan Hanlu glanced at him indifferently. "Waiting for you? I already got my rabies shot. I'm not afraid of you." The man shouted in frustration, attracting everyone's attention. Lan Hanlu held Yu-in with one hand and Autumn with the other, stepping back. "Hurry up, this person is crazy. Let's stay away, don't get bitten. Don't worry. If he dares to attack, I'll make him regret it," Autumn said, shaking his fist. "This kind of petty person doesn't last long on this path, but we still need to be careful because they have a low bottom line," Yula said, and the others nodded in agreement. "But don't be afraid. I've got your back," he added, raising an eyebrow proudly. "With my brother protecting you, you can rest assured." "He's very clever," Yui nodded and said. Yula couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really didn't understand how his sister could praise someone so much, as if she was insulting them. Lan Hanlu was not afraid at all. Although her martial arts skill wasn't very high, her fighting techniques were definitely good enough. It wouldn't be hard to deal with that person. Of course, this was a fair fight. If someone was sneaky and wanted to kill her, it would be an easy task. While they were talking quietly, a deep, powerful voice came from the square. The group looked up toward the sky. A middle-aged man appeared there, with neat hair and a straight posture, sitting upright. "All right, time's up. Please close the passage. Good morning, students. Thank you for coming to the third ability school. Now you will take the traditional entrance exam. I believe you've all heard about it before, so I won't say much. Those who pass the exam will be admitted. Those who don't, try harder next year. The exam is simple. Leave through the right passage, turn around once, then re-enter through the left passage within 3 hours. That's considered passing. The only rule is that you must not harm or kill your classmates intentionally. If you encounter danger and want to give up, ask for help through your brain computer. The brain is shielded, with only an emergency button. From now on, everything depends on you. All right, there are 2 hours and 43 minutes left. I won't take up more of your time. The exam is about to start. The principal is a bit tricky, but your speech is also quite long. At this moment, the passage on the right opens. The students no longer care about voicing opinions and rush inside, all at once. Some still want to wait and see a bit longer. So, they walk slowly behind. But once everyone enters the corridor, a large gate suddenly blocks the way behind them. The students at the back try to push it gently. Electricity runs through their hands into their bodies. Luckily, these students are not ordinary. Their physical strength and special abilities are strong enough. They barely managed to get away from the iron gate. Seeing the classmates ahead running far away, they quickly turn around and run after them. As everyone runs desperately, they keep encountering forks in the road. The crowd gets split up. Soon, there are sounds of fear and angry shouting. Lan Hanlu is being led by Yuin. Following their pace, they rush in as well. Since they are a bit behind, they stop at the fork in the road. Which way should we go? Yuin is a little impatient, scratching his short hair. Don't worry, let's look first. Yulian gently pats Yuin's shoulder to comfort him. Chuji also comes over with two friends. Could this be a maze-like test? Asks a very thin boy who is following Chuji. Seeing everyone looking at him, he quickly introduces himself. Hello, two beautiful ladies. My name is Zhao Wu. My special ability is a second-level early-stage fog type, and my physical skills are at the third-level mid-stage. Yuin gasps in surprise. Fog-type abilities are hard to defend against. At higher levels, they have other effects, mostly toxins, which are very damaging. Awakening such abilities is also difficult. Hello, I am Yun Shanhai. I have a wind-type ability at the second-level peak stage, and my physical skills are at the fourth-level mid-stage. Hello, I am Lan Hanlu. My mental ability is at the second-level peak stage, and my physical skills are at the third-level early stage. My mental ability level is still too low. I can only pass through one wall with my mental power. I just tried it. These walls might be specially made. My mental strength can't pass through them, so I probably can't help everyone now. Oh, how could the school let us take shortcuts? But if we get a task in the future, we can team up. After all, we are not mental ability users, and our mental power can't be released outward. When that happens, you will be very helpful. This person in autumn looks a bit rough and careless, but inside they're very thoughtful. I haven't introduced my full details yet. I have fire abilities at the third level of mastery and physical skills at the early fourth level, Yuin said, leaning on Lan Hanlu's shoulder. Our abilities complement each other. If we help each other, I believe it will be easy to succeed. But my goal is to rank in the top 30, Yulu said, looking at everyone. Everyone knew his idea was reasonable. The top 30 would be placed in the special class. Since they chose this path, no one wanted to fall behind. Since no one objects, let's form a temporary team. If anyone has questions, we can discuss and agree on a plan, he said, looking around to see if everyone agreed. Based on our abilities, Autumn and I will lead. My sister and Yun Shanhai will follow behind, and Lulu and Zhao will stay in the middle. Everyone nodded, agreeing with his plan. I suspect the maze isn't the only challenge. There might be other difficulties, so no matter where we are, I hope we stay alert. Everyone agreed. As they lined up to move forward, Lan Hanlu suddenly exclaimed, what's wrong? Everyone asked quickly. The space button isn't working, Lan Hanlu said, just trying to test some weapons she carried. The others also quickly checked, then shook their heads sadly. I should have brought a knife before coming in, Yuin said, feeling a bit down. I didn't think it through carefully. I was just focused on running here, Yulu said, looking around. The alley was about 5 meters wide and roughly 8 meters high. There was a flickering light from above, indicating they probably couldn't escape through the top. I have 2 daggers here. Lan Hanlu pulled out 2 daggers from her pants and handed them out. Who is good with weapons? Take one. I don't want it. I already have a dagger, Autumn said with a smile, pulling out a slightly longer dagger. Then give one to Yuin, and keep the other for yourself, Yun Shanhai decided straightforwardly. Everyone else agreed, and Lan Hanlu nodded secretly. The initial judgment of everyone's character was quite good. This time, they really moved deeper into the area. To get a good ranking, they ran quickly, only stopping briefly at crossroads. But they hadn't gone far when they saw someone ahead frantically running back, with a fierce look that made others feel scared. A few people realized something was wrong and raised their weapons to defend themselves. As those people approached, they saw a huge insect with a club-like body. This creature looked like a centipede, very agile, but its mouth was covered in sticky mucus. Just as I thought, it won't be so easy for us to pass. Should we hide or go straight and fight? Zhao Wu frowned, showing his dislike for the insect. Let's just kill it. There probably won't be only this one. It looks gross, but its level isn't high. Still, it might have cultivation sources inside, Yulu said, sharing his opinion. If it has cultivation sources, do you think all the insects here are like this, low level but with cultivation sources? Maybe how many sources we get shows our strength, Lan Hanlu said thoughtfully. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Yu-in hugged her. You're so amazing, sister. You thought of that. With the school's usual way of not telling us anything, this is very possible. It might be another kind of test. The others nodded in agreement. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go kill it. If this is a test, fine. If not, we can still get energy sources. Lan Hanlu waved her dagger, eager to fight. Energy sources, also called alien energies, are used to train and restore special powers. Okay, I'll take the damage. You guys get ready. Lulu, step back a bit so you don't get hurt, Eula said. After speaking, he stretched out his hands. His wristbands turned into water, covering his hands, transforming into steel claws. Meanwhile, the people being chased by the club insect had already run past their usual path. When the insect got close, Yulu leaned back against the wall, then kicked off with his feet, jumping high onto the insect's back. The insect was quick and strong. When it felt this small creature jump on its back, it twisted its body, trying to shake him off. Yuli's claws hooked onto the weak spot of the bug's node. This was its most vulnerable area. Although this hook wouldn't cause unbearable pain, it was uncomfortable enough to make the bug twist more happily. From time to time, the bug would lift its head, revealing a fierce mouthpart that looked both disgusting and scary. At that moment, Yu Yin's fireball was swept toward it by the wind from Yunshanhai, combined with autumn lightning, all rushing toward its mouth. This attack seemed to hurt the bug. It let out a loud screech, which stunned everyone and made their actions pause for a moment. However, their attacks seemed to have limited effect. When the bug recovered a bit, it no longer focused on the person on its back. Instead, it quickly crawled forward, trying to bite the people in its mouth. At this moment, Yulo on its back extended his claws and stabbed them deep into the soft flesh. He then tore downward forcefully with the force of a cough. Despite the pain, the bug only let out a scream and didn't give up on its plan to eat the people. Instead, it became more aggressive. Ignoring everything, it charged forward. Yu-in and Autumn exchanged glances, then quickly moved to the sides, leaning against the wall. They used their special powers to run toward the bug's weak spot. During this time, Yulu leapt and reached the junction of its head and body. The two others who had attacked hurriedly stepped back. Yunshanhai used his wind power to envelop the two and help them retreat faster. To prevent the bug from hurting itself by thrashing wildly in pain, their attacks did some damage. Plus, Yuli's strikes were very fierce, causing a mixture of yellow and green sticky liquid to spray out. The bug was hit hard and kept rolling on the ground. Yulu was thrown into the air. Yunshanhai couldn't help because he was protecting the others. Zhao Wu's power wasn't very suitable, but he tried to move toward where Yulu was falling to lessen the impact. He was worried about him landing in the wrong place and getting hurt again by the bug. At this moment, Lan Hanlu pulled a silk scarf from her waist and suddenly swung it out forcefully. Using this force, the scarf wrapped around Yulu as he fell. Lan Hanlu pulled hard to try to slow him down, but she pulled too hard, and Yuli's weight was heavy. As the force pulled back, Yulu crashed onto her. There was a muffled sound, one from the impact with the ground, and another from Lan Hanlu. Seeing her companions were safe, Zhao Wu quickly released a fog to confuse the bug senses. The intelligence of the insect race increases with level. Although this burly insect is not very high level, it still shows some intelligence. After suffering heavy damage, it already has the idea of escaping. Hey, you should check if it's trying to run. With its intelligence, its energy source must be strong. Don't let it escape, Lan Hanlu said to Yulo, who was trying to pull himself up. Then she took a deep breath, quickly got up, moved to the wall, and stepped back. She couldn't afford to cause trouble for others now. Hearing her, Yulo quickly looked back. How is everyone? Are the injuries serious? Everyone had been hit a bit, but the injuries weren't severe. Moving around a bit helped them recover, and they were fine. All right, Chiu-ji and I will attack the connection at its head. The others should try to distract it and keep it safe. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu-ji and he leapt from two directions. Zhao Wu's level was low, and the fog only confused them for about 40 seconds before it gradually dispersed. They took this chance to attack the parts of the insect that attracted attention. Meanwhile, the other two main fighters had already climbed onto the insect's tough armor. Yuin attacked the lower jaw on its left side. Lan Hanlu kept a safe distance from the insect, observing the situation broadly. She quickly made her suggestion to give the others a chance. Yuin didn't hesitate. He moved to the right position and struck directly. The injured insect turned its head to the left, exposing a wound on its upper right side. Chiu-ji's lightning bolt shot into it. The pain was intense, causing the insect to swing to the right. To avoid it, Yulu quickly moved away, drawing a long sword and slicing downward on the left side. The insect let out a sharp cry. As Yulu fell, Yun Shanhai's wind-type ability caught him and brought him back. These two strikes were deadly. The connection between the head and body was just a small point at the bottom. The insect twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Everyone cheered happily. They were very excited. Although they had been harassed by the insect race, most of them had just become adults and had never truly killed an insect race before, only fought in holographic simulations. No matter how real the simulation seemed, everyone knew it was fake. Yun Shanhai, go take out the energy core. The school doesn't prohibit grabbing it, so we need to leave quickly. Lan Hanlu quickly analyzed the current situation. The others listened but said nothing. They decided to gather their resources and prepare to leave as fast as possible. They were tired and knew it was not good to fight others now. They also had a mission to complete, so they kept moving forward, killing more insect creatures. The scene of insect corpses was shown in the observation room. A slightly chubby middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. These ones are really good, and they work well together, especially the two girls. They are just as capable as the boys in the team, a woman with a bob haircut also commented. Yes, girls have their own carefulness. I like this team. Their abilities don't clash, and with more practice, they will become great fighters. A thin, black man with one arm nodded in agreement. Next to the principal, and Nanji also smiled proudly. Actually, I think this team is pretty good too, said an older man who had been silent. He adjusted the holographic view to show 4 male students killing an insect creature. The others then evaluated this team's fighting skills. Lan Hanlu and the others left the area and kept moving forward. Unfortunately, they reached a dead end, turned around, and entered another passage. They also met many other students along the way. Everyone looked a bit worn out, probably from tougher battles. Before finding the exit, everyone agreed not to attack each other. Although Lan Hanlu's ability couldn't pass through special walls, she could still scan far ahead. This helped them avoid some detours and trouble. They worked together to kill a creature similar to a white ant and took its energy source. Time is running out. We need to find the exit quickly, or we won't meet the basic requirements. Lan Hanlu looked up at the projection clock.
Okay.
Let's stick to our original formation and move carefully. There will be chaos at the exit, so we need to stay ready for battle, Yulu said, shaking the juice off his metal claws. They formed a team and moved forward. Based on their observations, they roughly knew where the exit was. But as they got closer, they knew they had to be even more careful. After all, smart people are not the only ones. The danger of being eliminated before going out always exists. The further they go, the more concentrated the people they meet. In their group, there are 2 girls, which is often seen as a weakness. However, having survived multiple battles and reaching this point shows their strength. So, some smarter people are just watching with bad intentions or even following, but they haven't provoked anyone. The entire academy has about 5,000 participants in this exam. Due to previous battles with the insect race, many have been eliminated, but now there's still at least 4,000 or more. There are always some who try to stand out. A few people are walking ahead when suddenly a sarcastic voice says, "Hey, looks like you've hitched a ride on a big shot. You're all here now. The corridor is wide enough." Although a few people are on guard, they don't pay much attention to others' faces. When someone speaks, a few look over. It's Li Hai, who previously caused trouble in the square. When the group stops, he is standing to the right of Lan Hanlu. Seeing them stop, he not only shows no restraint but also tilts his head back and keeps talking. Now it's easy to pass the test. Don't tire yourselves out tonight. Before he finishes, Lan Hanlu immediately kicks him. He is too close to the wall and isn't prepared. He gets kicked against the wall, bounces back, and falls to the ground, coughing heavily. His teammates quickly go to help him up. What's wrong with you? Just saying a few words, and you start fighting. Don't you know the school rules? The school rules say no malicious provocation. Do you follow that? Seeing the other side wants to say more, Lan Hanlu raises her hand to stop her. Forget about those excuses. If you provoke us, be prepared to get beaten. Then she steps back into the team. Teammates, teach him a lesson. After Lan Hanlu finishes speaking, a few people in the team rush forward. They fight with fists, no weapons involved. There are 6 people on the other side and 6 on theirs, but only 4 come forward. Lan Hanlu and Li Wu stay back to watch. Clearly, the opponents don't resist much and are quickly knocked down. After the fight, everyone adjusts their clothes and comes over to Lan Hanlu. Yun Shanhai even takes a training source, and Yulu pulls out a retractable stick. The others shake their heads, indicating they haven't received a second one. Lan Hanlu put the cultivator into a small bag at her waist, swung her silk scarf, and walked up to them. You should be grateful that the Federation Interstellar Law saved you. Otherwise. Haha. Then she turned around with a few people and continued toward the exit. They had some cautious thoughts earlier, but those who weren't top tier had given up on them. The truly powerful ones didn't bother to fight now. The remaining people wanted to keep watching, and Lan Hanlu and her team understood this well. This was also why they had a proper reason to act immediately and quickly deal with these people. After turning a couple of corners to the right, clear exit arrows appeared on the wall. Although they didn't see the exit itself, everyone felt a bit relieved. Suddenly, a bug-like creature from a side passage jumped out. The group exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They each took their positions, ready to defeat the creature and pass through the passage. Thanks to their previous combat experience, they worked better together against the bug. However, their abilities and stamina had also been drained. They were facing a bug at early level 3, so a tough fight was inevitable. They weren't afraid of the fight itself, but they worried about being robbed afterward by other teams. This time, Yuin, also a girl, didn't attack first. The other 3 fought for a long time before killing the bug. Just as Yu Lu reached out with her metal claws to take the cultivation source, an ice arrow shot over. It was scattered by a lightning strike from Autumn. Then Zhao Wu released a fog to cover the attacker. Lan Hanlu and Yuin immediately charged forward to fight. It all seemed rehearsed, as if they had practiced countless times. The opponent didn't even react before being enveloped in fog, then was hit with punches and kicks. The person attacking with abilities was slightly ahead of the others and wasn't covered by the fog. But he wasn't doing well either, as he had to face the 2 strongest fighters in the team. He was quickly pinned to the ground and beaten. Meanwhile, the 4 others faced a prepared opponent. Although they caught him off guard, they still had the disadvantage. The fight was intense, with both sides exchanging blows. As the fog was about to clear, Lan Hanlu shouted, "Hurry up!" The others immediately responded. Unaware of what was happening, the opponent suddenly felt his arm tighten. The fog slowly dispersed, and those secretly watching saw that Lan Hanlu and her team each held one end of a silk ribbon. Another group was tightly bound in 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower. Without wasting words, Yu Le and Xiaoshi stepped forward to search them. They found 3 cultivation crystals, a pair of metal gloves, and a dagger. During the search, some who tried to resist were hit a few times. Seeing they couldn't do much, the group members turned around and ran without hesitation. Finally, Lan Hanlu directly took back her scarf, but by the time the opponents realized what was happening, the group had already disappeared around the corner. The others were so angry they pounded the wall. Their leader stepped forward and said, "It was my mistake to decide that. Captain, that was everyone's agreement. Let's take advantage of the remaining time to gather more special energy sources.